Chapter 1982 Rift Tentacle Troops. As the various defense lines were clearly arranged, arrow towers, dump trucks were also in place one by one. Gushi finally arrived in front of the defense shield built by the Axe of Creation. Just as the Great Lord guessed, Gushi really didn't dare to remove all the red defense shields in front of him. If the defense shield was removed, it would mean that the Great Lord would have the opportunity to invade Gushi half of the territory. Wouldn't Gushi 3 years of preparation be in vain? So the defense shield can be opened, but it cannot be removed. As for the way to speak, Gushi had prepared it in advance. He had been following the ENC master in the school for these few days. Just for these means, Naiha Bridge is a good thing. Although everyone can play Naiha Bridge, the teachers who really understand Naiha Bridge are those who specialize in teaching ENC master. Although they don't have much talent, they have been in the position of ENC master for many years. They know everything that ENC master needs. They also know all the ways to play Naiha Bridge. They even studied many alternative ways to use Naiha Bridge because they were bored. The method in front of them is just like that. Gushi can use Naiha Bridge to ignore the defense of the shield and connect the two worlds with Naiha Bridge. This kind of thing can be said to be the strength of Naiha Bridge. You should know that the normal Naiha Bridge can connect the underworld and the world of the living. Who can guarantee that the underworld and the world of the living are in the same world? Different worlds, yin and yang, can be connected by Naiha Bridge. The same world is just a territory blocked by a defense shield. Why can't they be connected? However, there is a problem here. That is, how to enter and exit the defense shield. If Gushi took the initiative to attack the defense shield of the Great Lord's territory, then Gushi might have to prepare to deal with the problem of the defense shield. But now Gushi is building a bridge out of his own defense shield. The situation is different. The defense shield in front of him was as if it didn't exist. And Gushi Naiha Bridge was directly lowered. With the appearance of the Naiha Bridge, the land that was forcibly separated by the Axe of Creation was connected again. At the same time, Gushi troops also quickly used the Naiha Bridge to step onto the land belonging to the Great Lord. As soon as Gushi made a move, the Great Lord responded. Although Gushi did not remove the layer of defense shield on this side, the fluctuations caused by the Naiha Bridge still attracted the attention of the Rift Tentacle troops. This is what the Rift Tentacle troops usually do. They felt their chance coming at the first moment, so they did not mobilize other troops. A group of Rift Tentacle soldiers who felt the fluctuation took the initiative to head towards the Naiha Bridge. The number of Rift Tentacle soldiers who rushed over at the first moment was about 10,000. They were mainly spearmen, halberd soldiers, swordsmen and archers. In addition, there were a few priests and less than 200 knights. However, even among these less than 10,000 people, there are still detailed classifications. For example, there are 3 different types of spearmen. These 3 types of spearmen were ordinary white chain mail with a blue background, and carry a 3-meter-long spear in their hands. All the spears are of the same style. If you only look at the chain mail and spears on them, you can't tell what's different about them. But once these spearmen appear, no one will mistake them. The most numerous type of spearmen has their left shoulder cut off, starting from the neck, all the way to the waist. Instead, there is a purple-red tentacle body. There is only one tentacle on their left side, which can reach the ground, but at this time, this tentacle is wrapped around the spear, and can control the thrust of the spear. It is obvious that this is a normal change of the tentacle troops. At the same time, their upgraded version is a similarly changed halberd soldier. The halberd soldiers hold nearly 4-meter-long halberds in their hands, and the color of the tentacle on the left side also changes from purple-red to a very tender pink. I don't know how they change. The situation of the other 2 types of spearmen is obviously more distorted. The second type is relatively small in number. They grow 3 to 7 tentacles of different sizes directly from their shoulders, like a cloak. These tentacles are green in color, and are obviously longer than the tentacles of the previous spearmen, but also obviously thinner, and not as thick as them. It is obvious that the tentacles behind this type of spearmen are somewhat aggressive, and their main weapons are not the spears or halberds in their hands. The last type is the most bizarre. They are like a fusion and enhanced version of the previous 2 types. The left half of their body is gone from the shoulder, but this time it is not to the waist, but even the thigh is gone. Instead, there is a dark tentacle. There is 1 at the arm, 1 at the waist and thigh, and 3 at the back. In other words, except for the long spear in the right hand, the rest of the spearmen is supported by these tentacles. Obviously, their combat power should be stronger than the other 2 types of spearmen. At least their attack range can be improved a lot. Except for the three different variations of spearmen and halberdmen. The situation of human swordsmen, archers, priests, and knights is the same. However, the higher they go, the fewer their variations. Swordsmen and archers have two different variations. Priests and knights have only one variation. It seems that the two variations of swordsmen are all on their left-hand shields. Both of them have their left hands turned into tentacles. But they treat their shields in the opposite way. One is to hold the shield with the tentacles, because they have more than one tentacle, so they can hold more than one shield. They can even use the shield to form a shield wall for themselves, defending against different attacks from different directions. The other is to integrate the shield into the tentacles, making the tentacles quickly thicker and turning them into shields, and use tentacles instead of shields for defense. This kind of defense is more flexible because it uses one's own limbs. Even if it becomes thicker, the tentacles are still tentacles. When the enemy comes, the tentacles can still fight. It can be seen that this kind of swordsman prefers to charge and fight. The two types of archers are not changes in the tentacles, but changes in the weapons used. One of them holds a longbow, and the other holds a heavy crossbow. The only thing that remains unchanged is that their bows or crossbows are assimilated by the tentacles. The heavy crossbow can even automatically load the crossbow arrows, and the longbow uses its own tentacles as bowstrings. From this point, we can see that the strengthening direction of these two types of archers is actually somewhat different. As for the priest and the knight, they have mutated even more severely. The priest has tentacles on his face, and there are 5 different tentacles in his left sleeve, holding a book, a magic ball, a dagger, a shield, and a skull. A total of 5 secondary items. The tentacle on the knight's left hand directly merged with the warhorse he rode, and then through the warhorse. The knight's legs were tightly wrapped around the horse's back. It can be seen that the priests and knights have been carefully polished in terms of combat enhancement. Their combat effectiveness will be strengthened by the tentacles. Now these troops, led by a hero, are rushing towards the Naiha bridge without looking back. Before approaching the Naiha bridge, the hero raised his weapon and ordered loudly, "Kill them! Rush into the rift and occupy it." Chapter 1983, Frontal Battle. When the first batch of soldiers of the rift tentacles rushed over here, Guxi's first batch of men had already been arranged to go out. Although Guxi had the protection of the nether spirit flower in his hand, Guxi still followed the tradition of the necromancer, and first piled up the cannon fodder troops. Guxi wanted to train his men's combat capabilities. After all, the nether spirit flower can be resurrected infinitely. Guxi must be by his side. Unlike Guxi Double Death, as long as Guxi initiated a battle, he could get his undead men. There are still certain restrictions here. But as Guxi's territory grew larger and larger, he couldn't keep an eye on all the battles. He often had to send his men to fight. At most, he would go over and take a look when he had time, or even if he didn't have time, he wouldn't go over and take a look, and just listen to the battle report. So in many cases, Guxi's men couldn't enjoy the blessing of the nether spirit flower. If his men got used to the effect of the nether spirit flower's infinite resurrection, it would be very detrimental to the growth of Guxi's heroes. So even if Guxi faced such a favorable battle, he still deployed the tactics he had learned. As the Naiha bridge was lowered, Guxi immediately lowered a batch of ghost gates near the Naiha bridge. The Peach Mountain of ghost suppression was immediately suspended in the air. Groups of ordinary undead were walking out of the ghost gates. Guxi men ignored them, and Guxi would not pay any attention to them. He just let them go, and let them leave on their own. When they left, they would take some seeds of the nether spirit flower from Guxi. These seeds of the nether spirit flower were no longer the seeds that Guxi's nether spirit flower gloves had transformed into. Rather, in the past few years, Aladovi City has planted and cultivated new seeds in batches. This time, all of these seeds were transported by Guxi as food. The quantity is quite large. Guxi has already made plans. This is the first batch. If it is not enough, there will be more later. After he takes over the territory of the Great Lord, he will first use the nether spirit flower to clean up the land here. After that, he will arrange for the Lich to transform the dead wizard force field. At least this half of the land must be cleaned 3 or 4 times, and then Guxi will feel at ease to use the land here. According to Guxi's discussion with his contracted undead, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to complete all this. And a large amount of seeds of the nether spirit flower would also be needed. This was just the beginning. The undead who had just come out of the ghost gate saw it and thought, "It's such a simple task? That would be perfect for them." So they immediately rushed to the battlefield on Guxi's side. under the influence of the peach mountain that suppresses ghosts. These undead lined up seriously. Each of them grabbed a handful of seeds of the nether spirit flower and turned around and went out. Gushi didn't care how far they might go, it was just a matter of time. At this moment, his attention was definitely on the enemy. After all, the enemy's army of more than 10,000 people had already rushed to the front. At this time, he also had to let his men test the enemy's strength. As the enemy rushed forward, Gushi noticed that all the enemies were stepping on gray-black twisted battle halos. This also shows the strength of the enemy. Although they look weird, their levels are all above level 20. Now they rushed over with great momentum. They looked like they were going to kill you. Gushi shook his head and raised his hand. Whoosh! A black feather arrow fell from the sky and nailed the hero who was rushing in the front to the ground. The hero really didn't expect that. Gushi would be so shameless. With this arrow, the hero was killed instantly. After killing the hero, Gushi smiled, and the undead troops, who had been traveling along the Naiha Bridge, had also begun to enter the battlefield. The Black Gun Battalion was naturally in the front. The average level of the Black Gun Battalion was about level 15 at this time, but they had orange equipment in their hands, and most of them were skeleton soldiers, so they were the most suitable for the battle in front of them. Following behind were the undead shooters of the Black Dragon Battalion. Unlike the undead shooters of the Black Gun Battalion, the undead shooters of the Black Dragon Battalion were now all in their mud trucks. After 10 days of adjustment, these dump trucks have now become dump trucks that enhance the archer's range. Although they are not as good as the arrow towers that are more than 10 times more powerful when stationed. The range and attack power are definitely improved by standing in the dump trucks and shooting. The most important thing is that the speed of the dump trucks is not slow at all, but it is quite stable. No matter how the dump trucks rush, the archers standing on the dump trucks will not feel that they are bumping. Instead, they can use the speed of the dump trucks to play the routine of light cavalry archery. Now, as soon as the undead archer troops of the Black Dragon camp came out, they really rushed towards the enemy's troops on both sides. When they rushed forward, the rain of arrows had already fallen in the direction of the enemy. Then, the other troops of Gushi came down from the Naiha Bridge. When these troops came out of the Naiha Bridge, some of them immediately raised their weapons and rushed towards the enemy, while others followed the mud trucks and quickly set up their defense shields that had not yet dispersed. Some of these mud trucks were scattered and arranged, while others were concentrated together, and the undead inside were also arranged differently. It can be seen that before they went into battle, they already knew what their mission was. Gushi battle strategy this time was very simple: to surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements, to drive a nail, and to snowball. Although Gushi took the initiative to fight in the Great Lord's territory, he did not intend to take over the enemy's territory with all his strength. Gushi saw it very clearly. The Great Lord's territory was not the fruit to be eaten now. The real way to fight should be to attract the Great Lord's troops first, and then clear out the enemies here. As a necromancer, Gushi knows his advantages very well. Every time he kills an enemy soldier, Gushi will have 2 more undead of the same level. If he adds the Necromancer Tower and Necromancy, this is the result without using Necromancy on the spot. In other words, if he drags the enemy here, every time Gushi kills an enemy, the battle ratio between Gushi and the Great Lord's men will be 4 people. When Gushi kills all the Great Lord's troops, he will have an unknown number of new troops. These troops can just occupy the territory of the Great Lord, instead of rushing directly into the territory of the Great Lord now, being stretched in death by the Great Lord's troops, and finally being cut into small pieces and killed because of the lack of coordination. For Gushi, time and troops are on his side. As long as he can keep steady, the chance of victory is in sight. As for the Great Lord coming in person, a trace of disdainful smile flashed in Gushi's eyes. Do you really think that the Great Lord is still the invincible existence as before? Take a look at the black feather arrows falling from the sky. Just ask the Great Lord which black feather arrow he can block. Chapter 1984 Fighting to the Death. As Gushi troops fought with the soldiers of the Fisher Tentacle troops, Gushi's expression became serious. He had thought of a comprehensive strategic plan, but whether it could be achieved, that depended on the situation of his men in the frontal battle. As the soldiers of the Black Spear Battalion and the enemy's spearmen rushed together, Gushi's face finally became better. The soldiers of the Black Spear Battalion did not embarrass him, although their level was not as good as the enemy's tentacles, halberd soldiers, and so on. But the blood-bone spears in their hands can play a great role in this situation. As long as the soldiers of the Black Spear Battalion can rush to the enemy, the situation will be different. As long as the blood-bone spears start to swing, no one can stop the impact of the Black Spear Battalion. Arroyo doesn't need to think about any battles at all. He just needs to lead his men to rush forward. In just a face-to-face encounter, the Black Spear Battalion has already killed into the enemy team. At this time, the soldiers of the Rift Tentacle Troop finally reacted, and they began to exert their corresponding abilities, and kept stabbing out the spears in their hands. Unlike the blood-bone spears of the Black Spear Battalion, the spears of the Rift Tentacle Troop were all standard weapons. The length and attack were only average. But there was one advantage of this thing. That is, they could use it at will, and they could cooperate with each other. At first, they were just caught off guard by the soldiers of the Black Spear Battalion. By the time they reacted, the tentacle spearmen quickly organized themselves. Without the leadership of a hero, they took the initiative to divide into many teams and surrounded the soldiers of the Black Spear Battalion. Their spears were longer than the blood-bone spears of the Black Spear Battalion. This was enough for the spearmen of the Fisher Tentacle Force. Their idea was that as long as my spear was longer than yours, I could kill you before you stabbed me to death. But the Black Gun Battalion was commanded by a hero. Arroyo immediately understood the situation, and he decisively issued an order. The Black Gun Battalion troops, which had been somewhat scattered, now actually went together with the leader. They broke up into small groups, and 30 or 40 Black Gun Battalion spearmen gathered together, all targeting one enemy. They had only one goal, and that was to take away the life of an enemy in every attack. If it were someone else, they might feel embarrassed or something if they used such a tactic. But the Black Spear Battalion would not think so. They knew very well what their situation was. The Black Spear Battalion was not as high in level as the Touch Gunmen, nor as good in quality as the Touch Gunmen. If they did not learn to siege at this time, they would be crazy to fight slowly there. Anyway, Arroyo was not that kind of fool, and did not know how to play to his strengths. The previous wave of impact had already activated the properties of the blood-bone spear. Now was a good time for the troops to disperse. As long as they lay siege, they can guarantee to kill a tentacled spearman or halberd soldier every time. No matter how the enemy dies, let's just say whether they are dead or not. As long as the enemy falls, it is a victory for the Black Spear Battalion. The soldiers of the Black Spear Battalion will attack other nearby enemies. It can be said that at this point, they start to compete in the speed of attack. It depends on who can't hold on first, who dies first, who loses. Faced with such pressure, Arroyo had no intention of retreating. There was only one thought in Arroyo's mind. I finally raised the confidence of the Black Gun Battalion soldiers, making them believe that they could kill Longya. Now they must not lose their confidence. Even if they all died on the spot, they could only charge forward and could not have any thoughts of retreating. So Arroyo quickly gave orders to fight them. Even if they died in battle, they had to die in the action of stabbing forward. At this time, other replacement troops in the rear had also rushed up. The bloody path opened by the Black Spear Battalion for them was now their chance. The troops that could rush out at the first moment were naturally the ones with relatively fast movement speed. The ghosts of the Ghost Wind Battalion, the sewer troops composed of the Blind Swordsmen, and the Ghost Transformed Beast group on the side of the Transformed Undead were all relatively fast-moving troops. They rushed into the battle formation at the first moment and began to attack the Fisher Tentacle troops. It must be said that the soldiers of the troops who rushed over at the first time may not have reached level 20. But they really dared to fight. The Ghost troops and the Ghost Beast group are not bad. Their levels are relatively high. Ghosts also have a strong immunity to physical attacks. The level of the Ghost Beast group is close to level 20. And there are even level 20 soldiers among them. If they cooperate with each other, there will be no problem. So Gushi is not surprised at all what they can achieve. What really surprised Gushi was the sewer troops composed of blind swordsmen. They were assassins. And there were no heroes or anything like that. The commander was only at the leader level. They usually fought in the sewers. They were mainly responsible for the maintenance and care of the sewer area in Aladovi City. This time Gushi mobilized them here, originally thinking of letting them take action to deal with the sewer area here. Unexpectedly, they gave Gushi such a big surprise as soon as they entered the battlefield. This kind of blind swordsman is almost invincible in the battle in the sewer. What does he rely on? It relies on their speed of movement and super fast attack. In the time that a normal person can only attack once, they can attack 3 times if they are slow. And if they are faster, it is not a problem to attack 5 to 7 times. The most important thing is that their attacks are considered normal. That is to say, their attack power will not be weakened because they attack too fast. So when these blind swordsmen rush to the tentacle spearmen and tentacle swordsmen, they always exert their fastest speed at the first time, regardless of whether there is anything wrong. They will first deliver their current wave of attacks. After this wave of attacks is over, they will use their superb footsteps to retreat, allowing their companions to rush over for the next round of attacks. After 3 or 4 times, the tentacle spearmen or tentacle swordsmen they besiege will be killed quickly, and they will have the opportunity to run to another tentacle spearman or tentacle swordsman and launch a new round of attacks. Such attacks also make the tentacle troops more and more scattered, and the battle situation becomes more and more chaotic. Originally, the large troops were concentrated together, forming a square formation of spearmen that kept advancing. Now it has become a chaotic battlefield, and the scope of the battle is getting larger and larger. Gushi can't keep up. Chapter 1985 The Changed Battlefield Fighting Method. As the battlefield became larger, Gushi also began his own operations. One after another, the 3 lifestone mirrors appeared beside Gushi. Under each 3 lifestone mirror, there was a book of life and death. This was also a trick learned from the main player of the underworld. After all, not all players are like Gushi, who have a Guizheng scout battalion to use. They usually encounter the same headache that Gushi had before, having troops in hand, but no suitable scouts, and the news from the front line cannot be transmitted back in the first time. But it is not so appropriate to let them train a group of scouts. In the undead army, except for some vampires, there are few soldiers that can serve as scouts. To train scouts, you need talents. However, no matter how big the problem is, it will not be difficult for the players who gather together. 3 ordinary players will automatically give birth to an idea king, not to mention hundreds of netherworld masters. No matter what their path was before level 10, after embarking on the path of the netherworld lord, the skills they choose will definitely be the same. Therefore, the skills learned during this period are all the same to them, but the ideas used are slightly different. In the absence of scouts, all the subordinates should be treated as scouts. The Book of Life and Death records everything about all his subordinates, and the 3 lifestone mirror can display all of this. Some 3 lifestone mirrors can even be used as large computers. The 3 lifestone mirror can display the situation of the dispatched undead troops, and after analysis by the 3 lifestone mirror, Gushi can know the situation on the battlefield. This was the first time that Gushi used this method to observe the battlefield. Although he was not used to it, but Gushi felt that it was much more convenient than standing on a high place to watch. Gushi did not need to stare at the entire battlefield. He only needed to keep an eye on the situation of all the heroes on the battlefield. After all, the heroes were at the front line of the battlefield, and Gushi could monitor the battlefield at any time based on the data sent by the heroes. Of course, Gushi sometimes felt that just looking at text and data might not be so intuitive. So Gushi sometimes wondered if he should learn something more, to see if he could transform these words and data into battlefield images. This would make the battlefield more intuitive. Of course, for Gushi now, it was fine as long as it worked. At least Gushi knew that Gongling Yu couldn't use this trick. Through the 3 lifestone mirror, Gushi easily grasped the battle situation in front of him. At least, he wouldn't have to wait for the scouts to come back and report the situation like before. While directing the battle, Gushi could also raise his head and look at the situation at the edge of the battlefield that he could not notice. Soon Gushi discovered that the follow-up troops of the Rift Tentacle troops had also begun to mobilize. At the same time, near the Rift Tentacle troops, some ordinary troops and cannon fodder soldiers who noticed the battle situation here had also begun to march. Looking at this situation, Gushi also showed a hint of smile in his eyes. It seems that the news has spread. This is exactly what he wants. If only these less than 10,000 Rift Tentacles came, Gushi would be unhappy. Now these ordinary troops and miscellaneous troops came out just in time. This is a battle of equal strength. With this idea in mind, Gushi began to mobilize the troops quickly. Although the necromancer relies on the undead scourge, or the sea of undead to fight. But it does not mean that Gushi will not command. With the judgment of the 3 lifestone mirror, Gushi has now learned to roughly estimate the overall strength of the enemy troops. Although it was just some words and data, it could not represent the changing situation on the battlefield. But Gushi would still do a simple comparison of numbers. Gushi quickly deployed the troops in his hands one by one. It was like comparing the size of the cards directly. From Gushi's current perspective, he was playing a game now. But for the prince's men, the situation was different. They felt as if they were being manipulated by an invisible hand. No matter how they advanced, they would always encounter troops that came to stop them. The most troublesome thing is that the number of these troops always seems to be just slightly more than their own. Sometimes there will be targeted restraint. For example, the restraint of the army type or the restraint of the attribute. Even if there is no restraint, it may be that the troops are exceeded. Anyway, the main one can definitely crush and defeat them. No matter how they struggle anyway. No matter where these people are, there is no way to bypass Gushi attack. At the beginning, Gushi was a little flustered and couldn't handle such operations. But later Gushi found that, at this time, it was enough to just put the troops down. You have to believe in your heroes. Even if they die, they will complete the tasks assigned by Gushi. So you don't have to focus on the battle here. As long as Gushi arranges the tasks, you can come and take a look after a while. It can be said that Gushi operation speed is getting faster and faster. And it is getting smoother and smoother. Before, Gushi had to take a closer look at the situation of both sides, to see where it would be better to mobilize troops from nearby. Now Gushi doesn't care about these things at all. Sometimes, as long as he takes a glance, various matching data will quickly appear in his mind. And then, he will select a suitable unit from nearby to transfer. Sometimes this unit has just come down from the battlefield and has not yet retreated to rest. But because their organization is complete and their manpower is sufficient, they will be sent to another battlefield by Gushi. If it were other troops, their morale might have dropped to the lowest point long ago. But for Gushi men, there is no such concern. Gushi subordinates were not concerned. Gushi subordinates were all undead, and they knew they would not die in battle. They had no such thing as morale. When they received Gushi order, they would do it. Even if the heroes who received the order did not know what Gushi wanted to do, they would still act immediately. It was precisely because of the reaction of the heroes under his command that Gushi was led to another path. As the battle lasted longer and longer, Gushi's expression became calmer and calmer. Various orders were issued like flowing water. The whole person was like a robot. The Stone Lord, who had been assisting Gushi in commanding, was also shocked when he found out about this. She immediately contacted her original body, Princess Anna, hoping that Princess Anna would come over to deal with Gushi. After all, Gushi in front of her looked abnormal. After receiving the news, Princess Anna rushed here as soon as possible. When she saw Gushi's condition, she immediately made a judgment. Gushi was in a state of overeating. Chapter 1986 The Grown-Up Gushi. Normal people find it a bit unbelievable to be addicted. But for players who play games frequently, this kind of thing happens all the time. Let alone games like King of Glory, the obsession with the next game, it is the time-disappearing device of civilization, which can make everyone understand why the commander is addicted. Sometimes, I clearly want to go down and rest. But when I see the requests for command popping up one after another, my hand always clicks unconsciously. This happens over and over again. When you really want to put down the mouse, you will find that it is already daybreak. This is the situation of Gushi. At this moment, his attention is all attracted by the battle situation in front of him. The overall battle situation, the situation of each unit, the next order, whether to retreat or send out the troops again. It can be said that every minute and every second, Gushi has something to do. He was unconsciously attracted. And this situation is of great benefit to Gushi growth. Princess Anna had seen many such things, and knew that she couldn't interrupt Gushi thoughts and stayed at this time. So she simply stood aside and took people to protect Gushi. At the same time, she also asked someone to contact Lingxi, and asked Lingxi to come and deal with Gushi. Only Lingxi dream ability could make people unable to distinguish between reality and dreams, so that Gushi could take a break. While waiting for Lingxi, Princess Anna had also seen the situation of this battle through the 3 live stone mirror. At the same time, she also understood Gushi's idea. Gushi's goal this time was to train his troops. A crushing attack was not what Gushi wanted. If Gushi really wanted to crush the enemy, he would not just send out troops that were slightly stronger than the Grand Lord's men and ensure victory, but should use 3 or 4 times the force to suppress the enemy's troops. At the same time, when Gushi was commanding the battle, he had already begun to have his own style. The reserve troops would definitely appear near the battlefield. At the same time, the reserve troops of the reserve troops are actually on their way. This can train the troops and ensure that the enemy can enjoy the combat characteristics of the undead. Although Gushi's current command methods are still a bit immature, Princess Anna can see that Gushi is growing every minute and every second. As long as Gushi continues to grow, even if Gushi does not have a red suit, He can defeat the troops under the Grand Lord and take over the land in front of him. Princess Anna will definitely not stop Gu Shi choice. She even thought about whether she could ask the leaders and epics under Gu Shi to come and learn, so that they could also have the ability to command such a large-scale battle. After all, such large battles will probably happen frequently in the future. We can't just rely on Gu Shi to handle it all. And even though Gu Shi is having a lot of fun now, such command is actually very harmful to his body. If this goes on, Gu Shi pressure will gradually increase, and his body will also become very bad. At this time, Ling Shi, who got the news, also rushed over, because Ling Xi's ability is not on the road, and she herself does not often live in Aladodi City. So when she rushed over, she still summoned the flying dragon to arrive at the scene. When she saw Princess Anna, Ling Xi asked immediately, "What's the situation? Now he is too crazy. I am afraid that he will not eat, drink or sleep, and his body will not be able to bear it in the end." Princess Anna muttered. Ling Xi had heard everything on the way here. Princess Anna said this. Ling Xi nodded, but didn't say anything. She didn't move, but just closed her eyes gently. Princess Anna didn't say anything, but just took a step back. At this moment, Gu Shi, who was directing the battle in front, paused and his speed of issuing orders slowed down. Gu Shi felt like he had fallen asleep, but his body still acted instinctively. Princess Anna understood that Ling Xi's ability was activated, so she immediately took over the command of the battle in front of her, at least to ensure that this battle would not be interrupted. Ling Xi also opened her eyes at this time, took a step forward and hugged Gu Shi, gently laid him flat, and began to feed Gu Shi. Since the start of the war, Gu Shi has not eaten or drunk for a long time. Now his physical strength has been consumed too much. If he is forced to sleep without replenishing some food, his body may not be able to support it. So even though Gu Shi had already fallen asleep, Ling Xi still fed him some food first. These foods were easy to swallow, so Gu Shi wouldn't get food stuck in his throat while eating while asleep. In addition, Ling Xi was not idle either. She pressed her hands directly on Gu Shi's forehead. This would allow Gu Shi to fall into a deep sleep and restore his spirit in a short time. Of course, if this step couldn't solve everything, Ling Xi would suggest that Gu Shi try to upgrade to level 1. Only the blessing brought by the upgrade can make up for this loss. When Gu Shi fell asleep, Princess Anna also took over the battle in front of her. When she took over the 3-life stone mirror, Princess Anna realized how much Gu Shi was obsessed. In less than 2 days of sending troops, Gu Shi had cleared out all the troops left by the Grand Lord opposite Dragon City. This was not cannon fodder, but a main combat unit belonging to the Grand Lord. As a result, this Rift Tentacle unit with an average level of about level 27 only lasted less than a day. At the same time, Gu Shi had built a temporary camp opposite Longcheng, and many clearing troops were heading out from this temporary camp. When Gu Shi fell asleep, he was advancing to the left and right sides of the temporary camp. Judging from the current progress, the enemies along the line of the defense shield have been almost cleared. According to Gu Shi's plan, he planned to clear out a 30-mile wide unmanned area along the line of the defense shield, then use this unmanned belt as the depth of Gu Shi's defense line. In any case, clear the prince's men out of the edge of the defense shield first. Make sure they can't touch the defense shield first. After the unmanned belt is dealt with, Gu Shi can use the dump truck to build a preliminary defense line. Then use this defense line as a starting point and attack outward. This feeling is like the people of Feng building the Great Wall. The Long Great Wall is not only a defense line, but also the starting point for troops to attack outside the Great Wall. However, Gu Shi has not yet issued all the tasks clearly, and he has already fallen asleep. Judging from Gu Shi's current sleep situation, he can sleep for at least 8 hours. These 8 hours of fighting will rely entirely on Princess Anna to support it. Chapter 1987. Either nothing happens, or something terrible happens. In the first few hours, Princess Anna could still hold on for a while, but then she found that she couldn't keep up with the pace of such a big battle. Maybe it was because the 3-life stone mirror and the Book of Life and Death were not Princess Anna's means. Anyway, Princess Anna felt that everything was not going well. Sometimes she would compare some situations. If she was the one commanding such a battle at the beginning, what would she do then? Finally, when Gu Shi was about to wake up, Princess Anna had called several members of the parliament to help share the pressure. At this time, Princess Anna was already thinking whether she should find a place to improve herself after this battle. Her level was not high enough, and her command experience was also lacking. It was good that Gu Shi had no battle at the moment. If he encountered a real battle, could Princess Anna drag him directly to the battlefield? She couldn't end up being the person who managed the logistics of the troops under Gushi. That would be too embarrassing. So Princess Anna became serious again, trying to make herself see every piece of information clearly. At this moment Shea, who usually didn't appear much, appeared under the Sanshin stone mirror. She glanced at the information on several Sanshin stone mirrors, and then turned to look at Princess Anna. Princess Anna, that so-and-so king has already started to mobilize troops. Listening to Shea's words, Princess Anna raised her head. Did you go to get intelligence? When Princess Anna heard this, her eyes became serious. Yes, I went over. The situation behind is very complicated. Your Excellency's step-by-step plan is correct. If we ignore everything and rush in, we will definitely suffer a great loss. What did you find out? Princess Anna looked serious. When the war begins, the most feared thing is the uncertainty of variables. Intelligence information is the top priority of the battle. The reason why Gushi got so excited was because he was now using the 3-life stone mirror, and could see a lot of information through the Book of Life and Death. In the terms of the game, the fog of war was opened. It was also because Gushi could see the battle situation on the front line, see how many troops the enemy had, and see what the enemy's situation was, and could make effective responses. That's why his battle went so smoothly. If he had ignored everything at that time, and led his troops to rush in, I was afraid that I would be surrounded, cut off from retreat, and finally lose the chance to win, and be led by the prince, who had more comprehensive information. As soon as Shea said this, Princess Anna understood that Shea must have heard some important news. Yes, I sneaked deep into the back this time, and found the troops that the prince had sent back. They should be fighting in a place called the Source of the Void. There are at least nearly 1 million troops gathered there. This is a good thing. Why do you say we will suffer a great loss? The mobilization of the Grand Lord's troops is a good thing for us. But Princess Anna, you have forgotten the situation in the Mirror Palace. Princess Anna was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted. You mean, there's a space overlap phenomenon in the Source of the Void? Yes, and the overlap phenomenon is quite serious, and it is also quite chaotic. Hearing this, Princess Anna was speechless. She usually stayed in Eredavita, which was the core of Eredavita city, and the place where the overlapping phenomenon was the most serious. In Eredavita, as long as you looked up at the sky, you could see more than 3 Eredavita cities appearing in the sky at the same time. If you were lucky, you could even see 6 Eredavita cities floating in the sky at the same time. Because of this, Princess Anna had the best understanding of the overlapping phenomenon. She knew very well that if Gushi marched forward without caring about anything, and encountered such a spatial overlap phenomenon, what kind of blow he would face in the end. You have to know that spatial overlap is unreasonable. It is very likely that after exploring the road, a strong army suddenly appears behind him. Sometimes there is a road ahead, but he rushes in with his troops, only to find that he has arrived in an unknown place, and his troops are scattered in various corners. Sometimes Gushi simply couldn't control the situation. So at this time, Princess Anna had to be thankful that Gushi was not the kind of person who rushed in when he got excited. If Gushi was really that kind of person, this battle would not be so easy to fight. At this time, Shaya said again, by the way, I have specially observed the situation of spatial layering, and I found that the situation over there seems to be something wrong. What's wrong? At this time, Gushi's voice came from behind Shaya. Gushi would naturally know about Shaya's return. Lingxi also felt that Gushi had almost recovered, so she did not stop him from getting up. Gushi rubbed his eyes and asked in detail, is there anything wrong with the enemy's space layering? How should I put it? When I entered the space layering position, I felt that time was slowing down and one space became 2 spaces. Shaya told her what she had encountered. Gushi frowned upon hearing this, and turned to ask Princess Anna, did we encounter this situation when we were clearing the area before? No, Princess Anna said with certainty. This made Gushi silent for a moment. Gushi thought about it seriously, and then asked, how many space overlapping areas do we have? There are quite a few. The most direct one is the city of Aridov. In addition, there is a space collapse outside the city of Aridov. In addition, the twisted forest some distance away from Shunsheng is also a space overlapping area. Have we explored? After asking this question, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. He knew that his questions were useless. Gushi participated in the 3-year clearing of the city of Aridov. He knew very well what he had done in the past 3 years. Exploration was only the most basic. He could say that in the past 3 years, he had turned his own territory into a pure safe zone. There was no situation in the wild that could threaten passers-by. So Gu Shi immediately changed the topic and asked, could it be that 2 different spatial overlapping areas collided with each other? Or a new spatial overlapping area was generated? Shea shook her head. Sir, if that was the case, I wouldn't have rushed back. I have a feeling that the prince is doing something big. And it is related to the situation of spatial overlapping. Chapter 1988 re-emphasized the goal. Gu Shi had just woken up. Although his spirit had recovered a lot, he was still in a daze. His mind was a little confused, and he couldn't think straight. So he didn't respond to any questions, but just listened. This was also a habit that Gu Shi had developed over the past few years. He was used to giving orders after he was fully awake. Gu Shi listened to Xia Ye's complaints and speculations. But Gu Shi didn't have many ideas at this time. He didn't even have any concept in his mind. Gu Shi thoughts seemed to be restricted. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Gu Shi slowly said, Wait a minute, what did you say just now? Sir, I just talked for a long time, you didn't hear a word. Right. I heard it, but I just couldn't understand it. Sorry, can you please repeat what you said just now? I remember you said that the prince was preparing a conspiracy. What is the reason for your judgment? Shea did not refuse Gu Shi's request, she explained it again. However, all of Shea's judgments were based on what she saw at the spatial layering position. In Shea's feeling, this spatial layering situation was somewhat like adding a new layered space, and expanding the scope of spatial layering. The reason why Shea had such an understanding was entirely because she had stayed in Aridity City for a long time. She was used to the situation in Aridity City. You should know that every time Victoria City is destroyed and overhauled, an additional Aridov City will appear in the Mirror Underground Palace. These Aridov City are rebuilt at the same location. The previous Aridov City will not be destroyed in the Mirror Underground Palace. So there will be a space overlap. In other places in the Mirror Underground Palace, it is almost the same. For this reason, based on Shea knowledge, he will feel that this should be the case at the first time. As for the half of the territory of the Grand Lord, there are actually 3 core locations. The Source of Void, the Apple Forest, and the Grand Lord's Throne. The rest are unimportant corners. The change of the Source of Void this time, it seems that there is a problem with the direction corresponding to the Source of Void, and big changes are constantly happening outside the mirror. But some details that Shea could find prove to Shea that the change of the Source of Void this time was not from the outside world, but was caused by the Source of Void itself. This is Shea's judgment after accidentally seeing some magic circles in the layered space. In addition, the layered space is still expanding. So Shea added her own judgment, saying that the prince is preparing to do something big. Otherwise, according to Shea's usual habit, she would only pass back various information at most, without adding some of her own speculations. After listening to Shea's information again, the confusion in Gu Shi's mind has subsided. Gu Shi waved his hand, and a Sansheng stone mirror fell into his hand. Gu Shi glanced at the information on the Sansheng stone mirror. And then he thought, the other party's actions have already begun, and we have no way to disrupt this. Let's just let them grow up. We don't care about all this. Gu Shi made a quick judgment. Just as Gu Shi said, he really didn't care what would happen to the Great Lord's half of the land. In Gu Shi's view, this time he was using the power of the whole country to attack the Great Lord. In the end, they will definitely fight in front of the Grand Lord. So whether the Grand Lord has any big conspiracy or not, Gu Shi really doesn't care. In Gu Shi's mind, whether the Grand Lord noticed Gu Shi or not, he will fight step by step. So no matter how many tricks the Grand Lord uses, will it have any effect on Gu Shi? Will it speed up Gu Shi's progress? Anyway, Gu Shi doesn't think so. Princess Anna, you go down and rest. Shea, go check the situation again, and see if there are the same changes in the Apple Forest. We have plenty of time. Don't rush. Take your time. Gu Shi said, as he took over the command of the front troops again. Several new Sansheng stone mirrors appeared. Looking at the Sansheng stone mirrors that were already unable to float around him, Gu Shi shook his head helplessly. It seems that after returning, he needs to strengthen the research on Sansheng stone mirrors. He can't always release so many stone mirrors to follow him. Moreover, the Sansheng stone mirror needs to be classified, information detection, message recording, reading the information of the Book of Life and Death, matrix calculation, all need to be clearly classified. This is really a headache. Gu Shi, who issued several new orders, could not help but press his forehead. His mind has begun to wander. However, the intensity of the battle here today is not as strong as yesterday. On the one hand, Princess Anna reduced the intensity of the battle when she was commanding. On the other hand, Gu Shi has already completed his first strategic goal, clearing the enemy out of the first line of defense and establishing a new line of defense. Now, what he has to do is to send out new troops from the appropriate position and start to swallow up new land step by step. Such a battle situation is obviously much easier for Gu Shi, and Gu Shi still has the energy to think about other things. Seeing Gu Shi slowly lose his mind, Princess Anna could only shrug at Shea. I go down and take a rest first. The next thing is up to you. Don't worry about what the Grand Lord can do. In the Mirror Underground Palace, we have 2 red suits. The Ghost Flower can ensure that all soldiers are immortal, and the Griffin Black Throne can instantly kill all enemies. It's only a matter of time for us to take over this half of the Mirror Underground Palace. Even if the Grand Lord does something big, we don't have to worry. If we really have to worry, we still have to think about our level. Apart from Luna's level being tied to the city of Aridov, how long have we not upgraded our levels? If we continue like this, will we not be able to catch up with the adults? I have already thought about it. As an undead, I have no time to rest. When the adults are in charge, I will go out to fight. When the adults are resting, I will come to command. For this battle, I must upgrade my level to above 20. Speaking of this, Princess Anna glanced at Shea again. So you'd better have this determination. I don't want to see our 3 earliest contracted undead, because of the level, be left further and further behind by the adults. Chapter 1989. The arrangement of both sides. After 7 or 8 hours, Gu Shi took the initiative to stop controlling the battle and retreat to the side. At this time, Princess Anna rushed over as soon as possible, ready to take over the battle in front of her. This time, Gu Shi did not enter the kind of high-level mode. When he retreated, he was still quite energetic. When he saw Grand Duke Anna coming, Gu Shi stretched out his hand, and a piece of white paper appeared in his hand. Gu Shi picked up the pen and started to draw quickly, and the painting technique showed a powerful effect at this time. Gu Shi easily turned all the text and data in the Sanshin stone mirror into pictures, and displayed them in front of Princess Anna. Looking at the map drawn by Gu Shi, Princess Anna could also understand the situation more intuitively. At this time, all the enemies along the defense line had been cleared. At the same time, Gu Shi defense line had been built. Because most of the entire defense line was composed of mud trucks and similar undead troops. So when there was a battle, the defense lines could also move to support and cooperate with each other. However, Gu Shi had no plans to mobilize the defense line in front of him. For this battle, Gu Shi had been preparing for a long time, not only the troops, weapons and food, but also the dump trucks and a large amount of ordinary materials. With the dump trucks and various building materials in Gu Shi's hands, he could completely build 3 layers of defense line in a row based on the terrain. He didn't need to dismantle the defense line that had been set up and let them move forward again. He could mobilize troops from the rear to open a new battlefield. In Gu Shi's mind, he laid out 3 lines of defense in a row. 1 line every 100 kilometers. This was the second step of his plan. At this point, Gu Shi had to stop and consolidate the control over the territory he had just occupied. Then the Nether Spirit Flower and the Dead Witch Force Field could be used. After the territory was completely digested, Gu Shi could move forward again. In such actions again and again, the territories belonging to the Great Lord were finally swallowed up. Although such an action would take some time, it was quite safe. As long as the territory was occupied by Gu Shi, it would not be taken back. Most importantly, no matter what the enemy was doing, Gu Shi could handle it at his own pace. He didn't have to care about the enemy's reaction. After drawing the defense line that had been built in front of him, Gu Shi said to Princess Anna, "This is the current situation. I will come here every day. But the time will not be too long. Maybe only 2 to 3 hours a day. The next battle here mainly depends on you. Fight with confidence. I will come here every day to adjust the details of the plan. You just need to believe that. We have 2 red dresses. The king has no hope. This is our confidence." When Princess Anna heard this, her eyes could not help but shift away from the map drawn by Gu Shi. "My lord, are you leaving now? The previous battle made me think a lot. I should not be in my strongest state right now. There are too many things that are not ready yet. I need to go and prepare. I feel safe with you here. By the way, if Wei Hu comes, you can help me persuade him. The situation is unclear at the moment, so let him not attack for the time being. Gushi handed over the control of all the troops to Princess Anna, and then, as if he remembered something, he added one sentence at the end. Princess Anna also understood that the existence of Wei Hu was a time bomb. If everything had been relatively stable before, then she could let Wei Hu go out for a walk. After all, Wei Hu is a very talented leader. He could always bring some different feelings to Gushi. But it's not possible now. The space over there in the source of void is overlapping. Gushi doesn't want Wei Hu to run with his troops to other worlds. So why not leave Wei Hu here first? Okay. Princess Anna agreed immediately. Gushi had already jumped onto the evil coffin. As he climbed up, he muttered, "Let someone set up a temporary hearthstone here tomorrow. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to travel on the road every time." Princess Anna didn't know what to say about Gushi's complaint. After all, Gushi still had the evil coffin that could run at Mach 7. If they wanted to come here, even if they rode on a wyvern, they could only fly at the speed of sound. The difference was too big. If there were no portals or hearthstones, it would take them a long time to get here. If that were the case, it would not be so easy for Gushi to go back and forth between the battlefield and school every day. Princess Anna grabbed Lingxi, who wanted to leave with Gushi, and whispered to her. Lingxi was dragged for a while, and when she looked up again, Gushi had already left. Lingxi did not chase him, but discussed how to arrange a fireplace for the hearthstone in the area in front of her. At the same time, at the source of the void, a man wearing a black mirror-like robe, a red hat on his head, and a body that looked like a barrel was standing in the chaotic time and space. Behind him, followed by some strong human figures that seemed to be made of black mist and purple light spots. Half of the body of these strong human figures was mist, and the other half was covered with gray or purple hard shells, and blue magic patterns were flowing on the hard shells. The strong human figures pushed a wooden statue with green juice. The statue looked like the man in front of him, but in this statue, the man was holding a long sword. The long sword seemed to be stuck in the head of an animal, but because the cloak on the statue was too long, it blocked the ground, and people could not see the changes under the long sword for a while. Outside the statue, there were 4 piles of apples, each with 9 apples, arranged in the order of 5 on the bottom layer, 3 on the middle layer, and 1 on the top layer. After pushing the statue in front of the source of the void, the man spoke in a strange voice. "It's almost time. Please go back with the news. The apples in the number 3 plantation have recently shown signs of reversion. Many apple trees have begun to produce high-quality apples, and the void has begun to become weirder. I have begun to expand the planting area, hoping to deliver the fragments of land and time in a short time." After saying this, the man raised his hand, and 4 piles of apples burned at the same time. The flames immediately ignited the newly carved statues. The burning statues were set into the void. The man's body seemed to have lost control, and stood there motionless. At this time, deep in this land, in the space composed of the starry sky and the mirror, a pair of eyes narrowed slightly. Behind him was a meaningless background sound. Apples cannot be picked empty. Only 1 apple can be picked from each tree at a time. Chapter 1990 Solution to the Problem. After going around in circles and out of Iridavi City, after returning to Yin City, Gushi found that nearly 3 hours had passed. If this thing is not handled properly, then Gushi may only be able to come out once a week, which is a waste of time. It takes 6 hours to go back and forth, and this is the speed when Gushi Evil Coffin is at full speed. If that really happens, then Gushi doesn't need to sleep for a day, and he can just spend his time on traveling. It seems that the mission he arranged before leaving is still necessary. Only when the hearthstone or other portals that can be passed close to the front are built, Gushi will be able to go back and forth to the front line smoothly. When he returned to the private house, Gushi glanced at the messages left on the desktop. Gushi found that during the days when he was away, no one looked for him. In fact, this is the norm. Yinzita can't have wars every day. Gushi should go to school as usual. But this time Gushi has a lot of things to deal with. For example, his Sansheng stone mirror matrix system needs to be strengthened. This cannot be delayed. Gushi needs it now. So Gushi has to first look for a few of his friends in the underworld he has made in the past few days, to ask them if they know anyone, and then go to the underworld city to find some craftsmen, hoping that they can make something that he can use. The main thing here is the mirror. Although he doesn't have all the weird mirror abilities like Luna, he borrowed the mirror spell ability from Luna, and learned the bloodline spell from the Black Queen, which made Gushi control of the mirror much stronger than ordinary players. Although he can't do cross-dimensional mirror teleportation, he can still transmit text and content through cross-dimensional mirrors and issue orders. Gushi was already thinking about this on the way out this time. Gushi must stay in Een City at ordinary times. But he can't leave all the things to Princess Anna. Keeping abreast of the dynamics of the front line is something that Gushi must do. Otherwise, if he rushes back every day to check the situation, if something really happens, everyone on the scene will die. In addition, Gushi also wants a few fixed special mirrors, so that the mirrors have a little spirituality, so that they can automatically select content. After all, it is too tiring to read the news of the 3 live stone mirror. With Gushi's current mental strength, he is really tired of staring at the information on the 3 live stone mirror, especially now that the 3 live stone mirror has formed a matrix. The news in it makes Gushi even more speechless. It can be said that in the frontline battlefield these days, the number of 3 live stone mirrors released by Gushi has reached the limit of his mental power. If there is one more 3 live stone mirror, Gushi's head may explode. It will be the same as when Gushi kept releasing the Death Incarnation and fainted himself. All of these require Gushi to build a framework in a short time. After the framework is built, we can adjust the details. As for what framework to use, Gushi didn't have too many ideas for a while. But his thoughts would definitely not just revolve around professions and red clothes. When he was still in Aridov City, Gushi had already sent a messenger to contact the Black Queen, hoping to get some inspiration from him. After leaving Aridov City and returning to Een City, Gushi also contacted Gong Lingyu and the disciples under Gong Lingyu. Although most of Gong Lingyu's disciples have returned to their respective territories since the Red Costume Exhibition Conference, the connections between them have become closer. Gushi can also get some connections. There are some things that Gong Lingyu may not think of, maybe in her mind. These are all very normal things. But Gong Lingyu's disciples cannot do it. So at this time, cheating becomes necessary. This shortcut is exactly what Gushi wants. Anyway, he can ask as many questions as he wants. There is always something useful in so much information. When Gushi arrived at the gate of Hades University, some senior brothers had already started to write back to Gushi. Gushi sat on the flying carpet and flipped through some letters that had just been delivered. His expression was not so anxious. People have already arrived at Hades University. There is no point in being anxious. At this time, we should refine the problems at hand and see how to solve them one by one. As for the nonsense of solving the problem, Gushi would definitely not do it. After all, these problems were raised by Gushi himself. He could not solve himself. There was only one way for Gushi to do now, which was to find a way to solve the problems one by one. The most important thing here was to separate the problems. But just when Gushi was about to enter the Hades University, a messenger like a magic cube appeared in front of Gushi. This was Suzhou's messenger. Junior brother, the stuff you sent me is really interesting. I just happen to have a research here that may be useful to you. Would you like to come and take a look? Hearing the voice coming from the Rubik's Cube, Gushi flying carpet stopped for a moment. Where is it? I'm in Lingyu Industrial Zone now. How about you? Underworld University. Wait for me. I go there directly. Gushi stretched out his hand and tapped the Rubik's Cube, closing the connection with Suzhou, turned around and headed towards the apartment building. The fastest way to get to Lingyu Industrial Zone is, of course, to transfer from the Death City to the transmission train outside Lingyu Industrial Zone. No matter what method Gushi uses now, it is not as fast as transferring through the Death City. Look! In less than 10 minutes, Gushi has arrived at Lingyu Industrial Zone. Since the Red Clothing Exhibition, Lingyu Industrial Zone has ushered in a peak period of development. Many industrial enterprises are crying and shouting to join Lingyu Industrial Zone. Now most of the buildings here have been rented out, except for the weekly gathering place for Gong Lingyu's disciples and the weekly dungeon portal. When Gushi came over, he saw Suzhou at the gathering place. Seeing Gushi coming from a distance, Suzhou waved to Gushi. Junior brother, you are here. It seems that you are growing very fast. You have reached level 15 in a blink of an eye. Still can't compare with senior brother. Gushi was modest for a moment, and then immediately turned to the main topic. By the way, senior brother, you said you have a research that is just right for me. I wonder what it is? Oh, you came just in time. I show you something. This is a new thing I researched based on the movable building complex, mainly prepared for players, with functions such as moving, protection, and living. I call it dump truck? Chapter 1991 Construction Ideas for the Command Hall. After being interrupted by Gu Shi, Suzhou didn't know what to say next. But it can be seen that he couldn't suppress the helplessness on his lips. After Gu Shi laughed, they talked about business. At this time, Gu Shi had to admit that what the superior likes, the subordinates will also like it. Gong Lingyu promoted the mud truck project, and all her disciples followed suit. It's just that everyone's research direction is different. Gu Shi's direction is to make all the undead soldiers under his command, who can get on the car ride on the dump truck. And he has worked hard to do it in the past 3 years. Now when Gu Shi takes action, the dump trucks travel with the undead troops, forming a combination of infantry and tanks. As for the other brothers, they also have different research directions. For example, the direction of Suzhou's research is to make the dump truck more suitable for heroes. That's right, Suzhou's plan is to set up a small hero fortress, and even let the dump truck serve as a temporary mount for the player. After all, not all players are like Gu Shi, who has an evil coffin at the beginning, and can survive the most uncomfortable period of the evil coffin, and install various small buildings on the evil coffin, turning the evil coffin into a small RV. Sometimes they only have horses or other mounts. Even those who are unlucky can only walk on their own until they reach level 20. There are such people. After all, Gu Shi thought that all the subordinates of the underworld masters could at least drag out a 1,000,000-level army. But after seeing Cui Xian, he realized that he was just an exception. And it was not the norm. It was understandable that Suzhou was thinking about doing this. Everyone had encountered such things in the game. Spending a lot of time on the road, eating poorly and sleeping poorly. And when preparing to go to war, the troops had not caught up. It took a while to rest after arriving at the place. So it was not unreasonable for Suzhou to choose this direction. But Gu Shi didn't quite understand why Suzhou told him this. Why did he think that this could solve his problem? At this time, Suzhou began to explain to Gu Shi, "Junior brother, my mud head, ugh, is a movable building complex. My movable building complex is completely different from the previous basic model. All of them are designed for heroes and players. You see, as players, we definitely don't need a barracks. Right? Because we live alone. So we don't need a garrison. I kept the spirit summoning tower. If you don't need it, you can just give it up. There are other fountains, and so on. I also changed them all. After I took everything apart, I found that there were too many things that could be put in the movable building complex." When Suzhou was talking, Gu Shi was listening carefully. Gu Shi, who was the first to discover the benefits of the movable building complex, knew the characteristics of the movable building complex best. Many things here can be dismantled and replaced with other buildings. But whether each building can play the strongest role, and whether the buildings can cooperate with each other, depends on everyone's thinking. It is not possible to build a dump truck by piling up all the buildings you want. Most dump trucks are adjusted bit by bit after repeated battles. Only after experiencing battles, you will understand how troublesome it is to adjust the dump truck. This is simply an exhaustive method of trying one by one. Suzhou's idea was suitable, but it could not solve Gu Shi's current troubles immediately. Gu Shi had limited time. He was about to say a few words to Suzhou and leave. At this moment, Suzhou said, "I saw the letter you sent, which explains some of the troubles you encountered. I just happen to have the results of an experiment here. The entire movable building complex has not yet been finalized, but the structure is relatively stable. It is very suitable for use on the battlefield. So I called you over," Suzhou said, while taking out a drawing of architectural design ideas. "Sorry, it's only a drawing. If you want to build it, you have to find a dump truck to modify it yourself. If you want to build it in large quantities, you have to go to the Undead Civil Engineering Institute to find someone to draw it." Gu Shi took the drawing and understood why Suzhou said he could solve Gu Shi's problem. Gu Shi didn't know how Suzhou came up with such an idea. Seeing Gu Shi's puzzled expression, Suzhou explained, "This is the route for my Death City to advance. And the Frozen Throne is my choice. I just wanted to build a temporary movable throne. I didn't expect it to become like this in the end." The dump truck in front of him was still a standard size, with 1 large, 3 medium, and 3 small plots. According to the design drawing, the dump truck in front of him was a circular platform without a wall. The circle was divided into 2 halves in the middle, and the large plot on the outer edge occupied half of the circle. On the inner side are 3 medium-sized and 3 small plots. The throne arranged by Suzhou was not built on a large plot, but on a medium-sized plot. According to the position of the throne, the remaining 2 medium-sized plots and the large plot were all built around the throne in front of him. Because the drawing is not quite like it, the whole design looks weird. What's even weirder is that there are some problems with the building in the dump truck. Except for the throne. Which is understandable, all other buildings are incomprehensible. Because according to normal people's logic, these buildings are useless. For example, the large plots are built with solar panels that can automatically deflect. And their only function is to reflect all the light to the throne. Gucci couldn't understand this situation. You know, this is for players to sit on. If Gucci really sits on it like this and is reflected by the sunlight, he will probably die. In the remaining 2 medium-sized plots, one is an illusion garden, and the other is a mechanical control center that controls the operation of the machinery. There are 3 other small plots, where a giant magnifying glass needs to be built, an ice and snow platform that can continuously emit cold wind, and finally a cauldron platform that absorbs and emits smoke. Except for the mechanical control center, which is more or less understandable. The other Gucci don't know what's going on. Brother Sue, can you explain the idea in detail? What idea is there to explain? I just want to make myself look like I'm sitting on a throne on top of a huge glacier, so that when everyone sees me, they will feel that I'm magnified countless times. And there is endless light behind me. So I designed it this way. But this is in line with your requirements. People see that you require a lot of platforms for mirrors. Don't you hope for illusion transformation? All of these can be done. Gucci finally understood that Suzhou's words about being able to solve the problem meant this. But he thought about it again. This is really, as Suzhou said, it is very suitable for Gucci's current needs. Chapter 1992, all parties come to help. It is suitable, but it needs to be adjusted. Gucci immediately understood that the design idea in front of him was very suitable for his use, but there are many things in it that need to be adjusted. Brother Sue, I want this thing. Do you have the architectural design drawings for it? Gucci asked quickly. In the Mirror Underground Palace, he still has a battle to finish, and some things cannot be delayed. Yes, I will ask someone to find it now. Suzhou was also very happy. He was very proud of being able to help Gucci. You know, all of Gonlingyu's disciples knew that Gucci had a red suit. Although Gucci did not intend to pass on the red suit to his senior brothers. It was a great joy for ordinary players to get to know another red suit master. Not to mention helping the red suit master with such a favor. They could even ask for some help. Gucci also understood the reason behind this. He thought about it and stretched out his hand. A petal of the nether spirit flower appeared in his hand. This is a chance to use the nether spirit flower. If you stick it on your body, it can allow you to revive infinitely for a period of time. Listening to Gucci's words, Suzhou also laughed. He understood that this was a sign that Gucci was willing to owe him a favor. And the number of times the nether spirit flower could be used this time was just a guarantee from Gucci to himself. So when Suzhou explained the adjustable parts of this dump truck, he said it in more detail. Which parts of the dump truck can be replaced, and which parts are best not to be replaced or modified, are all in Suzhou's instructions. Gucci quickly recorded them, and thought from his own perspective. How to use the plots of land that can be replaced with buildings. After Suzhou brought most of the required architectural design drawings, Gucci also had a complete idea. After getting the things, Gucci did not stay for long. He directly greeted Suzhou. Brother Su, I have something else to do here, so I won't stay here any longer. Okay, you can go without worry, the battle is important. In the conversation with Gucci just now, Suzhou also saw that Gucci must have encountered a big battle, which he couldn't command alone, and he didn't have enough leaders and epics, so he needed to take action himself. Now Gucci got what he wanted, even if it hasn't been proven yet, but he already had a clear idea. Gucci planned to get everything done within 3 days, and put this thing directly on the battlefield, and use the battle to test the feasibility of this new type of dump truck. As for the new dump truck, Gucci decided to call it the Command Hall. Gucci also had a direction for the ideas of all the buildings inside. After leaving the Lingyu Industrial Zone, Gucci did not rush back to the Hades University. He first went to the building materials market in Yinzadu, and bought the architectural design drawings he needed. Gucci had never expected that it would take him nearly a day to go there. After all, the architectural design drawings that Gucci needed were not common. Even the building materials market needed to check the inventory, and even had to go to other places to transfer goods. This was because Gucci had a relatively large authority in Yin City. If other people came, It would depend on whether these merchants would pay attention. In the process of looking for these architectural design drawings, Gucci also encountered many better options. But Gucci just bought the architectural design drawings instead of giving up the original plan. After all, Gucci is now rich and powerful. In his mind, he doesn't have so much time to talk nonsense. It's best to get all the architectural design drawings. If not, just modify them on the spot. In recent years, the mud trucks under Gucci have been treated like this. At most, the mud truck that Gucci is going to build is for his exclusive use. Unlike other mud trucks, which are used to arrange his troops. After finally getting all the architectural design drawings together, Gucci realized that it was already late today. Looking at the sky outside, it is already 12 o'clock in the evening. Although it is the beginning of the nightlife in Ean City, students and office workers have already gone out to play after get off work. Gucci wanted to find someone to help him make the design of the dump truck. But he couldn't find a suitable person. So this matter will probably be postponed to tomorrow. Gucci didn't think that he was wasting a day. In Gucci's opinion, he gained a lot on this day. Not only is there a solution to the problem, but it is also quite feasible. The next thing to look at is how to integrate the skills of the Lord of the Underworld. This situation still needs to be considered seriously. Gucci took the architectural design in his hand and pondered seriously. At this moment, a black crow suddenly flew to Gucci. The crow opened its mouth, and an apple made of ice fell in front of Gucci. Gucci was about to reach out and grab the apple, but the apple turned into the appearance of the Black Queen. "My little prince, I received your letter. You are also worried about the mirror, right? This is not a difficult thing. I can teach you." After that, the Black Queen's body turned into an ice blue scroll, which recorded how to use ice with evil properties, special metals, and some materials for blood sacrifice, to make a magic mirror with a certain spirituality and wisdom. This magic mirror is the one that the Black Queen has at the White Castle, which she uses to observe the entire Winter Mirror Kingdom. The most important thing is that this magic mirror has the ability to automatically analyze and find answers. For example, you can ask, Magic Mirror, who is the most beautiful question? Luna actually has similar means. It's just that Luna's means are for her own use, and have no direct connection with the mirror. On the contrary, the idea given by the Black Queen is to directly make a mirror with such characteristics. Both paths have their own advantages. If both ideas can be combined and used together, would it be better? Gucci thought about it, and finally contacted Luna through a special mirror to ask about her situation. Luna was also a little surprised by Gucci thinking. Gucci rarely asked about the strange mirror. Most of the time when Gucci came to him, he asked about the city of Aridov. This time, it was rare to talk about Luna's practice, and Luna was quite happy. So she quickly shared the strange mirror with Gucci. Although Luna has been focusing on the city of Aridov in recent years, her ability in mirror is innate. Luna does not need to study and research it specifically. If the strange mirror space is placed in the land, Luna's ability in this area will improve by itself. Gucci's question at the moment was just on the point, and Luna quickly talked about her plan. Chapter 1993, The Command Center under debugging. 3 days later, in the experimental field behind Hades University, Gucci, the graduates of the School of Civil Engineering of the Undead, and several of his friends, who were main players of the underworld, installed the command hall that he had ordered. In order to get so many people to cooperate with him, Gucci used all his connections. He invited everyone he could. Some people were even invited out for the sake of teacher Gonglingyu. However, Gucci thought that he did not lose out this time. With the help of these people, he could handle so many things in 3 days. At this time, in the experimental field, the renovated command hall had stopped in place. The command hall in front of him covers a total area of 15,000 square meters. The foundation of the platform is made of a pure black metal, which is strong and durable. There are a lot of magic patterns engraved on both sides of the foundation platform. Gucci can recognize some of them, such as the Yin Qi Gathering Magic Circle, the Ground Vein Extraction Magic Circle, and so on. Gucci was not very clear about the rest. However, according to the on-site staff, the part that Gucci did not recognize should be the magic pattern of undead agility. Even the necromancer did not know how to learn this thing. After all, the undead themselves are dead people who can move, and undead agility is basically the same as taking off pants and farting. Since it was invented, no one would go to learn it specifically. But since the popularity of dump trucks, this kind of magic pattern of undead agility has become the standard of dump trucks. Whether a mobile building complex as big as a dump truck can run depends on how beautifully the magic patterns of the dead are painted. On the foundation are various buildings selected by Gushi. The most attractive one is naturally located in front of the dump truck, on the open space of about 7,000 square meters. There are nearly 13,000 rotating mirror frames arranged in total. On each mirror frame, there are people installing the moving effect of the mirror frame. When several underworld masters invited by Gushi saw this situation, their eyes were wide open. In their eyes, Gushi must be crazy. He wouldn't want to put all the 3 lifestone mirrors in these 13,000 mirror racks. How much mana would it consume? You should know that one 3 lifestone mirror is 30 mana points. Even if the Huangquan Lords have developed a variety of ways to use the 3 lifestone mirrors, most players' mental power can only support about 33 lifestone mirrors at the same time. If there are more, it's not that the 3 lifestone mirrors can't support it, but the players themselves can't support it. Now Gushi has arranged so many mirror frames here. What does he want to do? Just when several underworld masters were puzzled, a truck carrying things entered the Hades University. The truck was loaded with 13,000 half-human high makeup mirrors. All the makeup mirrors were made using the methods of the Black Queen. Now these makeup mirrors have a certain spirituality. However, these spiritualities are not strong, and have not yet reached the level of being able to generate will. As the 13,000 makeup mirrors were delivered, the people who were adjusting the mirror frames quickly came down and began to install the makeup mirrors. This is also one of their jobs. In addition to ensuring that the building, that is, the automatic deflection solar panels on the mirror frame, operate normally, they also have to ensure that when the dump truck moves, the makeup mirrors installed on it will not be shaken off. These are all technical jobs, and ordinary people really can't do them. You know, if it is a normal automatic deflection solar panel, there is no need for such trouble. The photovoltaic panels and everything are already prepared. All you need to do is take the architectural drawings and arrange a construction team to start the work. This is the real big change now, which requires the installers to think hard. If there is a problem here, the reputation of their installation team will be ruined. In addition to the mirror frame and the mirror surface, there are also wires drawn from under each mirror frame. All the wires will gather at the front, and then go to the back half of the dump truck. The building designed by Su Zhou at the beginning has also changed. The illusion garden and mechanical control center in the medium-sized plot are still there, but the place where the throne should have been placed has become an office. And there are various confidential offices around the office. It can be said that Gushi really turned this place into a command center for issuing orders. Even if Gushi is not there, Princess Anna or other epic or even higher-level commanders can command the battle on the front line through these confidential offices. As for the illusion garden, Su Zhou originally wanted to make the person on the throne look more gorgeous and arranged it here. Now it is different. Gushi himself does not know illusion, but he wants to turn the text and data on the Sansheng stone mirror into a map. And he just needs the help of this illusion garden. The illusion garden in front of him has been flattened, and a large amount of illusion materials have been transported in. At the same time, several experts specializing in illusion are also here to make the final adjustments. Gushi's request to him is very simple. Just convert the information provided by himself into a picture. This kind of thing may be difficult for ordinary people, but for these illusion experts, it is not a problem. They have encountered more troublesome requests than Gushi before. There is an already built illusion garden in front of them as a basis, and the various data are not randomly compiled. What can't be handled? So soon the basic version of the illusion sand table was ready. Standing in the command center, you can directly see all the changes on the illusion sand table, which allows the commander to have a more intuitive understanding of the battle situation. After that, the buildings on the small plots have also been modified. The original magnifying glass, the ice and snow platform and the cauldron platform have all been moved away. Where the magnifying glass was originally placed, there is now a small library, with only one book in it. Gushi Book of Life and Death. The source of the wire on the mirror frame is from this small library, ensuring that all the 3 lifestone mirrors can read the contents of the Book of Life and Death. The ice and snow platform has become an illusion hut, which is the terminal of the 3 lifestone mirror information, and one person can be arranged inside to transfer the information to the illusion garden not far away. The last cauldron platform turned into a mine pool, where Gushi floating spirit IKA temporarily lies. His main task is to convey the command from the command center. Because of the strengthening of the mine pool, the range of this command transmission is from the leader, hero, to every leader and every dump truck. Of course, if Gushi is not in the command center, the floating spirit IKA will also leave with Gushi, and then through the mind pool, the commander of the command center can also convey the order to every hero. It can be said that the command hall in front of us has a strong effect on the command of the big battle. Chapter 1994. The group transformation of the 3-life stone mirror. In fact, when the command hall was halfway installed, the experts on the scene had already seen the application effect of the command hall on the battlefield. This kind of thing is not only useful for necromancers, but also for ordinary troops. And it is very useful. What they are hesitating about now is whether there is a way to replace the role played by the 3-life stone mirror and the Book of Life and Death. But most of them are not that worried. Because there are not many other things in the real world, but there are quite a lot of players. There will always be some players who take strange career paths and learn some speechless professional skills. You can always find the corresponding skills here. After all, Gushi has already come up with the idea. He uses the Sansheng stone mirror to read the information on the battlefield through the Book of Life and Death, and then uses illusion to turn it into a sand table to show it in real time in front of the commander. When the commander gives an order, it is transmitted to the frontline hero or leader through teleportation. Other players can find better ways to deal with the mind and illusion here. As for the 3-life stone mirror and the Book of Life and Death, they can also find similar skills. Although this situation is difficult in Gushi's eyes, but if it is placed on the level of the whole person, it is really not a big deal. The experts who figured this out looked at Gushi differently. But Gushi was also smart. As soon as he saw their gazes, he understood their thoughts. No, I will not install any monitoring or surveillance means in my command hall. I will not invite your people to enter my battlefield. There is no way in the real world, but inside the game, even Shinhua cannot be controlled. These experts wanted to persuade him again, but Gushi did not want to listen at all. Gushi's status is quite high. As long as he does not listen, no one can embarrass him. Now Gushi is just not listening, anyway. I want to make sure that no one is watching my secrets. Looking at Gushi like this, these experts have no way to persuade Gushi to be an experimental subject, and can only focus on the treatment of these buildings. At this time, Gushi had already started his own busy work. Gushi needed to deal with the 3-life stone mirror himself. On the one hand, he was the only one who knew the method taught by Luna, and on the other hand, only Gushi could use the 3-life stone mirror. Gushi was unwilling to believe in the 3-life stone mirror used by others. So when the first makeup mirror was installed on the mirror frame, and it was confirmed that the installation was complete, and there were no other problems, Gushi put down everything in his hands and started his own actions. At this time, Gushi stepped lightly, letting himself float in the air. Although he did not fly high, he was obviously floating. Everyone thought that Gushi wanted to deal with all the mirror problems as quickly as possible. After all, being in the air would not affect the installation master to install other makeup mirrors. But they actually did not know that when Gushi flew up, he used the power of the King of the Sky. As long as Gushi stood in the air, his magic power was unlimited. This is quite friendly to Gushi. After all, it takes 30 mana to use the 3-life stone mirror once. Although Gushi's body has been strengthened by various effects, and he can play with nuclear bomb machine guns, this is the first time he has encountered such an opportunity to play with unlimited mana. Gushi was really happy at this time, and he stretched out his hand and released the 3-life stone mirror. At first, Gushi was still operating the 3-life stone mirror he released to slowly merge into the makeup mirror. Later, Gushi found that it was not necessary to do this at all, as long as the 3-life stone mirror was close to the makeup mirror. With the little spirituality of the makeup mirror, it would actively attract the 3-life stone mirror and merge the 3-life stone mirror into its body. Let's put it this way: at first, Gushi was still worried that he couldn't control it properly, and the 3-life stone mirror couldn't be integrated. Now with this scene, Gushi is no longer worried. He just needs to put the 3-life stone mirror in the sky with all his strength. The makeup mirror will take care of the rest. When Gushi put the 3-life stone mirror, the several underworld masters invited by Gushi also understood Gushi's idea. This is a specially made mirror, which retains the effect of the 3-life stone mirror. Turn the 3-life stone mirror from a temporary spell into a permanent item. They can also learn this method. Even if they can't do such a big thing, they can do something smaller. You should know that most of them have already known the various uses of the 3-life stone mirror when they have reached the position of the Lord of the Underworld. Arranging a matrix to use it as a supercomputer is a piece of cake. There are many other ways to deal with it, and some players haven't said it yet. Now watching Gushi's actions, They felt that they had learned something. They would try it out when they returned. But gradually, many people felt something was wrong. Because Gushi was really using the 3 live stone mirror in the sky. Even if Gushi had more mana, it was impossible for him to consume it like this. Several underworld masters had some guesses in their hearts. But they were not sure what was going on. They could only watch. However, I accidentally missed some details about the fusion of the 3 live stone mirror and the makeup mirror. For example, the 3 live stone mirror that Gushi released to the makeup mirror below was not a 1-to-1 release. Instead, each makeup mirror absorbed the functions of at least 9 3 live stone mirrors, and then the transformation was completed. The spirituality and the characteristics of the 3 live stone mirror were stabilized. And the 3 live stone mirror also changed from a magic skill of Gushi to a real object that existed forever. Moreover, when the 3rd makeup mirror completely integrated the characteristics of the 3 live stone mirror, the 3 live stone mirrors had a certain influence on each other. And a strange breath came out from these 3 live stone mirrors. Slowly, a kind of frost invisible to normal people began to appear on the mirror surface and frame of the makeup mirror. The more makeup mirrors that were successfully transformed, the faster this frost appeared. When Gushi reacted, most of the makeup mirrors had turned into ice crystals. This situation scared Gushi in the sky. He thought something had happened. So Gushi quickly stopped the spell in his hand and flew up to see what was going on. But when Gushi fell, he noticed that in some makeup mirrors, it seemed that someone was looking out. Gushi reacted immediately. This was because his spirit was stimulated by the 3 live stone mirror and began to become weird. Fortunately, when Luna and the Black Queen gave the method, they had already reminded Gushi that such a thing would happen. And they also prepared a solution thoughtfully. When he found the situation in front of him, Gushi turned around and said to another truck outside, "You can bring the things over. It's time to start." Chapter 1995 The Command Hall is completed. At Gushi's request, a truck drove to the experimental site. On the truck were a large number of materials prepared by Gushi. There were a lot of old ice, and some frozen corpses. These things were relatively easy to find in Een City. Whether it was ice or corpses, they were considered regular materials in Een City. And the prices were not high. At most, Gushi made some requirements, saying that the ice had to be old and the corpses had to be frozen to death. But this is much simpler than Gushi making those makeup mirrors. When these corpses and ice were transported out, most people understood what Gushi wanted to do. After all, most of the people present were high-level necromancers, and they could tell many of the necromancers things at a glance. Some people even wanted to come forward to help. Fortunately, Gushi did not dare to let these experts do such hard work. Gushi stretched out his hand, and a strong wind transported these corpses and ice to the position in front of the command hall. As soon as these corpses and ice fell, Gushi quickly arranged them. This was the ritual magic taught by the Black Queen. Although the materials used were a bit scary, it was considered serious magic. After putting the materials in place, Gushi quickly took action. The treatment method taught by the Black Queen before was only for one makeup mirror. Now Gushi had so many makeup mirrors with problems at the same time. Gushi had to deal with everything in a short time. Otherwise, his action this time would be disgraceful. Through the power of the wind, these corpses and ice were placed in the designated location. Gushi flipped his hand, and the petals of the nether spirit flower fell down. Then several underworld masters saw a Naiha bridge leading to an unknown place behind Gushi. The weirdness that appeared in the makeup mirror was actually immediately taken away by the ghost prison behind the Naiha bridge. After doing all this, Gushi did not stop his actions, but started to arrange the Sanshin stone mirror again. Several underworld masters looked at the corpse and ice that Gushi placed under the mirror frame, and felt that things were not over so soon. They watched Gushi deal with the half of the makeup mirror in front of them more seriously. As a result, this happened 3 times in total. Each time, Gushi put a large amount of ice and corpses in it first, and first let away the weirdness that had already formed. Send it to the ice mirror ghost prison. As for the rest of the things, Gushi had no time to manage them now. With the installation of the last makeup mirror completed, and after debugging without any problems, Gushi breathed a sigh of relief. All the players who came to help Gushi assemble the command hall retreated. Gushi waved his hand, and 500 liches appeared near the command hall. They stood in a circle around the command hall and began to use the dead witch force field on the command hall. Several Insi lords looked at the scene in front of them, and a thought flashed through their minds. Who am I? Shouldn't I come here? They all knew about the skill of the dead witch force field. After all, most ENC lords before level 10 took the route of the dead witch lord. The overlap rate of professional skills in this part is relatively high. However, after becoming the Lord of Huangquan, the professional skills they can choose are fixed. Sometimes they see professional skills that make them more excited, but they cannot choose. The ENC lords all understand that feeling. Now seeing that Gu Shi can actually use the dead witch force field, and there is obviously a shadow of the dead witch legion skill in it. This makes all the ENC lords look green. What they hate most is such a European emperor. But Gu Shi didn't have time to pay attention to them at this time. Gu Shi still had things to do. After all, the corpse and the ice were still here, and the previous processing of all the makeup mirrors had not been completed. Before, Gu Shi sent those unformed weirdness to the ice mirror ghost prison, but it was just a temporary expedient. Now all the makeup mirrors have been installed, and each makeup mirror has been blessed with the effect of the 3 life stone mirror 9 times, and now it is time to bring these weirdness back. Before that, Gu Shi still had to deal with the things here. Under Gu Shi operation, the ritual taught by the Black Queen was quickly carried out. The frozen corpse was mixed with ice that was more than 10 years old, and it quickly melted and turned into a liquid with cold air, which quickly climbed onto the mirror frame. This was part of the ritual. After all the mirror frames turned into ice color, Gu Shi let go of the Naiha bridge, and the strange spirit that was originally sent in returned to its own makeup mirror. Just when these strange spirits wanted to stir up trouble, the ritual magic arranged by Gu Shi was successfully activated, and the strange spirits were suppressed into the makeup mirror. At this time, Gu Shi flew into the sky again, and once again used the 3 live stone mirror in the sky. As a spell that can view the information of all the dead, the 3 live stone mirror naturally has a certain ability to suppress and analyze the strangeness of the dead. This time, Gu Shi did not put down the 3 live stone mirror, but held it in his hand. He used the Sansheng stone mirror to shine heavily at the mirror frame below. As the first makeup mirror was activated, more and more makeup mirrors became Sansheng stone mirrors. Because the spirits in the makeup mirrors have become strange, and are sealed in the makeup mirrors, now these spirits are being assimilated by the effect of the Sansheng stone mirror. After that, the matrix of the Sansheng stone mirror began, and the makeup mirrors lit up one by one, and lines of text quickly appeared on them. The words that appeared in each makeup mirror were the most detailed information about the strange spirits sealed in the makeup mirror nearby. These words only flashed by, and then a large amount of other information quickly and continuously changed in the makeup mirror. However, Gu Shi ignored these things at this time. The Sansheng stone mirror in Gu Shi's hand was transformed from a spell and became permanent. At the same time, this Sansheng stone mirror will also be the overall control hub of the 15,000 makeup mirrors in the command hall in front of him. Gu Shi held up the Sansheng stone mirror and landed in the small library. There was a book of life and death here. Gu Shi pressed the Sansheng stone mirror on the book of life and death. Then a cold light came out from the Sansheng stone mirror along the wire on the ground and quickly spread to all the makeup mirrors in front. Then through various analysis, it was transmitted to the illusion hut that received all this information and then transformed into illusions from there and put on the illusion sand table. After a circle like this, the whole process was completed. Gu Shi took a look at the changes on the illusion sand table, and he knew that he had succeeded. The command hall was built. Chapter 1996 Rushing to the Battlefield. After completing the construction of the command hall, Gu Shi stayed at Hades University for another day, and asked the personnel sent by Hades University and the military to conduct a comprehensive test of the command hall. Gu Shi did not refuse this. After all, the command hall is quite useful for humans. Gu Shi only needs to delay for 1 more day, which can bring great benefits to humans. So why doesn't Gu Shi do it? So when he heard the information from the military, Gu Shi agreed immediately. At the same time, he also called Su Zhou, who came up with this idea. Although the actual object was successfully made by Gu Shi, Su Zhou, who came up with this idea, also deserved half of the credit. After the Hades University and the military completed the test of the command hall, Gu Shi took the command hall back to the city of Aridov. After that, Gu Shi discovered a rather embarrassing situation, because there was no city gate. Although the command hall had the properties and functions of a dump truck, it could not be directly deployed by Gu Shi near the battlefield. This was something Gu Shi had not thought of when he arranged the command hall. Now it was too late even if he wanted to change it. Gu Shi could only let the command hall rush to the battlefield. Fortunately, after returning to Aridov city, the command hall had already connected to the battle situation on the front line. Gu Shi, who was in the command hall, could also deal with the battle situation on the front line in the first place. Through the news sent back from the Book of Life and Death, the 15,000 Phase 3 Life Stone Mirror took the initiative to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the battle situation on the front line. The analysis results quickly appeared on the illusion sand table. At this time, because he returned to the Mirror Underground Palace, Gu Shi quickly saw the battle situation on the front line. Although he had been away for a few days, the situation on the front line was not as bad as Gu Shi thought. Princess Anna still had some ability. Not only did she stabilize the situation, but she also further expanded Gu Shi's advantage. Now the area occupied by Gu Shi has been advanced to a position about 300 kilometers away from the defense shield. The territory occupied by Gu Shi at the beginning, which is the area 50 kilometers near the defense shield, is already Gu Shi exclusive territory. Princess Anna has begun to command Gu Shi subordinates to arrange corresponding permanent buildings here. For example, commanding the laboring undead to repair the road here, and the planting of ghost flowers taken over by Gu Shi undead. The undead arrow tower hunters originally stationed near Longcheng have also been pushed to the front line of defense. And a circle of arrow tower defense network has been arranged between the first and second lines of defense. In this way, even if the Grand Duke launched a counterattack and broke through the first line of defense, they would need to go through many battles to reach the second line of defense. Judging from the current situation, Princess Anna is steadily taking over the land belonging to the Grand Duke. This is enough. Seeing that the situation is relatively stable, Gu Shi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. During the past few days in Yin City, Gu Shi has been worried about whether there will be problems with the defense line without his command. It seems that the situation is still favorable for Gu Shi. And now the undead troops rushing to the front line with Gu Shi make Gu Shi feel more at ease. Although Gu Shi has not been on the front line of the battlefield these days, this battle was initiated by him, so the impact of combat experience and double death is always there. In the city of Aridov, new undead troops are always appearing. At the same time, some heroes appear, although Princess Anna is not in the city of Aridov. But several lords of the Grand Princess Council were still there. They still classified and reorganized the newly emerged undead according to the original model of Grand Princess Anna. After completing the reorganization of the newly transformed undead, these new heroes will receive some dump trucks and take the troops to the battlefield. It can be said that now beside the command hall, there are all dump trucks on the way. This situation makes Gu Shi feel at ease. After all, even if many men die on the front line, as soon as the troops here arrive, there will be new troops to replenish them. Gu Shi's war potential has not yet been fully exerted. He didn't have to worry about the battle on the front line. As for the situation in the Night Blood Road, Gu Shi also checked it when he returned to the city of Aridov. Although Gu Shi was not near the battlefield, as long as the enemy died in the place where the ghost flower bloomed, they would still be recognized by the Night Blood Road, and the corresponding undead would appear in the Night Blood Road. Although it was not like double death, as long as the battle Gu Shi participated in was counted, but there was no serious omission. This made Gu Shi even less concerned about the Grand Lord's troops. At this moment, in Gu Shi's mind, victory in this battle is only a matter of time. Now that the Great King still has some time to support him, he should drag his main and non-main forces to the battlefield and use the Great King's troops for training. At this time, at the front line, Princess Anna has also moved the command position of the battlefield to between the first and second lines of defense. In Gu Shi's eyes, the current situation is quite smooth, but in the eyes of Princess Anna at the front line, she can feel a sense of oppression that is about to come. Looking at the latest intelligence, Princess Anna couldn't help but sigh. Something seems wrong with the situation. Princess, do you think it's possible that the intelligence we have now is what the enemy has shown us? Lord Three Lions suddenly said. In order to ensure that he could command the entire battlefield smoothly, Princess Anna also transferred 3 of her lords of the Grand Princess Council. The 3 lords plus Princess Anna formed a temporary command center. It can ensure that there are people who can handle all emergencies at all times. And even if something happens, Princess Anna has someone to discuss with. Listening to Lord Three Lions, Princess Anna raised her head and looked at the 3 live stone mirror floating beside her. When Gu Shi left at the beginning, he did not consider that he would be away for so long this time. The number of 3 live stone mirrors left behind is not actually large. The most important thing is that when Gu Shi mana supporting the 3 live stone mirror is used up, and the 3 live stone mirror is not replenished, some of the 3 live stone mirrors will shatter, and disappear on the spot. Now there are only half the number of Sansheng stone mirrors here. The speed of deducing and reporting the war situation information has been significantly slowed down. No wonder Lord Sansheng would say that the piece in front of him might be made by the enemy for Princess Anna to see. Maybe the Grand Lord is preparing some big move at this time. This is a fear of insufficient information. Chapter 1997 The Great Lord's Troops Counterattack. In fact, the worries of Princess Anna and the others are not wrong. Gu Shi has been in action for so many days, and in these days, Gu Shi has killed the Rift Tentacle troops, killed nearly 1 million various ghosts, cultists and the like, occupying an area of nearly 300 kilometers. Even if a person has a slow reaction, he should know that he is being attacked. Not to mention that the Great Lord is not a slow-reacting existence. When Gu Shi used the axe of the sky to cut open the Mirror Underground Palace, the Great Lord reacted immediately, ran to the front of the defense shield, and stared there for more than 3 years. If it weren't for some unexpected reasons, the Great Lord might have discovered Gu Shi attack. However, the Great Lord was also clear-headed at this time. He knew very well what he should do in the current situation. The defense of the Source of the Void was his top priority at the moment. In addition to ensuring the defense of the Void Demon Heart army against the Source of the Void, all the stronger vassal armies nearby were also arranged here to ensure that there would be no problems with the Source of the Void during this period. In addition, 3 of the remaining 4 of the 7 tentacles under the Grand Lord were also transferred. 2 of them turned around and entered the Source of the Void when they passed by it. And only one was taking a detour, squeezing out the vassal army and cannon fodder troops from nearby, preparing to attack Gu Shi's first line of defense from the side. This tentacle troop taking a detour was the fastest among the 7 tentacles. Its full name is the Wind-Breaking Tentacle Troop, also known as the Wind-Breaking Tentacle Clan. Unlike the Rift Tentacle troops that were wiped out by Gu Shi, the source of this tentacle troop is from the Source of the Void. The majority of them are dark purple-skinned orcs who use the power of the Void. Unlike the troops on the human side, these purple-skinned orcs are called tentacle troops, but they don't have any tentacles on the surface. The orc troops of 250,000 are mainly divided into several parts. One part is the cavalry troops riding war wolves transformed by purple light, with a number of about 30,000. Next is the melee troops with battle axes, or hammers, numbering about 100,000. After that is the long-range archer troops, numbering about 50,000, mainly consisting of orc axe throwers and orc spear throwers. The former has a shorter throwing distance, but more ammunition, while the latter has a longer throwing distance, but less ammunition. The magic troops, numbering about 50,000, mainly consisting of warlocks and shamans. The former uses the power of the void to attack, with both corrosion and curse effects, which is a very suitable turret, and the latter uses the power of the void to affect the earth, water, wind and fire, which can attack, defend and replenish blood, which is an all-round jack of all trades. The remaining 20,000 people are beast training troops. There are not many beast men in them. The main thing is that the powerful beasts that can be controlled occupy a lot of positions. There are thunderbirds and black dragons contaminated by the power of the void. There are also war wolves, wild bears and large cats. No matter what kind of animal it is, as long as it is touched by the power of the void, all will become purple and hairless. This 250,000 wind-breaking tentacle troops are placed among the 5 tentacle troops. The strength can be ranked in the top 3. The most important thing is, because they have a comprehensive range of troops, and they move very fast. They are well known as tinkerers under the Grand Lord. Wherever there is a problem, wherever there is a loophole, they will be dispatched. They have done this countless times. Usually, they will directly send the main force to rush ahead, and when they are about to reach the designated location, they will call on the nearby vassal army and miscellaneous soldiers to fill the scene. The force was increased from 250,000 to about 600,000. This time, because most of the vassal troops were transferred to the Source of the Void, only miscellaneous soldiers could be mobilized, and the number was not as large as usual. The total number of troops on both sides was only about 500,000. The orcs did not react much to such a large number of troops. In their eyes, the mission they received this time was very simple. They just found the weakness of the enemy's defense line and led the troops to kill all the way to the defense shield. As long as this route was opened, the initiative would return to the hands of the Grand Lord. At that time, whether they want to kill Gu Shi troops with all their strength, or hold them back to deal with other things, it all depends on the mood of the prince. For such an order, The commander-in-chief of the wind-breaking tentacles has a very natural attitude. This commander-in-chief is a leader at level 27. He is also a purple-skinned orc. But he has many bone spurs with green liquid flowing on his back. And on each bone spur, there is a skull inserted. These skulls are of orcs and humans. And they don't look like they are easy to mess with. He is a shaman. And he controls the power of wind. The reason why the orc army in front of him is called the Wind-Breaking Tentacle Army is because he killed a powerful wind element at the beginning and transformed the power of the wind element into his own power. In the hands of this leader, he controls the power of the wind, and also makes the core of the wind element into an orange quality warhammer, with the blessing of orange equipment, and the control of wind element. This person's movement speed will be much faster than others when leading the team forward. This time is no exception. They knew the situation of Gushi defense line, but they still took the initiative to attack as usual. In their minds, their 500,000 troops directly attacked a point. As long as they broke through the defense line here and gave them a chance to charge in, everything would be simple. At that time, they can use their high-speed mobility to drag Gushi undead troops to fight. They can also use their high-speed mobility to drag Gushi undead troops back and forth to muddy the water behind the defense line. Anyway, before the battle started, the leader of the orc army had already had many follow-up plans in his mind. Even the idea of killing all the way to the defense shield flashed through his mind. But he didn't think about what to do if they couldn't beat Gushi undead troops. Perhaps in the eyes of these orcs, they had no possibility of failure. However, these orcs really didn't expect that Gushi was completely different from the enemies they usually encountered, let alone the troops in Gushi hands. The command hall he had just set up had brought Gushi control over the territory he occupied to the peak. While Princess Anna was still wondering whether the prince was doing something big, Gushi, who was riding in the command hall, had already discovered that some enemies wanted to attack the first line of defense, because there were too many Sanshin stone mirrors that could be used in the command hall. So many that Gushi could waste computing power at will. Before the wind-breaking tentacle troops touched the first line of defense, Gushi had already seen the opponent's attack position. It seemed that he had to try other functions of the command hall in advance. Chapter 1998 Command Hall takes action. Gushi, who was on his way, discovered the enemy's actions at the first time. Gushi decisively sent the floating spirit IKA into the mine pool. With the floating spirit IKA entering, Gushi, who was in the command hall, could contact all the leaders, heroes and leaders in the entire Mirror Underground Palace at the first time. As for conveying the order to each undead, the floating spirit Ikana could actually do it with effort. But Gushi didn't need to do that. He wasn't a micro-manipulator. When he could contact his subordinates, Gushi contacted Princess Anna as soon as possible. Princess Anna, you temporarily stop controlling the battle situation ahead. I will take charge of the operation. Princess Anna, who was still at the front line, was stunned when she heard the sudden message in her mind, and then she agreed. After handing over everything, Princess Anna asked with a curious look on her face, "Sir, where are you now? Do you need to restart the 3-life stone mirror? I'm on my way here now. It will take about 7 days to get to the front line. I made a good thing suitable for commanding on the battlefield. However, when I designed it, there was a small problem. I forgot to install a gate inside. So the situation is a bit awkward. This thing can't move fast. It can only move at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Even if we can keep moving forward, it will take about 7 days to get there. But fortunately, this thing is still very powerful. You have just completed the handover. So come and take a look. If possible, this thing can also be used by you temporarily." Listening to Gushi words, Princess Anna also had an idea. Being able to contact her directly from a far distance, and directly intervene in the command of the frontline battle. This shows that the thing in Gushi hand is quite powerful. Although she didn't know how Gushi did it, Princess Anna was still a little moved. She also wanted to see what was going on. It was unique, and it could be mass-produced. If it could be mass-produced, she would ask Gushi to help her make something similar. After all, this was a huge artifact that could control the entire battle. If she had such a thing, she wouldn't have been so flustered when she was commanding the battle. "Sir, please wait for me. I'll be there right now." Anyway, the command of the front line has been handed over to Gushi, and Princess Anna doesn't have to worry about the safety of the front line. So she took her several lords, rode on the wyvern, and quickly went to the rear. At this time, Gushi had already begun to mobilize the troops on the front line, because he knew the enemy's attack point in advance, and deduced the enemy's strength in advance. Gushi became more calm in mobilizing the troops. He happened to intercept 2 nearby troops that were about to attack, and transferred them to the designated location. The total number of enemies was estimated to be 500,000, of which the stronger troops were about 250,000. The weaker cannon fodder was about 250,000. So if you want to defeat them, you have to cut them apart and fight them separately. It is unlikely to achieve this with only these 2 troops preparing to attack. Gushi thought about it, and finally mobilized the evil skeleton soldiers and the ancient undead troops. Their goal was to confront the enemy's main force head-on and separate the enemy. At the same time, Gushi also sent an order to Amilcar, asking him to lead his troops to the battlefield. He had only one mission, which was to break up the enemy's battle formation at the critical moment of the battlefield. Anyway, the opportunity had been given to Amilcar, and whether he could seize it depended on his own ability. At the same time, Gushi mobilized the Shacking Knights and Shaga light cavalry from the rear to the front line. These 2 types of cavalry are the weakest among the generation of Death Knights under Gushi, because they appeared relatively late, and they were born without large-scale conversion, so they have never been organized. Whether it is the other bloody red or pale white, or the white robe iron cavalry, the Blue Knight at least have the experience of fighting. Only this kind of evil Blue Knight has not had it. They usually only take tasks in the barracks, and improve their combat level bit by bit. This time, Gushi gave the Green Knights and the Bone Light Cavalry a chance. Their target was not the enemy's wind-breaking tentacles, but the cannon fodder troops that came with the wind-breaking tentacles. Against such cannon fodder, the Green Knights and the Bone Light Cavalry were quite useful. The Bone Light Cavalry could be said to be the most suitable knight unit under Gushi to use the horse archery ability at the beginning. As a result, before they could perform well, the limelight was stolen by the mud truck loaded with archers. Now Gushi gave them another chance, letting the Bone Light Cavalry deal with these cannon fodder troops. In this battle, they should grab as much experience as they can. In addition, the Twin Battalion, the Bone Shield Battalion, the Corpse King Mercenary Group, and the Blood Sea Battle Group were also transferred here. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is that Gushi mobilized Nidnika's group of heroes. These heroes are Gushi subordinates, who are specially used to attract the enemy. The troops sent by Gushi before were used to disperse the enemy. But after dispersing the enemy, they must be separated and lured. At this time, the existence of the induction troops is needed. Among Gushi subordinates, there is no more suitable induction troops than them. Gushi has already selected several locations, and set up the ambush battlefield there. As long as the enemy is lured there, more troops can be used for ambush. It can be said that Gushi idea this time is very simple. Charge the enemy's attack head-on, disperse the enemy's troops, and then use the bait troops to lead the enemy to different places. Then use several times the enemy's troops to ambush. No matter how strong the enemy is, Gushi, who has the command hall, can be said to have a good control over the heaven and earth, the terrain, and the people. Gushi believes that he will win this battle no matter how he fights. With such confidence, Gushi's speed of issuing orders is getting faster and faster. Soon, a large net was set up by Gushi, just waiting for the enemy to jump in. At this time, there was a slight movement in the source of the void, and a large amount of land that did not belong to the Mirror Underground Palace was forcibly squeezed out of the source of the void. The situation of these lands was quite strange, and their time flow was completely different. When some lands were squeezed out of the void, the changes of the 4 seasons on the land were visible to the naked eye. After some lands appeared, it can be found that everything on it was obviously much slower than normal. The most important thing is that because too much land was squeezed out, some of the land actually flew towards Gushi front line. At this time, these lands became the biggest threat to Gushi front line. Chapter 1999 Flying Land. Gushi realized something was wrong when the land was about to hit the front line. At that time, Gushi troops had already fought with the wind-breaking tentacles troops. Seeing everything going according to his plan, and the land flying towards the front line, causing the space near the front line to overlap, Gushi gritted his teeth and called Ghost Shadow to bring Princess Anna over. As for Gushi, he temporarily left the command hall and rushed towards the front line. Gushi men can handle other things, but he is afraid that his men cannot handle this sudden appearance of the land. Gushi must go to the front to take a look. Before Gushi set out, he still contacted Princess Anna in advance. He handed back the control of the troops he had just taken back. At the same time, he explained the situation of the command hall to Princess Anna, including how to use the command hall if the situation on the front line was not urgent. Gushi actually wanted to wait until Princess Anna came to the command hall and teach her everything about the command hall before leaving. Gushi couldn't care about so many things now. He asked about the situation in detail, jumped on the evil coffin, and turned around to rush towards the direction of Aridity City. Because the command hall moved slowly, it took him only a short time to rush out of Aridity City. Now it was not the fastest route to rush towards the front line with the evil coffin. For Gushi, the fastest route should be to use the Hearthstone from Aridity City to return to the private house, and then go from the private house to the Hearthstone fireplace that had just been built on the front line. You should know that this fireplace was built 2 days ago. If it weren't for the fact that the command hall had been built long ago, and there was no city gate to drop it at will, it could only be transported into the city of Aridov through the city gate of the Death City. Maybe Gushi would have arrived at the front line long ago. Now the situation is urgent. Gushi can't wait for the command hall. He naturally has to use the simplest way of moving to rush there first. So Gushi quickly returned to the city first, and then transferred. Although the process is a bit troublesome, it has to be admitted that the speed is fast enough. In less than 30 minutes, Gushi had already arrived at the front line of the battlefield. He rushed to the frontline command post set up by Princess Anna between the first and second lines of defense. Because Gushi notified Princess Anna to take over. All the 3 lifestone mirrors that were originally floating here were dispersed. Now only the guard troops temporarily set up by Princess Anna from Aridavida were left here. Gushi only took a look at the Crow soldiers, who were originally responsible for guarding Aridavida. In the past few years, these Crow soldiers have also developed and changed. From the original simple flying spearmen, they have become branch units of Crow soldiers such as flying spearmen, flying archers, and flying messengers. When Gushi came over, they were sorting out things at the frontline command office. Seeing Gushi coming in, some Crow soldiers landed. Sir. Gushi glanced at these Crow soldiers and nodded to them. Don't sort them out yet. Follow me to see the land plot that flew over. Gushi immediately called for people to follow. It was not that Gushi did not have any troops to call. It was just that Gushi happened to meet these Crow soldiers. He did not plan to mobilize other troops, so he simply took the troops left by Princess Anna. For Gushi order, the Crow soldiers had no intention of refusing. All the troops in the city of Aridov belonged to Gushi, and Gushi orders had a very high priority. Hearing Gushi order, the Crow soldiers quickly followed. Gushi also flew into the air, flying towards the direction where the land was flying. There was a lot of land ejected from the source of the void, most of which were complete plains, and sometimes hills or swamps were thrown out. When these lands were flying, it was obvious that there were fluctuations in space. It felt like a lot of rice grains pouring out of a funnel. Some things were directly ejected, and there was no fixed direction at all. It is precisely because of this reason that the speed of these lands flying varies. Some are still flying in the sky, and some are about to land. Some are still in the air, but have lost power, and are stuck in the air and cannot move. Gushi did not want to analyze the situation of these lands at all. In his eyes, he only needed to prevent these lands from crashing into his front line. He did not need to care about the rest. He would come here as soon as he got the news, because he was worried that the flying land would smash the defense line that Gushi had set up with great difficulty. Or he might fly directly behind the defense line and destroy Gushi defense line. If the enemy came out directly from the layered space, it would be a trouble for Gushi. Otherwise, Gushi would not care about the problem of flying land. For Gushi, the flying land here now means that the amount of land he can get later will increase. This is a good thing. As long as these lands do not impact his defense line, then why should he stop them? So all he has to do now is to stop the lands from crashing into his front line. Standing in the sky and looking for a moment, Gushi's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. He stretched out his right hand and hesitated for a moment, and finally used the vision of the fate of the spirit flower to look at the flying lands. Because when Gushi approached the flying lands, he noticed that these lands were more or less stained with some red aura. Although the red aura was quite faint, Gushi could clearly feel that behind these lands, there was a powerful red outfit. Gushi had to see clearly what the enemy was doing. So even though Gushi knew that using the power of fate would cause him some trouble, he still used part of the power of fate. At least Gushi had to see clearly what was behind these lands. Sure enough, when Gushi switched his sight, he saw in a bright purple void A giant composed of stars was grabbing a large number of planets, or lands, from the depths of the void. After that, he stuffed these planets, or lands, into a place similar to a pipe. When there were too many, he would poke it twice with a long sword in his hand. From the movements of the giant made up of stars, Gushi could clearly see that the long sword was a high-level red equipment. However, the things that were usually treated as treasures by players were used like fire sticks in his hands, and were not cared about at all. At the same time, Gushi also discovered that there were more than one pipe stuffed into the planets and lands, and there seemed to be nearly 100. Gushi wanted to take a closer look, but the giant made up of stars seemed to have discovered all this. He looked up and glared in Gushi's direction. Gushi felt his body numb, and the scene in front of him exploded on the spot. Chapter 2000 Stable Space Layering. Buzz. When Gushi saw the picture explode, his brain seemed to be hit hard by a heavy bell. His whole brain was a paste. Blood dripped directly from his facial features. If it weren't for the nether spirit flower protecting Gushi, just that moment just now, Gushi might have been gone. What the hell? Although he just saw a little bit of the picture, but Gushi could fully believe that the giant composed of stars was inextricably linked to the Great Lord. Maybe he is the person behind the Great Lord. These lands were stuffed into this mirror underground palace by him. And according to what Gushi saw at the end, the mirror underground palace, the giant composed of stars, has at least 100 of them. Such a discovery made Gushi speechless. If he kills the Great Lord, will he face this big guy directly? If they really fight, will he have a chance of winning? Think about how this big guy uses the red suit as a firewood stick. You can know how many red suits he has. Can Gushi win? This thought flashed through Gushi's mind, but he immediately shook it off. Fight, why not? I have already made a move. There is no possibility of stopping. The connection between the Great Lord and this person is through the source of the void. Right? After taking down the source of the void, just seal this place first. Just like Gushi used the axe of creation to cut off half of the mirror underground palace, Gushi had to block the source of the void first, to ensure the safety of his own mirror underground palace. When Gushi has the strength, he will go back to deal with the giant made up of stars. With this thought, Gushi's face finally became better. He put this matter behind him, and turned his attention to the flying lands. Although he suffered a little loss just now, Gushi has already figured out the power source of the flying lands. Gushi certainly knows how to stop these lands. These lands have been flying, not because there is something guiding them, but because when these lands were squeezed in, the impact force was too great. As long as these impact forces are resolved, the land will naturally stop. Gushi must have the means to resolve the impact force. After mastering the Griffin Black Throne, Gushi has never used too many functions. Even as the Sky King, Gushi usually only uses its flying ability. But this time it was different. At this time, Gushi stretched out his hands, and a griffin carved from obsidian appeared behind Gushi. The Sky King effect was fully activated, and Gushi's mind naturally had many more ways to use air magic. Gushi did not use all of these air magics. At this time, Gushi only targeted one direction. The relatively niche air magic is the Sky Track. If you are not a person who specializes in air magic and learns everything, almost no one will know the Sky Track spell. This is actually a variant of the atmospheric force field or force field wall. It is to form a U-shaped air track on the face of the person. Things flying from a distance are turned back through this air track. The faster the object flying from afar is, the better the effect of the Sky Track will be. And the land in front of him is also a fast-flying object flying from afar. So the Sky Track can naturally be used here. Looking at the land closest to him, Gushi pointed at that place with the Secret Realm Sword Staff. Sky Track. Then, in front of this land, the air suddenly solidified. Then a blue U-shaped tube that only Gushi could see appeared in front of the land. This U-shaped tube is quite large. It consumed a lot of Gushi energy at once. If it weren't for the Sky King's skills that allowed Gushi to directly have the effects of all magic skills at level 40, perhaps with Gushi level, he would not be able to make a U-shaped tube that swallowed the entire land. Because the Sky Track was placed relatively forward, it could even be said to be placed close to the land. Therefore, when the land flew forward, it directly entered the influence range of the Sky Track. Then Gushi saw that the land flying towards him made a sharp turn in the air, and turned around and flew back the way it came. Behind this piece of land, there is another piece of flying land. The two pieces of land collided with each other, and the driving force that pushed the land to fly was offset. After an explosion, Gushi found that the two pieces of land had all stopped in the air. The space quickly merged with the space of the Mirror Underground Palace. making it a part of the Mirror Underground Palace. Gushi didn't care about these at this time. He was watching the process of these lands and spaces merging into the Mirror Underground Palace carefully. Originally, Gushi couldn't understand this kind of thing. After all, he didn't learn any space magic. The situation in front of him was like a person who had never learned anything watching a chemical experiment directly. And he couldn't see anything at all. But at this time, Gushi unexpectedly found something that he could understand. In Gushi feeling, the overlapping space in front of him was somewhat similar to the Ice Mirror Ghost Prison and Horizontal Thunder Prison that he had arranged outside the Mirror Underground Palace. It's just that this space is more integrated with the Mirror Underground Palace. Even if all the plots are flying in the air, they are integrated with the Mirror Underground Palace. However, Gushi also found that, as the plots are stacked and stabilized, the properties of the plots will slowly be assimilated by the Mirror Underground Palace. This is not as good as the Ice Mirror Ghost Prison and Horizontal Thunder Prison that Gushi arranged outside the Mirror Underground Palace. Those have their own properties anyway. It's just a more three-dimensional maze. Looking at the land that stopped after several collisions, Gushi couldn't help but mutter. After understanding the nature of space layering, Gushi's vigilance against this kind of space layering has been reduced a lot. The appearance of these lands in front of him is not as dangerous as he imagined. As long as the upper land is not allowed to collide with the ground, the appearance of these lands will not have a big impact. Gushi can wait until the impact of the land stops completely before sending troops. Now he just needs to stay on his front line and prevent the land from flying to his front line. After a successful experience, Gushi is full of confidence in dealing with the land flying in front of him. In his mind, if he can succeed once, it means that he has found a way to deal with the land. He no longer cares about the remaining land, as long as Gushi is given enough time. The crisis in front of him can be dealt with. Chapter 2001, The Void with Frequent Accidents. Just when Gushi thought that things would go smoothly this time, from the source of the void, a large amount of land was sent in. This time, the land was no longer what the Great Lord requested. It was some additional attack methods added by the giant composed of stars after he found that Gushi was spying on him. This giant was not a big-minded person. After discovering that someone was spying on him, he chose to fight back immediately. After the fight, he still felt it was not enough. He was getting angrier and angrier. He sent a large amount of land to the Mirror Underground Palace, preparing to give Gushi a hard time. Even the Great Lord didn't know about this matter. It was completely the giant's own idea. As for the reaction of the source of the void, it was not considered by the giant. Anyway, a large amount of land with chaotic attributes was stuffed in, and the powerful impact made the space near the source of the void, which had been stable, chaotic again. The Void Demon Heart Army and the other two tentacle armies guarding the source of the void were the first to be impacted by these lands. Something is wrong. Deploy the Void Distortion Matrix. Can you do it? If not, just get out of the way. Don't get in the way here. I've already told you that you can only go in after the layered space stabilizes. What are you doing rushing in at this time? Are you looking for death? The leader of the Void Demon Heart Army was still in command in the face of the current situation, but the two tentacle armies that rushed over seemed to be dragging their feet. Not only did they not help them at all, but they would cause some problems from time to time, making the Void Demon Heart Army flustered. If it weren't for the already stabilized layered space, there would be some wild monsters that didn't belong to the Lord and needed to be dealt with by the tentacle troops. Maybe the leader of the Void Demon Heart troops would want to drive these people away. They were really too much of a hindrance. But these two tentacle troops had no self-awareness at all. When they saw a troop that didn't belong to the Lord, they would take the initiative to jump out and attack, without even looking at the situation in front of them, whether it was appropriate for them to attack. And the total number of these two tentacle troops exceeded 500,000, plus other vassal troops and miscellaneous soldiers. As long as they charged, the chaos caused would be a big chaos. It would even release the land controlled by the Void Demon Heart Army. Sometimes 2 or 3 pieces of land would collide with each other, and cause a big explosion. The shock wave of the explosion would also push away the originally stabilized space. As a result, the situation here became more and more chaotic. For a time, many lands and spaces were directly blocked near the source of the void. Although this chaos was mainly near the source of the void, it eventually affected Gushi. At this time, Gushi had just turned the direction of a flying land, and was following the first line of defense, checking whether there was any more flying land in the place he had not noticed. Beside Gushi, there were also several Sanshing stone mirrors. providing Gushi with every piece of information about the front line at any time. This time, the change was transmitted by the Sansheng Stone Mirror. With the reminder of the Sansheng Stone Mirror, Gushi was sure that 3 pieces of land were flying towards the first line of defense. Although there were only a few Sansheng Stone Mirrors in front of him, there was no way to accurately calculate the direction of each enemy like in the command hall. But with such a large piece of land flying over, Gushi can still calculate the final landing point and falling time of these 3 pieces of land through the calculation of the Sansheng Stone Mirror. These 3 pieces of land will hit the ground of the first line of defense at almost the same time. After that, the defense line arranged by Gushi will be forcibly broken into 3 places. After that, the battle situation on the front line will become more chaotic. Gushi must not let the land hit his own defense line. So Gushi must deal with these 3 pieces of land as soon as possible. Fortunately, Gushi still has time now. He can deal with it in order according to his current location. He doesn't have to worry about running out of time. As for the method, it is naturally the magic of Sky Track. Anyway, Gushi's current mana is almost unlimited. In addition, he has the Sky King skill of the Griffin Black Throne to support him. At this time, Gushi is considered to be a master of air magic. His understanding of air magic has even exceeded Gushi's understanding of various undead spells. If you say now that Gushi is a great magician of the Chi system, some people will be willing to believe it. The air track used by Gushi is not a difficult magic. At most, the air track used on this land needs to be arranged larger. This is not a difficult task for a master of the Chi system. Now at most, we can place 3 air tracks one after another. As long as the time is staggered, there will be no problem. Gushi handled the first 2 lands quite smoothly. When the air track was arranged, although Gushi had some difficulty, there were no accidents. Under Gushi operation, the 2 sky rails naturally turned back the land that was flying at high speed. After that, the 2 lands collided with some lands behind, causing explosions and space overlap. After the explosion, the land was stable. Even if there were still small pieces of debris flying around, it would not have much impact on the situation on the front line. Such a harvest gave Gushi a great boost of confidence. He did not even take a second look at the land he had just handled, and flew to the last land. When flying over, Gushi was already adjusting his mental power. After all, his mana was not a problem, but his mental power was consumed too much, and Gushi was a little dizzy now. If he didn't adjust well, and if he took a tough action, Gushi was afraid that he would have to do 2 more large-scale sky rails, and his energy would not be able to keep up. Looking up at the land that was still flying in front of him, Gushi looked at his own experience again. The battles in the past few days have greatly improved Gushi's experience. Now that the upgrade standard has been reached, if the energy is really not enough to make up for it, and there is not enough time, then just upgrade to solve everything. This thought flashed through Gushi's mind. After having a backup method, Gushi's flying speed has also increased significantly. After all, having a backup means having the means and confidence to finish the job. Gushi does not have to worry about not being able to handle the things in front of him, which will cause greater trouble. So when he flew to the last piece of land, his movements became much lighter. However, when Gushi approached the land, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There was a loud explosion behind Gushi. It was as if the layered space behind him collided with the land, causing a bigger explosion. The shock wave of the explosion pushed Gushi forward for a distance. At this time, there was also an explosion in the direction of the source of the void, and a huge purple vortex appeared, dragging everything nearby into the vortex. Gushi, who was pushed forward by the shock wave of the explosion, was just within the absorption range of the vortex. Chapter 2002 Self-Preservation and the Channel of Destiny. Damn it! Gushi saw at a glance that something was wrong here. The nether spirit flowers in his hands moved by themselves. A large number of nether spirit petals appeared on their own, protecting Gushi. This was to remind Gushi, find a way to protect himself. Gushi also understood at this time, something big was happening. He controlled the infinite resurrection effect of the nether spirit flowers, while releasing the incarnation of Death Titan. Let them set up layer after layer of defense shields. At the same time, the effects and auras of the Griffin Black Throne were fully activated. The Sky King's skills gave Gushi many different air defense shields. The infinite counterattack effect allowed Gushi to clearly sense where the damage came from. The sky-covering black feather arrows could take the initiative when encountering a small-scale attack, opening a path for Gushi. Anyway, Gushi now used all the methods he could think of to ensure his own safety. As for where he would be dragged by the purple vortex, Gushi didn't care at all. With the City of Death, as long as Gushi could survive, he could come back by himself. What he was afraid of now was that he would not survive until everything was stable. So he strengthened his own defense and used all the means he could. Gushi frantically strengthened his defense effect while arching his body to protect his head, so as not to be hit by something during the process of being sucked in and directly knock others to death. Before Gushi was fully prepared, his body was sucked into the purple vortex. When he was sucked into the vortex, Gushi's eyes blurred again, and he saw the giant image composed of stars again. At this time, the giant seemed to be very angry, and kept stuffing planets or land into the pipe. Every time he stuffed it, he would use the long sword in his hand to poke it twice. As he stuffed it in, it seemed that there were too many planets and land stuffed in. He used the long sword to poke it hard, and it actually blew up the pipe. The explosion blew away one end of the pipe. The giant made up of stars looked at the original location of the pipe in silence, looked at it carefully, thought about it carefully, and finally sighed visibly. As for the pipe that disappeared in its original place, he didn't pay attention to it, at most. He just pretended that it didn't exist. This picture only flashed by, but it made Gushi understand two things. First, what was going on with the purple vortex that rose from the source of the void. Second, why did Gushi get into such trouble? When the effect of fate had not completely dissipated, Gushi once again used the power of fate's choice. Even if he just glanced at it, it also caused the influence of fate. So Gushi suffered a loss in terms of fate again. This giant composed of stars became the knife in the hand of fate, blowing up a channel in his hand and sending Gushi to death. What made Gushi speechless was that fate would jump over to remind Gushi and let him know where he died. What is this? Is it destined to die? Looking at the scene in front of him, Gushi felt extremely unwilling. I won't die here, Before Gushi finished his words, he was filled with a mouthful of wind. Then the scene in front of him disappeared completely. Gushi found that he had been sucked into the center of the vortex. At this time, all around Gushi were various things that were also sucked up. There were the Void Demon Hard troops originally stationed here, 2 tentacle troops under the Grand Lord, and the space that had just stabilized land, and so on. These things kept spinning with the vortex, and occasionally collided with nearby areas. Every collision would eliminate some of the defense shield around Gushi. If Gushi hadn't used the infinite counterattack, and the sky-covering black feather arrows broke through the air, which opened a temporary safe path for Gushi, he might have been killed by the things here before he was sucked into the vortex. After understanding what he was facing, Gushi also chose to save himself. The ability to choose fate was not abused for the time being. For at least a few months, he couldn't use it. But the remaining skills were not restricted. The seeds of the Nether Spirit Flower flew out from Gushi's hands, and fell on the land and space nearby that were spinning with the vortex, and fell on the soldiers, and were even swept away by the vortex, and then dispersed to a farther place. Under Gushi operation, the Nether Spirit Flower had the effect of yin and yang conversion, and turned the space and land nearby that were swept into the underworld. At the same time, the effect of the Nether Spirit Flower attraction was activated, killing the soldiers who were about to be thrown to death in the vortex. Then, through the means of infinite resurrection, these soldiers became Gushi's subordinates, letting them use their bodies to block the impact of various objects in the vortex for Gushi. And when they were hit to death, they would come back to life because of the power of infinite resurrection. In this case, a flower ball composed of space, soil, flesh and blood, defense shield and Nether Spirit Flower slowly formed around Gushi. When this flower ball was formed, it was also when Gushi was sucked into the center of the vortex. At this time, Gushi could no longer see the situation outside. Anyway, he only felt a dizzy spell, he only heard the sound of collisions from outside, and could only feel that the flower ball was constantly being hit. He didn't know where he was sent to, nor did he know if there was a greater danger outside. At this time, Gushi didn't dare to open his side of Destiny Selection randomly, for fear that opening Destiny Selection again would bring him new troubles. Now Gushi could only strengthen his protection city by releasing the Nether Spirit Flower, and use the means of the Griffin Black Throne to open the way. Unexpectedly, Gushi 2 Red Clothes actually found a suitable connection point here. This can be said to be a rather unexpected surprise. Gushi himself didn't feel it at this time. He was still trying to save his life through various means. I don't know how long it took. There was a bang outside the flower ball. Then Gushi felt something vibrate. Then there was no movement outside. Gushi listened carefully for a moment, and then he found that everything seemed to have calmed down. It seemed that it had come to an end. Gushi heart moved, and he pushed his left hand outward, and the gate leading to the city of Aridov appeared behind Gushi. Safe, I can go back. Gushi eyes lit up. When he knew that he was safe, Gushi also became a little curious about the situation outside. At this time, Gushi also wanted to know, where did the passage that the giant composed of stars accidentally open take Gushi to? So Gushi snapped his fingers, and the power of the nether spirit flower spread, and the flower ball formed by it quickly collapsed, revealing the situation outside. A ray of sunlight just shone on Gushi's face. This is Chapter 2003 Weird Place? No Man's Land? This weird sun. Looking up at the sun in the sky, Gushi couldn't help but complain. Gushi was professionally trained. No matter what he encountered, he would not complain unless he couldn't help it. This damn sun in front of him directly broke Gushi's defense. The sun hanging in the sky was like the water red color in the traditional Chinese painting of Xia country. It was not dazzling, but it could illuminate the whole world. If that were all, what really made Gushi complain was that there was actually a smiling face in the sun. Gushi just took a look and immediately lowered his head. He felt that if he continued to look, he would continue to smile like the sun's smiling face, and make some meaningless sounds. But when he lowered his head, Gushi felt that he was not feeling well. In front of him was a green meadow, and there seemed to be some twisted windmills in the distance of the meadow. There was clearly no wind in front of him, but these windmills were turning by themselves. Gushi discovered that as long as he looked at the windmills over there, he would hear some strange noises. It was obvious that in this world, there were twisted weirdness everywhere, especially the sun in the sky, which was the biggest weirdness. Even just standing here, he could feel his skin starting to twist. This weird world was really boring. Gushi roughly understood the situation of the world in front of him. Necromancers may not like this kind of world. Only the Order mages in Qiufeng City like this kind of place, because the weirdness here is a treasure for them. But for necromancers, this place is not good at all. If Gushi had not been affected by this kind of broken place, he would not have come here. After confirming that there was nothing he wanted here, Gushi waved his hand and prepared to leave through the gate of the Death City. But when Gushi contacted the Death City, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Normally, when Gushi contacted the Death City, his main city, Aridov City, would respond first. But at this time, Gushi felt that Black Pole City and activated Giant Rock City responded faster. This means that Black Pole City and activated Giant Rock City are closer to this place. Gushi looked up at the sky and couldn't help muttering, "Damn it, I won't be sent back to the depths of the game." Gushi closed the city gate, flew into the air again, and opened his Huangquan dragon robe to look around. Although the various land veins looked similar on the surface, they were very different to Gushi. Gushi had been to various styles of games, and he had also been to the depths of the game and the real world. He had a very high understanding of the direction of various land veins. The land veins in front of him were fragmented, old, and seemed to be squeezed together. It is obvious that they are drawn from the game and formed by hugging each other. This kind of land vein is most common in the depth of the game. It is also a feature of the depth of the game. Why are the cities built so scattered in the depth of the game? It is because all the land veins are from dead, destroyed, and abandoned games, and finally formed by hugging each other. This kind of land vein is short and chaotic, with a large number of nodes concentrated in one place, and the wild nodes are too scattered. An old driver like Gushi can see it at a glance. So after just a glance, Gushi confirmed his guess. This place full of strange things is deep in the game, but this place may not be occupied by human players. It is very likely to be an uninhabited area that human players have not explored. But I don't know if this is the place occupied by other game races, or if it is a real uninhabited area where even other game races do not exist. Regarding the situation in front of him, Gushi's eyes also flashed a trace of surprise. He didn't care about being sent to the depths of the game. This was what he was least afraid of. Even if there was no Death City, he knew how to return to the real world. What surprised Gushi at this moment was how he was sent here. Judging from the picture he saw at that time, the location of the giant made up of stars should not be in the depths of the game. And the passage he accidentally opened up, there was no reason to bring people directly to the depths of the game. Just when Gushi was puzzled, the ghost flower suddenly dropped a large number of petals. forming a circle around Gushi. Gushi quickly realized that the reason why he deviated from the path and came to this ghost place was probably because of the ghost flower. After all, the ghost flower had escaped from the real world to the depths of the game. Now it was just protecting Gushi along the way. This was definitely easier than escaping from the real world to the depths of the game. With the protection of the ghost flower, Gushi felt that the erosion of the strange power from the outside world had become much weaker. So he simply sat on the ground and rethought. For Gushi, walking was the simplest thing. Although the no man's land in front of him was strange, it did not stop Gushi from opening the gate of the Death City. In other words, Gushi could leave at any time, whether it was to return to the human city deep in the game, or to return to the territory belonging to Gushi deep in the game, or directly to the city of Aridov. There was no problem. With this as a foundation, Gushi's thoughts are different now. At this moment, Gushi is thinking, since we are here, after returning, there is no telling what will happen. Why not just take a look here? After thinking about it, Gushi thinks more and more that there are some good things to find out nearby. Even if there are no good things, since we are here, it is good to take a walk around and see different scenery. These days, Gushi has been busy with the battle against the Great Lord, and the affairs of the command hall, so busy that he doesn't even have time to sleep. Now that it was a rare opportunity to travel, Gushi naturally wanted to go for a walk. It didn't take too long, just half a day, to let Gushi relax. Thinking of this, Gushi put away the city gate that had been opened. Then Gushi looked up at the windmill on the hillside in the distance. The strange windmill was turning by itself without wind. After looking at it for a few more times, Gushi felt that behind the windmill, there were red, purple, yellow and green giants. Those giants were not like the titans in Gushi hand at all. They were all muscular. They were chubby, and looked like 4 huge gourds from a distance. They were holding something in their hands. Because they were too far away, Gushi couldn't see clearly. He only felt that one of them was holding an umbrella, but he was not so sure about the rest. It seems that there is something strange in this wind, Gushi thought to himself, and gave up the idea of using the Sky King to fly. He didn't observe the sun to determine the direction, but released the evil coffin, jumped on it, randomly found a direction, and drove the evil coffin out. Chapter 2004 Almost affected by the weird mind. As the evil coffin ran out, Gushi also had time to observe the surroundings. When Gushi first decided to take a look around this strange space, he thought it would be a Western fantasy or a weird fairy tale style. After all, the sun in the sky and the weird windmill did not look like an Oriental style. But Gushi never expected that. After the evil coffin had only moved a distance, he found that something was wrong. There were too many ruins buried under the green grass. From the exposed bricks and tiles, it can be seen that this place should have been Oriental style. And it was full of fairy spirit. The quality of each brick and tile was above blue. Gushi wanted to transport all the bricks and tiles here back to his own city. This discovery shocked Gushi. He became more curious about this strange no man's land in front of him. However, Gushi did not do what he did before. Seeing a pool of blood on the ground and asking people to dig up the soil, Gushi planned to take another look at them. And after making sure that these things were not dangerous, he would transport these bricks and tiles back to his own city of death. Moreover, Gushi would not send these bricks and tiles directly to Aridov City. Poison Peach Mountain or Shancheng would be more suitable places to store these bricks and tiles. The most important thing now was to look around to see if there were any corpses or wandering strange beings. At least Gushi needed to know what was going on in this place, and why there were so many strange auras gathered together. At this time, Gushi did not realize that, in just such a short period of time, his thoughts had changed. It was not until the 6-lane lamp held in Gushi's left hand lit up, and a ball of flame burned on Gushi's body, that Gushi's eyes became clearer. What a powerful mental influence. Looking at the flame attached to his body, a drop of cold sweat flowed down Gushi's head. He really didn't expect that he was influenced by someone without knowing it. It seems that the immunity effect of the Flame 6 Paths lamp is not as strong as imagined. At least the Flame 6 Paths lamp is not infinitely immune. This time, the one that affected Gushi's mind was probably a special orange equipment for mental attack. Gushi can understand this. After all, the level of equipment is one thing, and whether the equipment is specialized is another. It's like Gushi's Nether Spirit Flower has the ability to choose fate, and it has something to do with the power of fate. As a result, when he really faced that professional red equipment for fate, his fate was easily modified by others. If Gushi hadn't been smart and used the ghost flower to remind himself, His memory might have been erased in the end. Is it true that the ghost flower is not as good as the red suit in the hands of the young man? Of course. It is impossible. It is just the difference between being close to and specialized in. After all, the ghost flower is a red suit for the undead. And the power of destiny is just accidentally close to it. The same is true for the Flame Six Paths lantern. After all, the Flame Six Paths lantern is not a specialized spiritual orange suit. The influence of ordinary spiritual power, Flame Six Paths lantern can be prevented. But when it comes to the effect of specialization, although it can be prevented, it will be affected to some extent. However, Flame Six Paths lantern is still good. Seeing that Gushi mind is about to be changed, it will take the initiative to activate the effect and pull Gushi out of the crisis. At this time, a thought flashed through Gushi mind. When did he change his mind? Was it when he saw the sun? No. Gushi shook his head, and then he realized that it was the windmill that affected other people's minds. When he saw the windmill turning there before, he felt attracted. The four giants that appeared near the windmill later proved it all. Gushi thought it was just his illusion at first, but now he thinks that the influence on the mind may have started when he looked at the windmill. There should be an orange quality mind equipment at that windmill. Gushi, who understood this, could not help but look at the windmill again. Before, because he knew that the windmill was strange, he did not look at the windmill in detail. Now it is different. When Gushi looked at the windmill, he directly used the Flame Light Six-Path lamp to protect himself, and activated the Soul Spirit Holder. Under this double protection, Gushi looked at the windmill seriously. The windmill in front of him was not the kind of windmill with a mill, but the windmill that he made with a light when he was a child. Magnified many times, and stuck in the ground. Before, when Gushi didn't pay much attention, he felt that the windmill was spinning all the time, and it looked a little strange. But now, when Gushi paid attention, he found that when the windmill was spinning, it was constantly emitting a rainbow-colored powder. These powders have many colors, but they are quite fine. When they are blown out by the wind, they disappear directly into the air. Normal people will not notice the situation of these powders at all. But as long as they notice it, they will have a feeling that these powders are a bit like magic spores. No wonder I saw four giants. I must have seen little people dancing at that time. Gushi thought while launching a gas spell, and put on an air shield for himself. This air shield is a force field spell, which is mainly used to prevent the user from inhaling poisonous gas. It is the nemesis of poisonous fog spells. Gushi had never thought that he would use this trick after all. The necromancer himself played with poisonous gas. As a result, he had to use an air shield to protect himself now, which was really embarrassing for the necromancer. But Gushi was not stupid. He certainly could not ignore the useful targeted tactics. He would just go ahead and resist. That would be pure stupidity. After opening the air shield, Gushi used the flames of the six-path flame lamp to burn off the abnormality on his body. Then he jumped onto the evil coffin again and headed towards the windmill. With the protection of the air shield and the flames burning on his body, Gushi was not affected by the power of the mind this time. When he looked towards the windmill, he did not see the four huge figures dancing there. On the way there, no messy thoughts appeared in Gushi's mind. However, Gushi noticed that he still underestimated the weirdness of this area. The windmill was clearly in front of him. But when Gushi went there, he felt that he could never get close. Even if Gushi increased the speed of the evil coffin to the highest, it was useless. It seemed that when the evil coffin was running, the earth was running with it. This was the third weirdness that Gushi found after entering here. The weirdness from the earth. Chapter 2005 Under the Strange Windmill. You can't move normally on the ground. Right? Then just go underground. Gushi slapped the lid of the evil coffin, and the lid flew up immediately, revealing the inside of the evil coffin. The orange necklace of earth fruit that Gushi got when he fought the multi-armed bear player before is still soaked in the blood bottle. So many days have passed, and this orange necklace has been unbound long ago. But Gushi has never taken it out to use. It was different now. Gushi, who could not move to a specific position on the ground, needed a way to move underground. In this way, the earth fruit became a good choice. Go underground. Gushi opened the blood bottle and poured out the earth fruit that was still soaked in it. Then he put it in the equipment slot inside the evil coffin. As the earth fruit was put in, Gushi noticed that the number of equipment slots inside the evil coffin had obviously increased. From the original 12 slots, it became the current 24 slots. It seems that with the placement of the earth fruit, the effect of the earth fruit has been activated. At the same time, Some soil quickly covered the surface of the evil coffin, making the evil coffin look like it had just been dug out from the ground. It's done. Seeing the changes in the evil coffin, Gushi knew in his heart that the effect of the earth fruit had been activated. At this time, Gushi was relieved. The reaction of the Flame 6 lanterns just now made Gushi understand that the strange strength in the no man's land in front of him was relatively strong. But no matter how strong they were, they could not be resisted by the orange suit. In addition to allowing people to sneak underground, the earth fruit can also allow people to sneak without being discovered. Now this function is applied to the evil coffin, and the effect is the same. In fact, because of the evil coffin, the stealth effect can be improved a little bit. Isn't the earth weird? Can't it stop others from moving forward? Then let them see if you can stop the movement underground. After closing the lid of the evil coffin again, Gushi sat on the evil coffin again. The evil coffin began to accelerate forward again, and the speed increased step by step, and finally reached the level of Mach 7. However, the windmill in front of it was still not far away, and no matter how hard the evil coffin rushed, it could not get close. At this time, Gushi did not care. He just glanced at the position of the windmill, and the center of gravity of the evil coffin sank downward, and it plunged directly into the soil. After diving into the soil, Gushi naturally no longer saw the shadow of the windmill in front of him. But Gushi had already locked the target, and the ability of the evil coffin to automatically navigate was not to be underestimated. As long as the target is locked, there will be no mistakes. In addition, with Gushi navigation skills, even if he sneaks underground, Gushi does not think he will go to the wrong place. Therefore, even if he enters the underground, the speed of the evil coffin does not decrease, and it still reaches the level of Mach 7. Gushi calculated the speed and time of advancement in the dark underground, and used this to calculate how far the evil coffin moved underground. This method is much better than directly staring at the windmill. When he was underground, Gushi also saw many buildings buried layer by layer. Most of these buildings were in Eastern style. Although they were dilapidated, they still gave people a distinctly different feeling. Some of the buildings were full of gloomy atmosphere. Some were full of fairy spirit, and some were full of Shinto majesty. When he saw these buildings, Gushi was somewhat moved, but he was not in a hurry to check the condition of these buildings. In Gushi's eyes, he had to deal with the strange situation in front of him first. After clearing the strange means here, he could develop here in any way he wanted. So Gushi only set his target on the windmill. Soon, according to Gushi's calculation, the location of the windmill had arrived. Without Gushi's order, the evil coffin floated up by itself. As the evil coffin floated up, Gushi felt a special force coming from the earth, trying to push the evil coffin back. Because he had been moving on the ground before, this strange backward push of the earth always existed, and the push distance was not much. So Gushi did not have such a feeling. The evil coffin was inexplicably tricked when it was moving forward. But the situation in front of him was different. The evil coffin had already run a considerable distance. The earth pushed the evil coffin back again, and Gushi could naturally feel it. Stop! Gushi immediately understood the strange operation principle of the earth. Under Gushi's command, the evil coffin immediately changed from the speed of Mach 7 to the parking state. The strong inertia almost threw Gushi out. Fortunately, the evil coffin itself was in good condition. At least it could ensure that there would be no problems when it stopped suddenly. So Gushi was not thrown out all of a sudden. As expected, as the evil coffin stopped, the backward thrust disappeared. Gushi looked up, and a smile flashed in his eyes. He was standing less than 50 meters in front of the windmill. Before, it was far away, and Gushi could only see the windmill on the hill. Now standing in this position, Gushi realized how big the windmill in front of him was. This windmill is more than 200 meters high, and the diameter of the base and the bottom column is at least 50 meters. The bottom column is silver gray, and it looks like it is made of metal. On the surface of the bottom column, there seems to be something painted. Gushi looked carefully and found that some little people appeared in front of him and danced there. The person holding the mind dark lamp, who found something wrong, stood in front of Gushi and blocked his sight. Gushi also closed his eyes quickly. He understood that the person who built this windmill had used all kinds of hypnotic methods to the extreme. Not only did the things blown out of the windmill have strange power, even the surface of the windmill's pillars had strange methods. It was not easy to calm himself down. Gushi raised his head. At this time, the holder of the mind dark lamp was standing in front of Gushi, trying to stand straight. It was obvious that as the holder of the mind dark lamp, he could feel how strong the power and methods of affecting the mind in the windmill were. Although the soul dark lamp has reached the orange level due to the orange dagger it devoured the octopus head last time, it is still within the influence range of the flame light 6 paths lamp. Although it can exert all the effects of the orange equipment, it is still a little lacking in essence. It is not obvious at ordinary times, but when it really faces the equipment of the same level, the soul dark lamp can't stand it. After discovering this situation, Gushi stretched out his hand and pressed on the back of the person wearing the soul dark lamp. Gushi Fox Eye Ring was activated, and a part of the spiritual power was mobilized from the Fox Eye Ring and injected into the soul dark lamp. With this power, the soul dark lamp held in the hands of the person wearing the soul dark lamp emitted a bright light, breaking another spiritual barrier for Gushi, allowing Gushi to face the tall windmill in front of him. Chapter 2006, Targeting the Strange Attack. The windmill at this time was different from what we had seen before. The original silver-gray windmill pillars turned black. It looked like rocks in the snow, emitting a radiation-like aura. On the black pillars, eyes were carved one after another. For some reason, when Gushi looked at these eyes, he always felt that they were like fox eyes. Gushi looked down at the fox eye ring in his hand, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. This windmill is not made of killing stones. As soon as this thought came up, Gushi's face became solemn. Although Gushi no longer cares about some situations now, Gushi has never forgotten the White Silk Festival. The feeling of Gushi, who was less than level 5 at that time, when facing the level 20 Tian Dao Bai de Guanyin. Nor has he forgotten the excitement when he got his first orange outfit. Even more, he has never forgotten, Gushi always thought in his heart, when his level was raised, he would find a way to return to the world of the White Silk Festival, to find the killing stones scattered there. Because in each killing stone, there will be an orange equipment related to the Fox Eye Ring. A regular 9-piece orange equipment combination set. When Gushi first got the Fox Eye Ring, he didn't know what this 9-piece orange equipment combination set, or the game standard combination set, represented. But now, Gushi would understand that the nine-tailed divine power could be a powerful red equipment if it was really combined. One piece is at least equivalent to 2.5 pieces. It's just that everyone knows this kind of combination set. Compared with a combination set like the Griffin Black Throne, the situation is completely different. As long as the direction of the Griffin Black Throne is right, it can be combined if you really want to. But it's different for the nine-tailed divine power. The nine-tailed divine power must find the correct set, and it is considered complete only when all 9 pieces are collected. If one piece is missing, the attributes are wrong, the quality is wrong, and the whole set cannot be combined. For example, it has been so many years since Gushi got the Fox Eye Ring, and he still doesn't know where the second nine-tailed divine power set is. Now, I have found clues of the nine-tailed divine power suit in such a place. Gushi's eyes lit up. It seems that destiny is in my hands. Thinking of this, Gushi's eyes widened. He waved his hand. Naiha Bridge appeared under his feet. Standing on the Naiha Bridge, all kinds of weirdness would not affect Gushi so easily. Then Gushi waved his hand again. 500 liches quickly appeared on the battlefield. They quickly surrounded the windmill in front of them, preparing to use the dead wizard force field here. Gushi himself was not sure what other strange means there were in the windmill. He had to use this method first, to occupy the land near the windmill first. After all, dealing with weirdness was not Gushi's specialty, but catching ghosts was his specialty. As for the idea of dealing with weirdness, Gushi only knew one thing, that is, he could not follow the weirdness, and he could not follow the rules of the weirdness. Although many powers of the weirdness are above the rules. But if you follow the rules, it is equivalent to jumping into the home court of the weirdness. They have countless ways to let you slowly accept the weird rules. The correct way to deal with weirdness should be to ignore everything. Drag the weirdness to your home field, and use the home field advantage to deal with the weirdness. This operation method is like when Gushi can't kill the 100-headed dragon. Isn't it the first time to send the 100-headed dragon to the Ice Mirror Ghost prison? For such a large windmill in front of you, this method must be used. Although this windmill cannot be attacked, Gushi is not without a solution. The blood sacrifice to the underworld method I just learned from Cui Xian can be used now. First, turn the place where the windmill is located into the underworld, and then turn it into its own ghost prison. If the windmill is not obedient, then directly use the yin-yang transformation of the nether spirit flower. Gushi didn't believe that there could be a set of nine-tailed divine power in the windmill. As long as the windmill is set to the underworld, it is equivalent to being in Gushi territory. Gushi wants to find someone to dismantle the windmill. and he wants to dismantle it in any way. That's all up to him. After Gushi sent out the 1,500 liches, the windmill seemed to have discovered something. The pillars of the windmill did not change, but the windmill itself kept turning. A large amount of powder like a rainbow fell from the sky and landed on the liches. Gushi saw that the windmill still wanted to resist, but that was not possible. He held the nether spirit flower in one hand and the griffin black throne in the other, and the two powers were activated at the same time. The seeds of the nether spirit flower fell to the ground, and new nether spirit flowers quickly grew, accelerating the yin and yang transformation of the land near the windmill. The Sky King effect of the griffin black throne blew up the falling powder. Even if it couldn't be blown back to its original position, it had to blow the powder away and prevent it from getting close to the lich. With Gushi protection and acceleration, the speed at which the liches dealt with the dead wizard force field was significantly improved. Soon Gushi could clearly feel that the ground nearby began to be filled with yin chi. Gushi was not idle at this time either. He raised his hand and released a skill such as yin chi envelopment, trying to cover the entire windmill. At this moment, Gushi suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was obvious that something had been targeting Gushi. However, Gushi did not look back at this time, nor did he think about whether there was something behind him. In Gushi's mind, in a strange place, it is absolutely impossible to turn back, because turning back is the hardest hit area of the strange. When encountering strange, turning back 10 times often means dying 8 times. The nether spirit flower has the effect of unlimited resurrection, but Gushi does not have the ability to revive infinitely. Facing the current situation, the most correct choice is to activate the ability of infinite counterattack, and then combine infinite counterattack with the sky-covering black feather arrow. Then Gushi did not care about the things behind him. When he came, Gushi had already discovered the effect of infinite counterattack, a move that he did not think highly of. Combined with the sky-covering black feather arrow, infinite counterattack can directly lock the enemy who wants to attack before the enemy attacks. It's okay if the opponent does not move, but as long as he moves. Sorry. You hear a whoosh in the sky. Does it sound like the death knell for you? Gushi is using this method now. Whoever wants to attack him, the black feather arrows in the sky will shoot down directly. If one shot doesn't work, then 2 shots will do. It will make sure that the strange person who attacks Gushi will know what a strike from the starry sky means. After arranging all this, Gushi's eyes turned to the windmill in front of him. As the concentration of yin chi in the land increased, Gushi understood that the time for yin and yang transformation had come. Now he could take action. Chapter 2007 Purple Storm. Yin and yang transformation. Gushi made a move and tore off a piece of land in front of him. But this time the land torn off covered a much smaller area. Before, Henglei prison could be called a prison, but the underworld torn off in front of him could not even be called a prison. The total area was more than 2,000 square meters, which was about 50 meters in diameter when calculated as a circle. For such a small area, Gushi would not even look at it more than once, because if he walked faster, he would have already run from one end of the open space to the other. But this time it was different. Gushi had such a small piece of land, but it had a windmill over 200 meters high. And this windmill was a weird one. What is this called? It is called that a mountain is not high, but it is famous because of the immortals. By tearing off this piece of land, Gushi had captured this weird windmill. Gushi immediately sent the land in front of him to the vicinity of the Mirror Underground Palace, preparing to suppress it first. Unexpectedly, Gushi sent the land he had just torn off, and felt that something was wrong. At this time, from Gushi's perspective, looking at the Mirror Underground Palace, it seemed as if the Mirror Underground Palace was entangled by a purple storm. Although this storm was not very destructive, it had been circling around the periphery of the Mirror Underground Palace. This situation made Gushi's eyes condense. He took a serious look and found that the purple storm was sprayed from the Great Lord's side, and tore open the sky curtain on the Great Lord's side, and flew outside the Mirror Underground Palace. It was obvious that this was the destruction caused by the previous giant composed of stars. I just don't know if the storm in front of me is controlled or uncontrolled. Is it getting stronger and stronger? Or is it just this big? Anyway, the existence of this storm must have caused some trouble to Gushi Expeditionary Force. At least the idea of attacking from the source of the void is not feasible. And Gushi noticed that although the purple storms are now hovering over the Great Lord, their movement range has been expanding. They are even slowly approaching Gushi. This also brought some minor troubles to Gushi. Because Gushi Ice Mirror Ghost Prison and Horizontal Thunder Prison are attached to the outer periphery of the Mirror Underground Palace. That is to say, when the purple storm moves to Guxi's side, it may bring a devastating blow to these two places. Guxi didn't want the purple storm to destroy what he had finally obtained. He also didn't want to have no place to put the underworld ghost prison he obtained in the future. So the purple storm in front of him must be dealt with. And now, Guxi thought about it seriously, and made a decision to send the ultra-small underworld land he had just obtained to the half that belonged to the Great Lord. As Guxi made his move, the land that had just been torn off from the strange land in front of him was stuck together with the space wall of the Mirror Underground Palace on the Great Lord's side, because the land was too small. But there was a very high windmill. From Guxi's current perspective, it was like a nail was driven into the Mirror Underground Palace. The most important thing is that Guxi chose a good location, which was exactly where the purple storm was moving. When Guxi stuck this part of the netherworld land to the outer wall of the Mirror Underground Palace, the purple storm was directly attracted by the netherworld land and began to blow towards this side. The windmill that was originally rotating there automatically was now blown by the strong wind. At this time, Guxi also witnessed the power of this purple storm. The windmill that was originally more than 200 meters high did not hold for a moment, and was directly blown away by the purple storm bit by bit. This situation also surprised Guxi. He understood more clearly how strong the purple storm that had been hovering outside the Mirror Underground Palace was. Guxi thought about it, and an idea came into his mind. He jumped out of the Niha bridge, and landed on the evil coffin, and at the same time connected the windmill netherworld land that had just been torn off with the Niha bridge. The purple storm was guided by the Niha bridge at the first time, and blew out of the Niha bridge. And Guxi also borrowed the effect of the Sky King, and began to arrange something called a wind channel. I have to admit that the Sky King, the master of the air system, is still very powerful. All air system magic, whether mainstream or non-mainstream, whether popular or niche, or even never seen before, can be done as long as there is an idea. When Guxi first nailed the windmill there, his idea was not so clear. He just wanted to borrow the power of the purple storm to eliminate the weirdness of the windmill. After all, the power of the purple storm in front of him is visibly strong. As long as the windmill is ground into powder, it will be a good thing for Guxi, because orange equipment is indelible. As for things that can be erased, they are unimportant. As a result, the effect of the purple storm is so good that Guxi has some different ideas. He wants to lead the purple storm to this strange place in front of him. As for the method of leading it, it is to nail the land on the outer wall of the Mirror Palace, connect the Niha bridge in front of the position and the underworld land, and the wind duct that Guxi just released. This wind duct magic is used to guide the wind, and its effect is somewhat similar to the sky track used by Guxi. However, the wind duct in front of him is not as big as the sky track. As long as the thumb-sized wind duct is used, it can change the direction of movement of a super typhoon. This is basically a way of thinking that uses a little to achieve a great result. Guxi is using this method to lead the purple storm out from the periphery of the Mirror Underground Palace, and then put the purple storm into this strange space in front of him. After releasing the wind channel, Guxi quickly retreated. What was the situation of this purple storm? Guxi only saw it from some angles. How strong the wind was, Guxi had no idea. At the same time, the place in front of him was full of weirdness. Guxi was not sure whether there would be any counterattack after being hit by the purple storm. Anyway, it was better for Guxi to stay away. At least Guxi did not plan to stay in the range of the purple storm. What if this purple storm really cannot be controlled and Guxi is swept into it? As Guxi retreated, the purple storm was like countless flying knives, making a whistling sound and blowing towards the land in front of him. Guxi stood far away, without looking, just listening to the sound. Guxi knew that the wind force of the purple storm in front of him was at least level 20. Such wind force can blow people, even houses here, directly into the sky, driven by the purple storm. A large amount of soil and bricks were lifted up, turning into a larger dark brown wind mass, blowing away. Chapter 2008 gains after the storm ended. The purple storm blew for 3 days and 3 nights. And Guxi also guided it for 3 days and 3 nights. Guxi stopped guiding it only after there was no trace of the purple storm outside the Mirror Underground Palace. After more than 3 days of guidance, Guxi had a deeper understanding of air magic. He felt that even if he did not have the Griffin Black Throne, his understanding and operation of air magic were much stronger than the fire magic he mastered. Guxi believed that if he continued like this, he could use his own abilities to perform several cheer-related moves. Flying magic, chain lightning, etc. It can be said that Gushi was tired this time. But he gained a lot. When all the purple storms were transferred from the outer perimeter of the Mirror Underground Palace to the uninhabited area in front of him, the strong winds blew for 2 whole days before they subsided. During these 2 days, it was enough for Gushi to have a good rest and sort out everything. The windmill that served as the transfer point of the purple storm was blown away on the first day of the purple storm. At the same time, because the purple storm was taken away, the situation at the source of the void became clear. Gushi took advantage of the 2 days of rest to contact Princess Anna at the front line and got some good news. During the few days when Gushi disappeared, Princess Anna controlled the battle at the front line through the command hall while looking for a way to break the chaos at the source of the void. As a result, before she found her method, the chaos on the void source side was led away by Gushi, allowing Princess Anna to seize the opportunity and push the defense line nearly 1,000 kilometers in one fell swoop. It can be said that Gushi has now occupied 1/3 of the Grand Lord's territory, and the front line of the battlefield has almost reached the Grand Lord's apple forest. However, there is also a bad thing here. The Void Demon Heart Army and the 2 Tentacle Army on the Void Source side all died in the chaos caused by the Purple Vortex, and in the later Purple Storm. It has nothing to do with Gushi. Gushi can't take advantage of it. At the same time, because of the previous vortex, explosion and chaos, the source of the void was directly blown flat. Now, at the original location of the source of the void, there is only a big pit left, and nothing else. It can be said that when taking down the source of the void, Gushi got nothing. Regarding this situation, Gushi didn't say much. After all, Gushi experienced the situation at that time personally. At the same time, he also dealt with the purple storm from the source of the void, and knew how powerful that thing was. It is normal that everything in the original source of the void is completely wiped out. If there is something left, then Gushi will definitely doubt whether those things are of orange quality or above. Just like the orange suit left in the original windmill underworld this time. Just as Gushi guessed, the windmill grew automatically based on the killing stone that sealed one of the 9-tailed divine power kits. After the purple storm blew for 3 days and 3 nights, the windmill was blown away directly, but the killing stone was still in this underworld. Everything sealed in the killing stone was also kept quite intact. In a space of more than 2,000 square meters, there was only a piece of stone left, emitting a trace of evil spirit and resentment. As long as it was not as hard as the killing stone, and not as strong as the orange equipment sealed inside, it would be impossible for anything to survive under the multiple cleansings of the void vortex, space explosion, and purple storm. It was a good ending to leave a big pit here instead of digging through the ground of the Mirror Underground Palace. Gushi couldn't force anything anymore. After all, the destructive power of the previous storm was too strong. So Gushi just learned about the situation here, and then handed it all over to Princess Anna. After all, Princess Anna had already mastered the use of the command hall at this time, and had also taken over the battle on the front line. Because of the powerful function of the command hall, even if Gushi was not on the front line, he could know the situation on the front line at the first time. Now the Great Lord has not appeared yet, and the troops under the Great Lord also suffered a lot of losses in the previous explosion and chaos. Princess Anna can handle all the situations in front of her. Gushi is also happy to let Princess Anna grow up. As for Gushi himself, after sleeping for a day and a night, he reopened the Naiha Bridge and prepared to deal with the killing stone left in the miniature underworld. When Gushi introduced the purple storm before, he was thinking that orange equipment is not easy to wear out. Not to mention one of the 9-tailed gods' kits, which should be regarded as a fragment of red equipment. After the storm, it will definitely stay. He can just go in and pick it up. The space of more than 2,000 square meters is not too big, and the orange equipment is so obvious that he can get it by just looking at it. But he never expected that he would encounter such a situation. Not only was the orange equipment not ground by the purple storm, but even the killing stone was completely preserved. This time, Gushi didn't have to look for it anymore. After all, such a large stone was located in the center of the space, emitting such strong evil spirit and resentment, and even began to pollute the surrounding environment. How could Gushi not see it? After actively entering this small space through the Naiha Bridge, Gushi did not go to the killing stone immediately, but raised his right hand and released many nether spirit flowers in the direction of the killing stone. These nether spirit flowers floated towards the killing stone in the form of petals. When they fell, Gushi could clearly see that the color of the nether spirit petals changed from the original blue and white color to a gray-black color. This color obviously felt like it was filled with evil spirits. However, the ghost flower did not stop there. A large number of ghost flowers fell on the killing stone. Every time a piece fell, it caused some damage to the killing stone and carved a scar on the surface of the killing stone. Although the scar was not big, it was extremely destructive to the killing stone. The story of water dripping through the stone is understandable to everyone. There are so many ghost flowers in front of us, and every piece that falls can scratch a scratch on the killing stone. It won't take many pieces for the killing stone to be worn through, and the existence sealed inside will be released naturally. Then it will be time for Gushi to harvest the orange equipment. As more and more nether spirit flower petals fell on the killing stone, the size of the killing stone became smaller and smaller. There were more and more nether spirit flowers on it. Finally, with a crackling sound, the killing stone, which was originally unaffected by the purple storm, actually shattered, revealing a black figure inside. Chapter 2009, dealing with the killing stone. As soon as this figure appeared, Gushi felt a strong evil spirit filling the entire space in front of him. He had only one thought in his mind: to kill all the living things around him. At this moment, the man with the soul dark lamp appeared in front of Gushi, and at the same time, the flame of the flame 6 paths lamp ignited on Gushi's body again, pulling Gushi out of the chaos. Gushi, who woke up, pointed at the black figure immediately. Swish! A black feather arrow fell from the sky and hit the black figure's forehead, pinning him to the ground. In order to prevent any accidents, Gushi even threw a few more black feather arrows, trying to pin the black figure to the spot. But Gushi never expected that. Even if he was more vigilant, he still gave the black figure a chance. After 4 or 5 black feather arrows, the black figure not only did not die, but retreated further and further with the attack of the black feather arrows, and was about to escape from the range of space. At this moment, Gushi's face condensed. This situation was not a good thing. Let's not talk about whether this guy took anything away. Even if this guy didn't take anything, Gushi couldn't let him escape like this. This was a loss at Gushi's hands. If he recovered his fighting power and came back to trouble Gushi, Gushi would not be able to resist. So he couldn't let him escape like this. Gushi's heart moved slightly, and the effect of the Sky King was activated. A gust of strong wind blew on the black figure, trying to drag him back to the battlefield. But Gushi never expected that this black figure could actually use air magic. And his attainments in air magic were better than Gushi, who had mastered air magic through the Griffin Black Throne. The strong wind that Gushi borrowed could not move the black figure at all. After the wind blew, Gushi realized that the black figure in front of him was most likely the source of the windmill's strange power. Gushi had already understood that the windmill transmitted mind control through the wind. At this time, he forgot about this situation and wanted to use wind to deal with this black figure. This was a waste of a good opportunity. After discovering this situation, Gushi immediately made adjustments. The chi system cannot be used to deal with the enemy, and the black feather arrow cannot kill the enemy. So Gushi has other abilities. Death Incarnation. Under Gushi operation, a large number of death incarnations appeared around him. These death incarnations are a combination of bone dragons and death gods. It is obvious that Gushi is going to use the nuclear bomb machine gun method. This method is actually the most suitable one at the moment, because the space in front of us is not actually that big, an area of more than 2,000 square meters. It may not even be able to withstand a single death explosion. Not to mention using nuclear bombs and machine guns to sweep everything here back and forth. Gushi had no intention of letting the black figure go this time. He really used nuclear bombs and machine guns to clean the ground this time. When Gushi was ready to go all out, the black figure also clearly felt a little uneasy. When he failed to escape from this space, he actually made a strange move. He stretched out his hand and pulled on his chest, and actually pulled a huge hole in his chest. Then he touched his chest, took out some mushroom-like things, and threw them on the ground. Although Gushi didn't know what he wanted to do, but this extremely weird behavior has made Gushi alert enough. All his actions now, Gushi didn't want the other party to realize them. When the man threw the mushroom down, Gushi raised his hand, and the petals of the nether spirit flower were wrapped around his hand. At the same time, a large number of nether spirit flower petals flew into the hole torn in the black figure's chest with the wind. After these nether spirit flower petals flew in, they quickly took root and sprouted, and absorbed the power of the black figure. Of course, This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the mushroom in the black figure's hand was swallowed by the nether spirit flower. Regardless of what the effect of this thing is, it has not been used now anyway. At this time, Gushi nuclear bomb machine gun was also stopped. Under such an attack, Gushi took the lead and retreated to the Naiha bridge. Then, this space that had just been baptized by the purple storm for 3 days was hit by the nuclear bomb machine gun from Gushi Death Incarnation. In the end, the entire space was obviously supported and cracked in front of Gushi. Under such an attack, the black figure was finally unable to dodge all the attacks like he had dodged the black feather arrow before. The explosion turned the black figure into black liquid. Then the black liquid was blown into black powder. When all the nuclear bomb machine gun attacks subsided, it was not over yet. When the black figure turned into black powder, this space finally exploded. The space of more than 2,000 square meters quickly shrank and collapsed. Finally, only a bang was heard. The whole space was blown up. Gushi, standing on the Naiha bridge, looked at everything in front of him and shook his head. Under such an explosion, if the black figure could still be alive, then when he came to take revenge again, Gushi would accept it. When Gushi shook his head, some petals of the nether spirit flower floated out from the location where the space exploded just now, and a flower path composed of nether spirit flower petals appeared in the void, connecting to Gushi Naiha bridge. In the flower path, a flower ball the size of a human head rolled towards Gushi. Gushi stretched out his hand, and the flower ball jumped into Gushi's hand by itself, and quickly decomposed, revealing the things inside. This is the flower ball composed of the petals of the nether spirit flower that Gushi released earlier. When this thing exploded just now, it turned itself into the underworld and avoided the attack. Before that, the petals poured into the chest of the black figure, and snatched what it wanted from the black figure. If Gushi hadn't felt that the nether spirit flower had obtained the corresponding item, Gushi wouldn't have used the nuclear bomb machine gun so wildly, and finally even blew up this space. As the spirit flower ball opened, Gushi also saw several things inside. Among these things, there was the nine-tailed god's kit that Gushi had thought of. And there were some other things. There were 7 or 8 of these things in total. It seems that after the killing stone turned into a windmill, it still collected some good things. Gushi was quite curious about these items. However, despite his curiosity, Gushi immediately found the nine-tailed god's kit from these items. A nine-tailed whip made of white fur, yellow silk thread, black bones and red fangs. Chapter 2010 Orange Equipment Nine-tailed whip. The nine-tailed whip that Gushi picked out was not very good looking. The 9 whips were long and short, and the colors were different, and had a strange twisted feeling. When he took this thing in his hand, Gushi heard a ding in his ear. You got the orange equipment, nine-tailed whip. Then the information about this strange long whip appeared in front of Gushi. Nine-tailed whip, orange, one-handed weapon, unowned, can be soulbound. Binding requires 3 soul questions. After equipping, all troops under the player, attack +1, defense +1, self-hypnotic or crazy effects when attacking. Equipment requirements, strength 10. Special 1. Nine-tailed divine power, one of the kit combinations. Collect all 9 kits. Can be combined into the nine-tailed divine power kit. After the kit is completed, you can automatically master all mind spells, all levels 20. All troops under the player are immune to the influence of mind spells. Special 2. Wind twist. Consume 500 mana. Put the influence of the mind into the wind. Bring indestructible attack damage to the enemy. The influence range starts from 20 kilometers. Brings damage starting from 15 points per second. The effect of the mind influence is improved. Special 3. Mind blade. Can find the flaws in the enemy's mind. Launch a mental attack on the enemy. All the damage caused by the mental attack will be reflected on the body. Before one party dies in battle, the participants cannot escape the influence of the mental attack. Special 4. Mind deception. After equipping orange equipment, you can deceive the orange equipment wearer. Let him think that he is not equipped with purple equipment. In this way, all the negative effects of purple equipment are eliminated. Explanation 1. According to legend, a master killed a nine-tailed fox, and made her body into a set of 9 pieces. If you can collect all the equipment, you can get all the power of the nine-tailed fox. Explanation 2. A set composed of 3 orange equipment may be red, so what about 9 pieces? Looking at the properties of the nine-tailed whip in front of him, Gushi knew that this nine-tailed whip was one of the nine-tailed divine power kits he was looking for. At the same time, Gushi discovered a problem. Other orange equipments are eager to add all their special functions, as useful as possible, as powerful as possible. But the first special attribute of the Nine-Tailed Divine Power set is the Nine-Tailed Divine Power, which directly tells others that this set has 9 pieces in total, and after all are collected, it can form a complete set. This is because they are afraid that others don't know that there is a problem with this set combination. Right? Normal people have never seen red equipment, and may not have any ideas. But players who have received red equipment can see the problem at a glance. Gucci was also stupid at the time. He didn't know anything and thought he had picked up an ordinary orange equipment. He was quite happy at the time because he didn't have to worry about the negative effects of purple equipment. The remaining 2 skills will be more powerful and have better effects. With the appearance of the Flame 6 lanterns, the fox eye ring on Gucci's hand slowly disappeared from his sight. He rarely used this thing. Gucci had never thought that the real key to the fox eye ring was the first special function. Everything was written at the very beginning. It all depended on whether anyone understood it. Looking at the properties of the nine-tailed whip, Gucci sighed deeply. Gucci understood that although the nine-tailed whip was good, and was also part of the red suit, he really couldn't use a whip-type weapon. After thinking for a while, Gucci's eyes fell on the fox eye ring in his hand. An idea suddenly appeared in Gucci's mind. Let's deal with the equipment of Nine-Tailed God first, and deal with the rest later. Thinking of this, Gucci closed his eyes, and the gate leading to the city of Iridavi appeared behind him. Then Gucci rolled up the nine-tailed whip, and entered the city of Iridavi with the nine-tailed whip. At this time, the city of Iridavi was in a state of preparation for war. The various enemies who died on the front line were being transformed into new undead, being mobilized and reorganized, and preparing to go to war. At several arsenals in Iridavi, the mud trucks under construction were being pushed out one by one. The newly reorganized troops will be quickly sent to the dump truck, and then packed and sent to the front line. Because of the busyness, when Gucci entered the city of Aridov, no one paid attention to him. Even Luna and Nguye did not notice Gucci's arrival. Gucci turned around and quickly arrived at the destination of this trip, near the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses. When heading to the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses, Gucci had already taken out the blood bottle that he had used to remove the binding status of the orange suit, and soaked his finger wearing the fox eye ring in it, under the effect of the blood sacrifice ritual stripping. Even if Gucci did not have the soul transformation water, he also untied the binding between himself and the fox eye ring. When Gucci stood in front of the corpse-mounting God of War statue, he had already taken off the fox eye ring that had been with him for several years. Looking at the fox eye ring in his hand, Gucci felt a little emotional. This was his first orange equipment, and it was also the starting point of his confidence. If he had not obtained such an orange equipment, even if he mastered the 3 death skills, he would not have such strong confidence to dare to go anywhere. When facing the enemy's orange equipment attack, he would not have the courage to confront head-on. In the end, he had more and more orange equipment, and even got red equipment. It can be said that the fox eye ring is the source of Gucci's confidence. Even after Gucci got a lot of orange equipment, and even got red equipment, Gucci never thought of changing the fox eye ring. Unexpectedly, he still took off the fox eye ring now. Standing in front of the statue of the God of War on the Corpse Mountain, Gucci's eyes moved away from the fox eye ring. At this time, Gucci looked up at the statue of the God of War in the Mountain of Corpses. And then he raised his hand, and threw out the nine-tailed whip he had just obtained, and the fox eye ring that had been with him for a long time. Gucci had already been told about the last time about the alienated withered foot thorn, and the orange-clad guard 3 sacrifices. Some of the corpses buried under the statue of the God of War in the Mountain of Corpses were very powerful. If he wanted to wake them up, 1 or 2 orange-clad items were not enough. The orange-clad items must meet their requirements and reach their standards. The nine-tailed whip and fox eye ring in front of him were orange-clad items that met the standards. The most important thing is that these 2 pieces of equipment are from the same set of equipment. As long as you can equip the other middle pieces, you can equip the second piece. I believe the undead under the Corpse Mountain will like it very much. Sure enough, as the nine-tailed whip and the fox eye ring were thrown out, the Corpse Mountain was in chaos again. Almost the entire Corpse Mountain moved. This time it was no longer the skeletons. Some corpses whose flesh and blood had not yet dissolved also moved. They pushed each other, bit, and wrestled, trying to grab the opportunity to take the nine-tailed whip and the fox eye ring. When they wrestled, even the statue of the God of War on the Corpse Mountain shook slightly. This fight lasted for a long time, so long that when Gucci almost thought there would be no result, A ghost came out of the corpse mountain. Chapter 2011 Orange Guard Nine-Tailed Fox. When the ghost walked out of the pile of corpses, it was still just an ordinary ghost, looking like a skeleton floating in the air, wearing a black robe. But as he got closer, his body began to change. The bones in the pile of corpses would fly up and join the ghost's body, and the flesh and blood began to reorganize, revealing a stunning face. The black robe was affected and slowly turned white and gray. In his right hand, he held a long whip, but it was not like the one Goo she had seen before, with 9 whip tips, but a long whip with a bone chain. In his left hand, he wore an inconspicuous ring, on which was a fox's eye. If he had not walked out of the mountain of corpses, Gooshi would not have believed that the 2 pieces of equipment on the man in front of him were a 9-tailed whip and a fox eye ring. After floating in front of Gooshi, the undead in a semi-ghost state looked at Gooshi seriously, and then said this. "You don't need to ask my previous name. You can call me Jiawei." As soon as this voice came out, Gooshi was speechless. "Male? Male? What's the problem?" The orange guard Jiawei glanced at Gooshi, not knowing at all how inconsistent his face looked on him. Fortunately, Gooshi was quite adaptable to various situations of the undead. It's okay if he's a man, as long as he can fight for himself. What do you know? How much combat power do you have now? Can you bring out the effect of 2 orange suits? There will be a battle for orange equipment later. Can you handle an enemy of the same level? With the incident of the last Orange Guard 3 sacrifices, Gooshi knew very well that orange guards of this level had a very good understanding of themselves. So Gooshi did not try to guess what the orange guards were capable of, but communicated with them directly. In response to Gooshi's question, the orange guard Nine-Tails tilted his head and thought seriously. "I know spells. I am good at fire spells. After I died, I also learned some spells of the undead. After I got these 2 pieces of equipment, I also mastered some spells of the psychic. Don't worry. I am pretty good at spells. As for the full effect of these 2 orange equipment, I can bring them out. In addition, these 2 orange equipment are not a set. I will find a way to get the remaining orange equipment. If I need to grab orange equipment, I think no one can be at the same level as me." Hearing this, Gooshi also breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't know what level this person was in his lifetime, but judging from his current appearance, he should still be very confident. As for his previous identity and weapons, just as he said, it is no longer important. Gooshi only needs to know that he can now master the spells of fire, the undead and the mind. As for whether the proficiency he mentioned is at the same level as Gooshi understanding of proficiency, that depends on Gooshi himself. After having the 3rd orange guard, Gooshi did not immediately bring the orange guard Nine-Tails to the battlefield. He just glanced at the ring on the hand of the orange guard Nine-Tailed Fox, and then went out. In addition to the 9-tailed fox whip he just got, Gooshi also got a few other things at the killing stone just now. The last time he opened the killing stone, Gooshi got a jade leg. This time, because he was focused on the 9-tailed fox, he didn't have time to take a closer look at those things. Now he finally has time to clean up the gains in the killing stone. After pouring out the things that appeared in the killing stone, Gooshi immediately saw 6 objects of different sizes. The one that attracted Gooshi's attention the most was a mushroom that looked like a rainbow. The color of this mushroom was so bright, it seemed to dance in your hand. Dancing? Gooshi immediately cast an air spell to cover his head, preventing himself from inhaling any weird things. After completing this, when Gooshi looked at the mushroom again, he found that the properties of the mushroom in front of him had also been revealed. King Kong Colorful Mushroom, Orange, a special mushroom with 7-in-1 effects, edible? If placed in a humid environment, mushrooms of different colors will be automatically generated. Each type of mushroom has different functions and effects. As long as the environment is suitable, mushrooms can grow indefinitely. Oh, this is a plant mother plant, orange quality, can produce a large number of mushrooms with special functions. I just don't know if this thing is poisonous. When Gooshi was still sighing at the characteristics of this King Kong Colorful Mushroom, the orange guard Nine-Tailed reached out and picked up the mushroom, because he mastered the mind spell, and was an undead. The orange-clad guard Nine-Tailed, who didn't need to breathe, didn't need to worry about being affected by the spores of the Vidra 7-colored mushroom. He still tilted his head, carefully looking at the situation of the Vidra 7-colored mushroom, and finally turned to Gooshi and asked, "Do you feel that there is life in this thing?" Gooshi was about to say how could it be possible, but found that it was really the case. Gooshi could find 7 different attributes in the Vidra 7-colored mushroom, but the total amount of vitality was the same. Why didn't he find it before? You know, as a necromancer, the best thing should be to find vitality, to judge whether a person is dead or alive. How could Gushi not find such an obvious thing? Gushi thought about it, and then he remembered that, it seemed that when he just took out this mushroom, he felt that this thing was affecting his mind, making him see something dancing. So Gushi used magic to protect himself first, and then he didn't look closely at this mushroom. So he missed some situations. Now it seems that his judgment of the King Kong 7-colored mushroom seems a little inaccurate. This is not just a certain type of mushroom, or the mother of a plant. This subtle vitality gives people the feeling of a fairy like Yoshimoto. Gushi thought for a while, stretched out his hand to the orange guard ninetail, and took the King Kong 7-colored mushroom. I plan to find an expert to ask, do you want to come with me? Sure, I am also curious about the situation of this mushroom, and this mushroom has a great effect on mental spells. If it can be grown in batches, it will definitely be good. Gushi didn't say much, and took the orange guard nine-tailed fox to the direction of the magic plant area. On the way there, Gushi took out the things produced in the killing stone again. Among the remaining 6 items, there was no such thing as the nine-tailed whip and the Vidra 7-colored mushroom. Most of them were small props or small materials used to strengthen or activate the effect of mental attack. The quality was all purple, which was of no use to Gushi. Gushi simply gave one by one, and gave all of them to the orange guard nine-tailed fox. Chapter 2012 The Earthwalking Elf in the Mushroom. Magic Plant Area, under the Golden Apple Tree. When Gushi saw the Golden Apple Tree again, he had a feeling that he had come to the wrong place. Is this really an apple tree? Why did the style of the Golden Apple Tree in front of him suddenly change? The original Golden Apple Tree had already moved towards the undead, but now it turned directly towards the tree city. Even from a distance, Gushi could still see that what was hidden in the leaves was no longer the golden apple, but a city that resembled a human castle. These cities are all made of white bricks and blue tiles, and bells ring from time to time. A large number of elves dressed as humans fly around in the city, flying from one city to another. At the same time, Gushi also noticed that when the elves left the Golden Apple Tree and went to other places in the magic planting area, there were things like griffins that could serve as their mounts. This situation is really speechless. What is this? Driving a taxi to another city to farm? He hadn't been back for a few days. How come the elf had become like this? Ji-Ben. Ji-Ben? Gushi couldn't help but shout when he arrived under the Golden Apple Tree. Hearing Gushi order, Ji-Ben quickly flew down from the Golden Apple Tree. As soon as he saw Gushi, he said proudly, "Sir, you see, the Golden Apple Tree is full of vitality under our care." Well, it can be considered full of vitality. Gushi was not too dissatisfied with the change of the style of the Golden Apple Tree. He was more concerned about the situation of the Golden Apple Tree. You didn't destroy the growth of the Golden Apple Tree, did you? Don't worry, sir. The existence of us elves will not cause any harm to the Golden Apple Tree. On the contrary, our existence will bring more nutrients to the Golden Apple Tree. At the same time, the breath emitted by the Golden Apple will also make us stronger. It's good that it won't cause any harm. Komodo, I came here this time to show you what these things are, Gushi said, as he took out the King Kong colorful mushroom. When Ji-Ben saw the King Kong colorful mushroom, he spun in the sky and fell heavily to the ground. Then he turned his back, not daring to look at the King Kong colorful mushroom, and just muttered there. What a powerful mental influence. Sir, how did you bring this thing here? Gushi also said at this time, I got this by accident. I originally thought it was the mother of some plant or mushroom, but later I found that there were 7 strands of life in this King Kong colorful mushroom. This life gives people the feeling that it is very similar to your elves. So I brought it here. When Ji-Ben heard this, he flew up again. He looked at the King Kong 7-colored mushroom from a distance and thought seriously. It is really an elf. But they are not flying species, but ground species. However, sir, they seem to be affected by something, and all their attributes have changed. Now they have a strong mental erosion and hallucination effect. It's not possible to let them grow ordinary plants. They can only grow mushrooms, hallucinogenic herbs, and some poisons. They can't grow real plants. Hearing this, Gushi was silent for a while, and finally said one sentence. This is the Death City. Okay, what do you think we will grow more here? Ji-Ben listened, thought about it seriously, and it seemed to be true. These elves are more suitable for taking care of ordinary orchards or forests. Gushi has more medicinal fields. These elves can only ensure that there will be no problems in these places. But if they really want to take good care of it, and make the medicinal field work 120% effectively, they can't do it. On the contrary, the ground elves trapped in the mushrooms can do it, and it will have miraculous effects. But Ji-Ben is also a little worried. If this kind of mushroom elf really appears, will it affect their position in Gushi hands? If Gushi knew what Ji-Ben was thinking, Gushi would roll his eyes directly. He has tens of millions of troops under his command. So why would he care about these elves who can only farm and have no fighting power at all? How could they consider the social status of these elves? As long as they can take care of the magic plant area, that's enough. Gushi really doesn't want to care about other things. Fortunately, Ji-Ben is not the kind of elf who thinks about things. He just listens to what Gushi says. After Gushi decided to release this kind of ground elf, Ji-Ben told Gushi the method. The elves in the King Kong 7-color mushroom must be alive. However, they might as well be alive now. According to Yoshimoto's guess, the 7 elves in the King Kong 7-colored mushroom must have become like this in order to seal something. Now they have no contact with the outside world. If you want to release them, there is only one way. That is to find a suitable place and plant the King Kong 7-colored mushroom first. After a mushroom circle is planted, the 7 ground elves can be awakened through some secret methods of the elves. As for what happens after they are awakened, it has nothing to do with Yoshimoto and others. These ground elves have been sleeping in the golden colorful mushrooms. Usually they only communicate with the outside world through the mind and illusion. If you really want to communicate with them, it would be more scientific to contact them directly. Sir, plant them under the golden apple tree. This is a good place to grow mushrooms. You plant these mushrooms under the roots of the tree. I will arrange for someone to take care of them. After about a month, you can come back and have a look. If a mushroom circle has been formed, it means that the ground elves in the mushrooms have consciously communicated with the outside world. You can communicate with them directly at that time to see what they need. Gibbon quickly explained his plan. Listening to what Gibbon said, Gushi knew that Gibbon instinctively disliked these ground elves in the mushrooms. If Gushi hadn't forced him, he might not even come down to take a look. Okay, I leave this matter to you. You keep a close eye on it. After it's done, you Golden Apple Principality will definitely benefit from it. Ji-Ben was quite honest. When he heard this, he thought, there are benefits for me, then this thing can really be done. So Ji-Ben agreed honestly. He quickly selected a suitable place, and planted the King Kong 7-colored mushroom. Gushi followed behind and observed. He found that Ji-Ben was really afraid of the mental influence of the King Kong 7-colored mushroom. Whether it was digging, transportation, or the final filling, all were prepared in advance. And he himself did not touch it at all. Chapter 2013. Can I take it away? After dealing with the matter of the King Kong 7-colored mushroom, Gushi looked back at the empty nether spirit flower. This time, there was really nothing to deal with. At this time, Gushi turned to the orange-clad guard Ninetail and said, "Come with me to the strange world over there to take a look." Okay. The orange-clad guard Ninetail didn't say anything. He had a different origin from the orange-clad guard undead. Although he was a magician and had a relatively comprehensive knowledge, he was really a combat-type orange-clad guard. When there is a fight, he can just charge out. And he is at least more murderous than the orange guard 3 sacrifices. As soon as Gushi mentioned it, he became excited. It is no wonder that he chose the fire magic route when he was alive. He is clearly a hot-tempered person. After leaving the city of Aridov, Gushi looked up at the sky of the strange no-man's land. Although the storm that was caused has subsided, the sky is still full of sand and dust. The dark brown dust blocked the smiling sun, and also blocked most of Gushi's sight. Returning to the original location of the windmill, Gushi was just about to see if there were any other things that were missed. But at this moment, time seemed to have stopped instantly, and even the air became solidified. Gushi had long been accustomed to the strange situation in this place. The shadow of a griffin appeared behind Gushi at the first moment, and a circle of black light appeared under his feet. In a place in the sky that no one noticed, 3 black feather arrows were hanging high. As long as someone intends to attack Gushi, even if they don't do it, they will hear a whoosh. At the same time, Gushi armed men, the evil coffin guards, also appeared one by one to protect Gushi. As for the others, Gushi did not release them. It's not that Gushi doesn't have enough troops. Although most of Gushi troops are now on the front line against the Great Lord, But the troops of the other Death Cities did not mobilize too many people, especially the tinking undead in the activated Giant Rock City. They are naturally incompatible with the transformed undead in the Aridov City. Normally, they were unwilling to appear near the city of Aridov. If Gushi wanted troops, he could mobilize tens of thousands of troops at any time. But in this strange no-man's land in front of him, there was a storm and dust. Usually, he felt that someone was going to attack him, but the black feather arrows hit him, but not even a corpse was left. Gushi didn't know what was staring at him. On the contrary, if there were too many people, some soldiers would become strange targets and die inexplicably on the road. If he could send some armored people and the evil coffin guards out, that would be the greatest protection for himself. More would be a waste. At present, there was an orange armored guard, nine-tailed, beside Gushi. As soon as Gushi felt the danger, he immediately looked at a location, without waiting for Gushi to make a move. The orange armored guard, nine-tailed, flicked his finger, and a ball of dark green flame flew out. This ball of flame was not big, only the size of a thumb. When it was ejected, there was no gorgeous sound and light effect, nor was there an extremely high temperature. If it weren't for the orange armored guard, nine-tailed, who deliberately made a relatively large movement, Gushi might not have noticed the situation in front of him. As a result, after the flame flew out, it accelerated and instantly appeared several thousand meters away. Then Gushi saw a bright light coming from the place where the flame appeared, and a figure seemed to be directly ignited by the flame. "What is that?" Gushi asked curiously. "I don't know. I just feel that it has great malice. Even its self-cognition is distorted. And there are only distorted rules in its mind. In the eyes of that guy, all those who do not follow the rules must die. Those who follow the rules must merge with him. I don't know where this ghost thing came from." "Sir, don't be afraid. This kind of thing will be fine if it is burned with fire," the orange guard Ninetail said calmly. "The power of your flame just now seems to be very strong." After hearing what Gushi said, the orange guard Ninetail was silent for a while. "It was just an ordinary flame. The color changed at most. It's nothing." After saying that, the orange guard Ninetail began to attack other weird things that appeared nearby. At this time, Gushi discovered that the orange-clad guard, Ninetail Fox, was a natural enemy of the monsters hidden in the no man's land. His mind-based spells allowed him to immediately detect the existence of monsters, regardless of whether they were humanoid or object-shaped, or other rule-based monsters. As long as they had thoughts, they would stand out like a beacon in the eyes of the orange-clad guard, Ninetail Fox, and his fire-based spells, although Gushi could not find out the name, were really powerful. All it took was a spark to kill the monsters. There is no possibility of strange things appearing next to the orange-clad guard Ninetail. Most importantly, the orange-clad guard Ninetail does not need experience or anything. This is considered as Gushi undead. Because experience is not needed, Gushi directly took advantage. In just a moment, Gushi experience is constantly increasing. He will soon have enough experience to rush to level 17. Sure enough, combat experience comes quickly. Gushi thought about this situation in his heart. At this time, the dust solidified in the air seemed to have lost its power and fell heavily to the ground, without the obstruction of the sand and dust. The sun finally shone back on the earth. Under the sunlight, Gushi clearly saw the damage caused by the previous purple storm. Under the blowing of the purple storm, everything on the earth was blown away, although some of the sand and dust fell back to the original place. The soil on the ground had been blown away to who knows where. At this time, in front of Gushi, a scene that stunned him appeared. In front of him, there were ruins of buildings occupying nearly 1 million square meters. In the ruins of the building, there are many places where only the foundations are left, but some places are still relatively intact. Gushi saw the palace style built of white marble here, and the architectural style of purple wood. There is also the ghost style of the Black Luo Palace. In short, many different styles are piled together, giving people a twisted, evil, and cold feeling. "Damn, this is..." The orange guard Ninetails immediately dragged Gushi behind him. "This is the final cemetery of countless destroyed palaces. This is a big weirdness," the orange guard, Jiawei, said as he raised his right hand. On his raised right index finger, a dark green flame appeared. After his safety was guaranteed, Gushi nature finally overcame everything. He asked, "Can we dismantle it and take it away?" Chapter 2014, just as if I had never been here. Looking at Gushi, The orange guard Ninetails hesitated for a moment, and finally said, I advise you not to do it. Why? Gushi felt somewhat unwilling. There were so many good things in front of him. Could he just watch them being burned? That would be a pity. Because I have a feeling that if the adults really want to demolish the palace in front of us, and take away the things in the palace, it will attract the attention of a great terrifying existence. The words of the orange-clad guard Ninetailed reminds Gushi of what the orange-clad guard Origin of the Undead said when he did not choose the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai, but chose the Origin of the Undead. At that time, he directly said that if he chose the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai, he would face a great terror. The reaction of the orange-clad guard Ninetailed at this time also makes Gushi react. In the ruins in front of him, there may be something equivalent to the second half of the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai. For a moment, Gushi hesitated. Should he make a move? If he did, although he would face danger, the rewards would definitely be great. Moreover, Gushi did not have much obsession with the strange no-man's land in front of him. He could just rob and run. Gushi believed that even if he robbed something, the enemy might not be able to catch up. At this time, the orange-clad guard, Jiawei, patted Gushi on the shoulder and said, Don't think things are too simple. You can't just rob and run away with this kind of thing. How did you? Gushi wanted to ask. How do you know what I'm thinking? Later, he thought that the orange guard Ninetail had the ability of the psychic system, and he could read minds a little, which was normal. So he simply didn't ask this question, but took a look at the ruins in front of him, shook his head and said, What a pity. Seeing Gushi actions, the orange guard Ninetail understood Gushi thoughts. In the eyes of the orange guard Ninetail, Gushi was a hypocritical person. If you don't want to, don't be reluctant. Why do you have to pretend that you don't care? Such people are rare. After complaining in his heart, the orange-clad guard QB swung his hand, and the sparks in his hand fell into the ruins in front of him. As the dark green sparks fell, a green flame directly ignited the ruins in front of him. Although the flame was not big, nor was it hot, it burned very quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the whole ruins were burned. Standing by the flames, the orange guard Ninetails looked carefully at the ruins in front of him that were set on fire. Not only did the uneasiness in his heart not disappear, but he felt more and more that something was wrong. The orange guard Ninetails did not dare to drag it here, and he quickly came to Gushi. My lord, do you have anything else to do here? Nothing big. I'm just curious about what's hidden underneath. What's wrong? We'd better leave now. The orange guard Ninetail said affirmatively. I feel like something is not right. Hearing the words of the orange guard Ninetail, Gushi's face also became solemn. However, he immediately smiled and said, Let's go. There is nothing good in the no man's land in front of us. There is no point in me staying here. It's just a pity. If I had known this, I should have dismantled the things in the ruins before leaving. Although he muttered, Gushi also knew that the current situation was not right. Otherwise the orange guard Ninetail would not have come to tell him about this matter so nervously. So Gushi only said a few words. But his pace did not slow down at all. But just when Gushi opened the gate of Heiji City, and was about to go to Heiji City to see the current development of Heiji City, there was an explosion in the depths of the ruins. The explosion scared Gushi and the orange guard. Jiawei. Gushi evil coffin guard immediately protected Gushi in the middle. The orange guard, Jiawei, pointed at Gushi, and a halo-like thing appeared on Gushi. Seeing Gushi's puzzled expression, the orange guard Ninetailed explained. The fire resistance ring can protect against fire damage. As for the damage from the shock wave, your air spells are quite powerful, so I don't have to worry about that. Gushi understood it all at once. There are only a few types of damage from the explosion, and the fire resistance ring in front of him can resist the burn. As for the damage from the shock wave, Gushi's air spells have now reached the master level, so there is nothing he can't handle. So it was enough to give Gushi a ring of fire resistance. Just when Gushi wanted to complain about the personality of the orange guard Ninetail, the orange guard Ninetail dragged Gushi out for 2 steps. Gushi immediately understood that the orange guard Ninetail must have discovered something. So Gushi turned his hand. The gate of Black Pole City was not released. What appeared in front of Gushi was the gate of activated Giant Rock City. Let's go. But just when Gushi was about to leave with his men, he suddenly looked back and saw that at the place where the explosion just happened, a huge green hill had swelled up. The small hill was actually full of swollen green mucus. When it swelled, it kept shaking. Gushi was speechless. What was going on? Being curious about this small hill, Gushi immediately tried the black feather arrow. He was so fast that the orange guard Ninetail couldn't stop him in time. With a whoosh, a black feather arrow fell from the sky and pierced the small hill. Then the small hill shook on the spot, and then exploded with a snap. Then a large amount of green mucus rushed from all directions to the explosion site, filling up the big hole on the hill. In just a moment, Gushi saw that in the hill made of mucus, something like a copper furnace seemed to be blown out. At the same time, after a gust of wind blew, there was a strange medicinal fragrance in the wind. Don't smell it. Let's leave here immediately. Seeing Gushi smell the medicinal fragrance coming from the wind, the orange guard Ninetails hurriedly said, "Let's go." What's going on? Gushi was still a little confused. It's too late to explain. My flame told me that the fire just now accidentally burned down a pill room buried underground. The pills in the pill room have been left in this strange place for too long, and have become strange. Now they are trying to devour living people. Gushi didn't say much after hearing this, and went directly to the direction of the city gate. Gushi didn't ask much. Why the orange guard QB didn't set another fire? Is there any need to ask about this? All the pills are made from fire. Even if it becomes weird, the essence has not changed. The flame has little effect on these pills. Besides, the fire just now burned out this weird pill. What if another fire burns out something different? So let's just leave first, just as if we have never been here. Chapter 2015, Teach You a Rule. After entering the city gate with his men, Gushi first asked the orange guard Ninetail to retreat to the corner, and then he quickly climbed up the city gate. At this time, standing at the city gate, Gushi could already see the small hill of mucus rushing towards his own city gate. It seems that it is really as the orange guard Ninetail said, being targeted. Gushi shook his head and raised his hand. The technology against the Death City was deployed immediately. This technology is the idea that Gushi found from the Death Mask. And then he asked Gonglingyu about the feasibility. And finally he developed it himself. It was for the situation like today. City Gate Sealing Technique. When this City Gate Sealing Technique was developed, Gushi actually just wanted to use the gate of his own Death City to drop an anchor point in the wild. But he didn't want the enemy to use Gushi Gate to kill into the Death City. This method will leave the gate of the Death City in front of him in place. But it is sealed in a special way. You can see the situation outside the city from inside the city. But the enemies outside the city can only see a city gate left in place. But they have no way to enter Gushi Death City through the city gate. Most importantly, the city gate left by Gushi is also in a sealed state at this time. No matter how unhappy the enemies are, they can't destroy the city gate left by Gushi. Of course, this method also has a weakness, that is, every time it is used, a city gate will be consumed. Before it is unsealed, this city gate may not be usable for a long time. This is why Gushi temporarily changed the gate of Black Pole City to the gate of activated Giant Rock City before leaving. Of the two dead cities, Gushi treasured Black Pole City more. After all, Black Pole City has always produced undead arrow tower hunters for Gushi, while activated Giant Rock City is different. The undead and the Tianking here are really picked up at random. If their level is not upgraded, they will not become Gushi main force. After completing the city gate sealing technique, Gushi did not go down from the city gate. At this time, Gushi was looking at the situation outside the city gate through the city gate tower. In Gushi's eyes, the slime hill made of elixir, after failing to catch up with Gushi, actually returned to the burning ruins. Not only was the hill not afraid of fire, but it went wherever the flames were higher. It seemed to be looking for something. Ninetail, come and see, what is it doing? Encountering a problem that he didn't understand, Gushi naturally called the orange guard Ninetail to ask. The orange guard Ninetail heard it, and quickly came to the gate tower. He was still a little curious about the state of the gate in front of him, because in his eyes, the gate at this time seemed to be sealed in a semi-void, and he could see the outside, but could not contact the outside world. The outside world could also see the gate, but could not enter the gate. This method was very clever. The orange guard Ninetail asked a question at the first time. My lord, do you want to come here again in the future? Yeah, I always feel that there are enough benefits here. Look, I just took down a windmill, and got so many good things. You burned the guy out with a fire. If I give up like this, I will be somewhat unwilling in my heart. Gushi did not hide his thoughts at all. In fact, if it weren't for the orange guard Ninetail's fire, Gushi really wanted to dig away all the ruins there. Even if it's impossible to send it to Aladovi City, it's okay to send it directly to the activated Giant Rock City. As a result, The fire not only burned the ruins, but also burned away Guxi's chance to stay in the strange no-man's land. At this time, the orange guard Ninetailed was actually a little embarrassed, because he made a mistake in judgment. He brought about such a change, and he was somewhat embarrassed. So the orange guard Ninetailed quickly set his sights on the hill, looking at the hill made of liquid medicine, constantly looking for flames to crush. The orange guard Ninetailed suddenly had an idea in his mind. "Sir, this guy is looking for an opportunity to make a pill." When Guxi heard this, his eyes lit up. Did you hear his inner voice? "Sir, aren't you telling a joke? We are already quite far away from the elixir. How can I hear his inner voice? This is my judgment. Sir, look there. Every time he passes through the flame, his body shrinks a little. This is clearly..." Before the orange guard QB finished speaking, a white light fell from the sky. Guxi and the orange guard Ninetailed both saw that in the white light, there was a flash of knife light. Then the hill-like liquid medicine disappeared, the ignited flame disappeared, and the ruins returned to their original appearance. Guxi and the orange guard Ninetailed looked at each other. Neither of them was sure what was going on. "Did you see it just now?" After a long while, Guxi asked. "I saw it. It seemed to be a knife light, but it was a little different from the normal knife light. That thing seems to give people the feeling of..." The orange guard Ninetails was silent for a while, and finally said word by word. "It seems like a rule, yes, it seems like a rule reaction." "Rule reaction?" "Originally. I shouldn't tell you at your level. This thing must reach level 60, and at least have 2 red suits in hand, to have a chance to slowly touch it. But the master already has 2 red suits. Level and so on, for the master, is no longer a problem. I just mention a few things here. After you leave, just forget about it." When Guxi heard the seriousness, he nodded quickly. In fact, the rules are just a set. After level 60, there is no way out. Most people will think about improving themselves in other ways. Some people go to find red clothes, some people work hard to learn and master spells. Gradually, people discovered that there are such things as rules in this world. And the rules are really deadly. Once they are set, there is no way to change them. Those who violate the rules will only die. You may not believe me, but I will tell you a rule, and you will understand. The upper limit of everyone's level is 60. At first, Guxi really didn't believe it. But as soon as the orange guard Ninetail said this, Guxi immediately broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, Guxi understood the power of the rules. So many players, whether they are deep in the game or in the real world, no matter whether they have red equipment, no matter how many people support them, no matter how strong they are, they can't cross a red line. The upper limit of everyone's level is 60. I understand. Then is the rule that just appeared also at the same level? What is the rule expressed by? Red equipment? Or equipment stronger than red equipment? Chapter 2016 talking about rules. What are you thinking about? Rules that can be determined by equipment are not rules. Red equipment is actually the product of integrating rule fragments into equipment. That's why there is a saying that the core of red equipment remains unchanged, but the route can be adjusted. Besides, this is not a rule at all, it can only be said to be close to the rules. How can I explain it to you? The situation in front of me is like a master who has embarked on the road of rules, but has not yet mastered the rules. After his death, he was buried here with his understanding of the rules. The rules and his body merged into one after weathering the wind and frost, and finally formed such a ghost place. It is even possible that this master chose this location before his death, in order to build a grave for himself? In order to borrow the strange power, to preserve his body, the rules, or the remaining consciousness. So the various strange things that appeared in this strange place seemed very powerful, but they did not exceed a certain level. This should be the targeted restriction of the rules. Just like the limit of 60 levels for masters. These weird things look powerful, but their levels are also limited. And the potion just now wanted to break through. But the knot was directly wiped out by the rules. Orange Guard Ninetailed Fox said with his own guess. Your Excellency's choice this time is not wrong. If I encounter such a situation, I will definitely reserve a place first, and come here to explore when I have enough strength. At present, Your Excellency has no way to digest this uninhabited area in front of you. So it is better to retreat first, and come back when there is a chance in the future. At this time, Guxi's mind was buzzing. He really didn't expect that there would be such a strengthening idea after level 60. When he saw the orange-clad guard Ninetail stopped, Guxi didn't think much, and asked many questions in his mind. Have you ever been exposed to rules before you died? If you reach level 60, Can you start to be exposed to rules after getting 2 red clothes? If a force prioritizes concentrating red clothes in one person's hands, is it possible for this force to master the rules in advance? Are the rules strong? Is it like Weird, where you will be wiped out if you violate the rules, or something else? For Gushi's series of questions, Orange Guard Ninetail didn't know how to answer. At this moment, Orange Guard Ninetail wanted to just leave, and not answer these questions first. However, Orange Guard Ninetail also understood that Gushi could call him out once, and he could call him out a second time later. If he didn't make some things clear today, he might not be able to pass this level. Forget it. I just use myself as an example to explain. I can't answer more. My lord. You can see that the Corpse Mountain under the Corpse Mountain statue is full of corpses that have mastered orange equipment. As for how strong the strongest is, I don't know. Anyway, I know very well that there is someone I can't beat buried under the Corpse Mountain statue. When I first came out, I told you that I used to play fire magic. Now I'm not afraid to tell you directly. I used a red suit, and I was level 58 when I died in battle. I won't talk about race. When I died in battle, I encountered a level 60 expert who had 2 red suits. I could have escaped, but the 2 red suits in the expert's hand cooperated with each other and launched an attack that I couldn't resist. There were 3 companions who besieged this expert with me, and their levels were all the same as mine at that time. As a result, the 4 of us with 4 red suits were beaten to a pulp by one person with 2 red suits and killed like chickens. When I died, I finally understood that the 2 red suits were actually rule means composed of the same series of rule fragments. Because of the rules, he could bring out the extremely high effect of his 2 red suits. And we were his experimental subjects for manipulating the red suits with the rules. So as long as we are exposed to the rules, we will definitely be very strong. But whether we can destroy a race depends on the situation. Anyway, that's all I know. I haven't encountered the rest of the things, so I can't make any comments. If you really want to know something, some of the corpses buried under the statue of the God of War in the Corpse Mountain will know more. You can go there to ask. By the way, let me tell you something. The Ninetail Divine Power kit you gave me, after it is assembled, will definitely be a red suit, but the power should be equivalent to the level of 2.5 red suits. There is an 80% chance that it will touch the rules of the mind. You should know this in advance. Regarding the words of the orange-clad guard Ninetailed, Gushi was silent for a long time. Finally, Gushi said, "The Corpse Mountain God of War statue has been in my hands for more than 3 years. And I didn't even know it had such a function. Do you think anything can be called a wonder? Let's not talk about other things. Just look at the golden apple tree in the city. Its first generation must have been the one that came into contact with the rules. And the heroes and soldiers under your command are actually jumping back and forth within the rules. But you just haven't discovered it." Gushi wanted to say how could this be possible, but he couldn't say it. If the orange-clad guard Joey hadn't said it, Gushi wouldn't have noticed it at all. In fact, the rules are everywhere. At most, he didn't pay much attention to it. Let's not talk about other things. Even in the case of the demigod-level soldiers, there are shadows of rules. At least one corresponding orange suit is required, the level must reach level 40, and the champion soldiers are required. If any of these conditions are missing, there is no way to advance to the demigod-level soldiers. As for the hero's promotion to the epic level, there are also rules in it. It's just that normal people don't know this, and they won't think deeply about the problem. Seeing Gushi's reaction, the orange guard Ninetails said a few more words. "It seems that you understand the truth here, but you better forget about it. This strange place in front of you is not of much benefit to you. For now, leave a nail like this, and come back when you have strength in the future. With my current strength, I can't guarantee your safety in this ghost place." At this time, Gushi shook his head and said, "I have 2 more questions. Please tell me, sir, can this strange place with rules be distinguished from a strange place without rules? I don't want to find out that there is a big boss of rules behind me when I am halfway through the fight. So many people rushed in, and I am the only one who doesn't follow the rules." The orange guard Ninetails shook his head. "I have never encountered this, and no one knows whether I will encounter a place with rules. But please don't worry, sir. Generally speaking, a place with rules will not appear so easily. The strange places that you usually encounter, or ordinary weirdness, actually have nothing to do with rules." "Oh, tell me about it." Chapter 2017 Sealed Memories. It's very simple. I just ask you one question. When encountering those weird things, can their rules of behavior be cracked and used? Orange Guard Ninetail only said this, and Gushi understood. Yes, if the rules can be cracked and used to deal with the rule master, would Orange Guard Ninetail still be so scared? Gushi, who understood this, asked again, before. You stopped me from demolishing that part of the ruins, saying that you felt that there would be a terrifying existence if I moved. Did you feel the existence of a rule master? No. Sir, you should forget the rules now. Forget everything related to the rules. You have 2 red clothes. But your level is too low. You are less than level 20 now. It's too early to talk about this now. All the rules and things. You should forget them all. Sir, you just need to remember that we have encountered a master who is so powerful that we can't beat him for the time being. As for the feeling you mentioned, I just felt at that time that if I let you demolish the palace and take away everything, everyone would die. Even if the adults transport the things to a non-main city. It's the same. Although the Orange Guard Ninetail did not answer directly, Gushi already understood what the Orange Guard Ninetail meant. Okay. I get it. Gushi was silent for a moment, then he turned his head and looked at the Orange Guard Ninetail. Ninetail, you have mental abilities. I will temporarily remove my immunity to mental effects, and you help me seal this memory about the rules. I think about it, when I reach level 45, become the Lord of Mount Tai, or when I get the 4th red outfit, then let this memory seal unlock itself. Gushi is also a ruthless person. He knows that he will definitely think about these things after knowing them. Instead of rushing into trouble, it is better to seal this memory temporarily. Ignore this situation for now, and come back to deal with it when you have the strength in the future. The Orange Guard Ninetails also understood Gushi's thoughts. So he nodded affirmatively, and was about to help Gushi seal the memory. Gushi said another sentence at this time. By the way, help me deepen an idea. To find the second half of the secret records of Taishan Mansion Lord. This matter is very important. The secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai. Right? Sure. The Orange Guard Ninetail Fox didn't know what the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai meant, and thought it was just a method for Gushi to practice or a direction for him to move forward, and it was nothing serious. This was just a matter of convenience, so he agreed on the spot. Seeing the Orange Guard Ninetail Fox agreed, Gushi was finally relieved. In fact, when the Orange Guard Ninetail Fox was talking about the rules, Gushi was really confused. He had only one thought in his mind at that time. I am only level 15 now, am I qualified to know this? But it is impossible for Gushi not to think about this. After knowing this, with Gushi character, he will definitely find a way to investigate. If he finds something about the rules, it will be fine. If he doesn't find it, and instead exposes his discovery, then the situation will be bad. So Gushi would rather seal this part of his memory temporarily, and wait until he becomes stronger to consider this situation. Temporarily removing the immunity of the Flame 6 Paths lamp to the power of the mind, Gushi turned his head and looked at the Orange Guard Ninetail. At this time, the Orange Guard Ninetail raised the long whip in his hand and whipped Gushi. Gushi's instinctive reaction was to dodge backwards. As a result, the next moment, Gushi felt a flash in front of his eyes. Then he found that the Orange Guard Ninetail had stood behind him. At this time, Gushi took another look at the situation outside the city gate, and found that the city gate had returned to its original calm. Although the ruins were burnt beyond recognition by the fire, the charred remains still showed the power of the fire. Looking at the situation outside the city gate, Gushi muttered softly, "What a pity. We found a good place. But a fire released an enemy that was too powerful to resist. Why am I so ungrateful? It would have been great if I hadn't set the fire. Maybe I could have picked up something else. I really lost a lot this time." At this time, Gushi still thought that he had accidentally set the ruins on fire, and that the fire had also released the boss hidden in the ruins. The boss was too powerful. Gushi thought of many ways, but could not solve the problem. In the end, he could only retreat to the revitalized Giant Rock City, and left a nail at the original location to ensure that he would have a chance to come back in the future. At this time, Gushi looked at the situation outside, as if he was looking at a treasure mountain that could not be entered, and his eyes were full of regret. Forget it. There is still a chance. I will come back when I am stronger, Gushi muttered, and did not think about other problems. He did not notice that there were many flaws in his memory. For example, he remembered that this fire released an extremely powerful enemy that was impossible to resist. But Gushi did not notice what the enemy looked like. what skills he had, and how much troops he lost at the hands of this enemy. Now Gushi had only one thought in his mind: I couldn't beat the other party for the time being. I would come to trouble him when I had the strength in the future. As for what level was considered strong, Gushi didn't have too many ideas. Anyway, Gushi had a feeling that, when he had enough strength, he would naturally want to come back and kill again. Gushi, who didn't find anything unusual, glanced at the tightly sealed city gate and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, this way we can leave a city gate in the no man's land. We can also observe the changes in the no man's land at ordinary times, and the enemy has no way to enter the activated giant rock city. You guys keep an eye on this city gate. If there are any changes to the city gate, you must notify me immediately. I will come here even if I have something to do. Gushi turned around and said. In the revitalized giant rock city, the one guarding it is naturally Gushi, incarnation of the city. But the one who is in charge of the revitalized giant rock city is actually the Lord Incarnation. After listening to Gushi's order, the Lord Incarnation immediately agreed. There are a lot of thinking undead in the revitalized giant rock city, and they all have a certain degree of wisdom and consciousness. Arranging them to do this kind of thing can be regarded as bringing their abilities to the extreme. As undead, they are not afraid of any boring garrison missions at all, and their wisdom and consciousness give them a certain ability to judge. Letting them watch here, they will not feel bored, nor will they fail to report when they find something wrong and let others miss the opportunity. After arranging things, Gushi looked through the city gate to the strange no man's land, then turned around and walked towards the city of revitalized giant rock city. This time I rarely encounter such a thing, and I just want to go to revitalized giant rock city to see the development of this city. Chapter 2018, Real Ghost Market and Intelligence House. The revitalized giant rock city is the most special one among all the dead cities in Gushi world. Its original intention was to find a suitable place for the Lord's Incarnation to settle down, and to arrange for the undead, who were willing to follow Gushi outside the wilderness deep in the game. These undead were thrown into the wilderness, exposed to the wind and sun, and the various races deep in the game, the wild players, the destroyed cities, and other reasons. It can be said to be quite chaotic. The undead born in such a place are naturally not like the regular undead, which are rigid and standard. Gushi had no feeling before he arrived at the revitalized giant rock city. After entering the revitalized giant rock city, Gushi found that there were all kinds of undead in the city in front of him. There were many undead that Gushi had only heard of, but had rarely seen. Some undead had not even been heard of by Gushi. Most of these undead had self-awareness and wisdom. If they are assigned tasks, they will do them. If they are not required to work or fight, they will do their own things in the revitalized giant rock city. Because there are too many idle undead, most of them have some things in their hands. So inside the revitalized giant rock city, a ghost market was gradually formed. Well, a real ghost market. This ghost market is very attractive to Gushi, because most of the things sold here are things that these undead have accidentally obtained. The reanimated undead in Giant Rock City are already bizarre enough. The things they picked up are even more bizarre. After all, the cognition of these undead is already confused. They just collect things they think are good based on their original memories. As for whether anyone likes these things, they don't care at all. Gushi is like a fish in water in this ghost market. Entering the ghost market, Gushi only feels that his knowledge of various undead is constantly improving. Every minute and every second, Gushi was seeing the freshest information. The most important thing was that these were all Gushi's own undead. He didn't need to fully activate the power of the Death Lord. He could just go up and ask any questions. These undead wanted to tell how they died. They were really willing to answer Gushi questions. For example, what they had experienced in their lifetime, what they had learned, where they died, how they turned into undead, and what they picked up after turning into undead. Gushi felt that the ghost market in front of him was like a huge intelligence library. There were many things in it that were eye-catching. This trip to revitalize Giant Rock City made Gushi feel that he had not paid attention to revitalizing the undead in Giant Rock City before, which was a serious mistake. If he had known that there was such a good place here, he should have come here earlier. After a tour of the ghost market, Gushi contacted Shea as soon as possible. Let Shea arrange some people to come and inquire about the information. At the same time, Gushi was also considering whether he should set up some weird Sansheng stone mirrors here. Use these Sansheng stone mirrors to collect some information. After all, the undead in the ghost market in front of him are too strange. Every piece of information may be a brain hole for Gushi. Just like the undead in front of him, he said that he actually mastered the weaving method of ancient witchcraft. Would you believe it? And he was really wearing a blanket made of hair. I don't know where he got so much hair. The most important thing is that Gushi felt the chi coming from the hair at the first time. Wearing this kind of hair, the speed at which the undead absorb chi will be significantly improved. This kind of thing, Gushi really can't learn it in school. And now Gushi has also seen this situation, so finding someone to come and record the information that can be recorded, this is naturally the most important thing. If Yenryu couldn't be sent here, Gushi even wanted to send Yenryu to transcribe everything he could hear. Now, Gushi thinks it would be better to send Shaya to arrange the intelligence team. The intelligence team plus the 3 live stone mirror can almost record most of the useful information. Gushi quickly passed down the order. At the same time, Gushi asked the undead in the giant rock city to find various mirrors that could be used. Outside the wilderness deep in the game, there is no need to expect to have standard and unified makeup mirrors like the command hall. Now for Gushi, having a mirror is enough. As for the size of the mirror, whether it is an antique, and whether there is something sealed inside the mirror, these are not important. For Gushi, a mirror is enough. Under Gushi command, the undead who revived the giant rock city really showed their own abilities. Some undead took out their own hidden treasures, and various bronze mirrors, glass mirrors, and even blade mirrors were sent to Gushi. Other undead used their greatest abilities to rob outside. No, to look for them outside. So some of these undead formed teams. Some ran out in 2s and 3s, and some went directly to the location they knew. Anyway, they all planned to dig deep into the ground to find the mirror. There are also some undead who were various craftsmen in their lifetime, and even after death, their skills are still there. As long as there are enough materials, they can make various mirrors. Of course, the number of such undead is the smallest, so the number of mirrors that can be made is not large. Finally, some magic undead were picked out by Gushi and asked to help prepare magic rituals and process various mirrors. After all, after getting these mirrors, they can't be used immediately. Gushi needs to deal with these mirrors, and then place them in certain places before dealing with them. After all, the use of these mirrors in front of him is different from that in the command hall. Gushi needs to ensure the safety of these mirrors. Finally, Gushi and the undead of the activated giant rock city worked hard for a day and a night, and finally built a 3-story building similar to a tavern not far from the ghost market of the activated giant rock city. The surface of this building looks like a tavern where you can stay, but the interior is completely different. Various mirrors of different sizes are hung in every corner of the building. There are mirrors on the walls, on the doors, on the pillars, and on the bar. Sometimes you look up and you will find some on the ceiling. In each mirror, there is a spirit that appears after being stimulated by the 3 life stone mirror. As long as you enter this building, the 3 life stone mirror will follow you and record all the intelligence and information you know. And the thieves and spies sent by Shea will collect this information as soon as possible and then send it all to Shea. This newly built building in front of you also has an inconspicuous name: the Intelligence House in the Mirror. Chapter 2019 Powerful Mirror Intelligence House. As soon as the Mirror Intelligence House was built, it immediately brought an unexpected surprise to Gushi. Gushi never thought that he would get some information about Octopus Head in this Mirror Intelligence House, because Octopus Head belongs to the kind of race that plays with the power of the mind. And it is a race that escaped to the depths of the game with red clothes. They are very vigilant against players who are not from their own race. In order to ensure their own location, when trading information, they take the initiative to appear in other players' territories, and never let other players go to their territories. If someone discovers the land of Octopus Head, they will definitely be hunted down by Octopus Head immediately. There is rarely any news about Octopus Head from them. As a result, the undead this time died on the way to be hunted down by Octopus Head. Although there are not many clues, the undead still remembers the location of Octopus Head's land. Gushi is still quite tempted by the secret eye in Octopus Head's hand. After all, in the communication between Gushi and Shinhua, this secret eye is a red outfit that Gushi can equip himself. Even the red equipment ban could not stop Gushi from swallowing this equipment. It can be said that as long as Gushi killed the entire Octopus Head clan, snatched all the red equipment, and then bound them all, when he returned to the real world, Shinhua would not say anything. Now that he knew the general area where the Octopus Head clan was hiding, Gushi was also tempted. He really didn't expect that. He just wanted to collect information about the undead, and he could get such news. It seems that the information in the mirror that he got should pay more attention to the situation outside. Apart from other things, if we can find out the exact information about the Octopus Head tribe, it will be a big deal. Meanwhile, other information cannot stop. We also need to do a thorough investigation of the industry in the revitalized Giant Rock City. He would not have known that there are so many good things in the revitalized Giant Rock City if he had not come before. He just took a look around and found many different kinds of cloth, methods of making materials such as iron ingots, and a method of making paper specially for the undead. Now that he has the Mirror Intelligence House, Gushi must develop more information in this area and turn the revitalized Giant Rock City into an industrial base of his own. So all kinds of information should be inquired. In addition, there are also situations of various player races deep in the game. Although those player races abandoned from the real world live a miserable life, their ancestors must have been rich. They also have some different ideas and thoughts. These are also information that can be collected. Thinking of this, Gushi became happier and happier. It felt like a poor man seeing a room full of gold coins. Shea, this Mirror Intelligence House is handed over to you. I don't care whether you come here from time to time, or arrange for someone to keep an eye on it. Anyway, you have to keep a close eye on the intelligence here. If you find out about red, forget it. If you find out about orange equipment, just record it and report it. I see whether to send someone to deal with it, or come here myself. We have to replenish the equipment of the contracted undead first, and then consider the equipment issues of those epic and leader level ones. What Gushi said is also the key. Although the blacksmith shops in the city of Aridov have been making and researching new equipment in recent years, but the replacement of the undead troops in the city has already occupied 80% of the energy of the blacksmith shops in the city, and the remaining blacksmiths still have various important things to make. For example, the orange equipment used by soldiers all need blacksmiths to keep an eye on it. It can be said that the blacksmiths now have the energy to make some blue quality equipment at most. Even normal purple equipment cannot be crafted all the time. Not to mention the orange equipment for Gushi contracted undead and heroes. If Gushi wants purple and orange equipment, he still has to get them from the game and tasks. But the problem is that Gushi has signed a contract with Een City for decades. During this period of time, Een City actually does not approve long-term missions. There is no share in entering the game. Didn't you see that Gushi only entered the game once in more than 3 years? Is it for the promotion to Een City Lord? So letting his subordinates brush dungeons, or sending them deep into the game to reap the benefits, became Gushi's only chance to get good equipment. Now there is an intelligence house here. Gushi will naturally make good use of it. In Gushi's mind, as long as there is a clue about orange equipment, he can arrange people to grab the equipment. Of course, it would be even better if there is news about red equipment. He now dreams of getting 2 more red equipment. But Gushi also understands that if you want to get red equipment, it depends on the opportunity. It's not that Gushi thought that red equipment would fall from the sky, so he lowered his requirements a lot. As long as there was news about orange equipment, he would come to take a look. Thinking about the development of the activated giant rock in the future, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. It seems that he should come down more often in the future, even if it's just 1 or 2 days. For Gushi, it's a qualitative change. If he really got a red equipment, even if it's just a piece of news, it would be a huge gain for Gushi. Shea was one of the first few contracted undead to follow Gushi. She had a good idea of Gushi's thoughts. In addition, Shea had been dealing with intelligence for many years, and her ability to read people's minds was fully developed. When she heard what Gushi said, Shea knew what she was going to do. She quickly said, "Don't worry, sir. I will keep an eye on everything here and ensure that no information is missed." "Okay. I'm also confident in leaving the intelligence to you." Gushi nodded with satisfaction. As his own contracted undead, Gushi didn't need to make big promises. Shea didn't need to make any requests either. She knew that as long as Gushi had something good, he would definitely think of her. Just like in the past 3 years, when the Een City offered orange equipment, Gushi also gave priority to Luna, Shea and Princess Anna, in order to ensure that Shea's situation was more suitable for orange equipment. Gushi even made some special selections and requirements for orange equipment. It can be said that Gushi will consider his own contracted undead when doing things. His own contracted undead will also show the best side to Gushi. As Shaya said, she will pay attention to the intelligence here, and then she will definitely handle everything. Gushi will not spend more energy. After telling the matter of the Mirror Intelligence House, Gushi took another turn in the activated Giant Rock City. But this time, Gushi did not encounter anything different. Most of the undead potential of the activated Giant Rock City has been involved in the matter of the Mirror Intelligence House. Gushi took a look and found that there was nothing to dig up, so he simply prepared to go back to the Ean City first. After all, he was not there for a few days, and he didn't know if there was anything new in Ean City. Chapter 2020 Back to the Front. After returning to the Ean City, Gushi only stayed in Hades University for a short while, inquired about the command hall, and then quickly returned to the front. According to the news Gushi inquired, Hades University was able to show its face in the military this time. As for the command hall, not only the Northern Legion was watching, it can be said that the entire human military knew about it. As for Gushi, who discovered the blind spot, and Suzhou, who came up with a solution, the human military remembered them all. Because Gushi was already a big shot in the red suit, the human military did not think of any solution in this regard, but considered giving him some practical things, such as Pandora's box, or military blueprints. Of course, if Gushi wanted high-quality, high-level corpses, the military would have them. As for Suzhou, it was different. The military gave Suzhou a spot in the red suit queue. Although the ranking was relatively close, he might be ranked outside the top 100. But the military can guarantee that, as long as Suzhou ranks up, the next time there is a chance to bind the red suit, it will definitely be his. Although he still has to queue up for more than 100 people, it is much more reasonable than waiting for Gonglingyu and the previous successors to die. Given the speed at which humans find red suits now, minus the allocation from other human forces, and the situation where ordinary players obtain red suits on their own. According to the military's estimation, as long as Suzhou joins this ranking, he only needs to wait for another 300 pieces before he can get a chance to bind the red suit. As for whether he can bind to the red suit, it depends on his own fate. Anyway, the military has given the opportunity. Whether he can grasp it depends on his own fate. Gushi has no opinion on the benefits Suzhou got. In Gushi's eyes, Suzhou came up with such a plan, which is his ability. People with ability get benefits. Isn't that right? So even if the conditions given by the military are higher, Gushi will not be jealous. Besides, Gushi's mind was already on the front line, because of the strange no-man's land. Even if Gushi returned to Arya City, he only inquired about the situation on the front line. After confirming that Princess Anna could handle everything, Gushi no longer cared about the things there. After all, for Gushi, the nine-tailed divine power set was the most important. Now that he was no longer fighting in the strange no-man's land, Gushi's attention would naturally shift to the Great Lord. After all, he had already taken action. If he didn't kill the Great Lord at this time, it would be a shame for all the troops Gushi had sent. Besides, the explosion and chaos of the source of the void had already helped Gushi to overcome some troubles. If he didn't take action at this time, it would be a shame for such a good opportunity. For this reason, when Gushi returned through the private house, he chose to enter the fireplace on the front line as soon as possible. As soon as he entered the front line, Gushi saw a large number of undead dragons flying in the sky. After taking a closer look at the location, Gushi discovered that, because of the wrong construction and time estimation of the fireplace on the front line, the current fireplace is still placed not far from the defense shield. Originally, whether it was Gushi or Princess Anna, they all thought that the battle about 300 miles away from the defense shield would last at least 1 to 2 months. There would be a lot of tug-of-war and small charges in the middle, so there was no problem with placing the fireplace here. But Gushi did not expect that the prince would make a mistake. As a result, the battle they expected did not happen. After hearing the news, Princess Anna led her troops to charge forward. Now they are fighting with the Grand Lord's troops at the original location of the source of the void. The defense shield is too far away from the front line. It is so far away that Princess Anna decided to transfer most of the troops away, leaving only a small number of troops to guard the fireplace and the Naiha bridge. As for Moore and her undead dragon troops, they saw that there was no one guarding the area, and they had nothing to do. So they simply flew out from the Dragon City on the other side of the Naiha bridge and ran over here to take a walk. That's why, when Gushi came out of the fireplace, he saw the undead dragon flying in the sky. Looking up at the undead dragon, Gushi waved his hand in the sky. Let more come to see me. After saying that, Gushi released the evil coffin and jumped on it. More is the master of these undead dragons. As long as Gushi tells these undead dragons what he wants, more will naturally come to him. So Gushi doesn't need to worry about more not being able to catch up with him. After he jumped onto the evil coffin, he looked in a direction and headed for the front line. Sure enough, within 7 or 8 minutes, more, standing on top of a giant bone dragon, appeared in the sky. Seeing Gushi from afar, the bone dragon under Moore's feet instantly disappeared, and Moore himself fell from the sky and floated near the evil coffin. "Sir, are you looking for me?" "Yes, this is for you," Gushi said as he took out something. This thing was what Gushi accidentally bought from the ghost market in the revitalized giant rock city. The quality of this item is only gray. Actually, it is not very eye-catching at first. After all, Gushi is not willing to look at blue items now. But the item in front of him is more interesting. This is made of stone, wood and metal, with 18 completely different bone dragon states. It can be said that this is a bone dragon attack, bite, fly charge, tail sweep and other movements are all carved into it. It is obvious that the carver must have seen the bone dragon's attack method, and Gushi took a closer look for this reason. As a result, Gushi found that this set of gray statues was not just a simple statue. It contained the training movements of the bone dragon. It could be said that this was a martial arts book for the bone dragon. As for whether the bone dragon could learn it, it depended on the understanding of the bone dragon. However, only the bone dragon could understand it. Even the undead dragons such as the ghost dragon, the corpse dragon, and the blood dragon could not read it. So this thing was not obvious for a while, and no one noticed it. In the end, it was all Gushi's fault. He bought the great quality statues at a very low price. When Gushi took out the bone dragon statues, Moore's eyes lit up. "Hey, this is the Dragon Grave Grass Planting Manual, and the Bone Dragon 18 Hands Routine Techniques. This is really a good thing." Gushi was also stunned when he heard it. He thought he had picked up a big bargain, but he didn't expect that he had missed something. "Moore, do you recognize this thing?" "I don't recognize it, but there is the breath of a bone dragon in it. Someone sealed the bone dragon in stone, and then carved it in the shape of a bone dragon. If you communicate with it in the secret language of the bone dragon, you can find out some things. There is really some different information." "Sir, where did this come from?" "Revitalized Giant Rock City. There is a ghost market over there." Chapter 2021 The Ninth Lord. Lord Magic Mirror. After hearing about the ghost market in the revitalized Giant Rock City, Moore suddenly became interested. As a dead dragon, Moore actually has the habit of collecting all kinds of good things. However, in the past few years, Moore has been responsible for keeping an eye on the Great Lord on the other side of the defense shield. And she also has to deal with the affairs of Dragon City. She has never gone out to find some good things that satisfy her. Now that she has heard that the ghost market in the revitalized Giant Rock City has many good things, Moore has also thought about going over to take a look. It's just the battle in front of us. Go if you want to go. There's no rush for the battle here. Just leave the undead dragon troops here. You are an undead hero, not buried in the ground. As long as you can ensure that there are no problems with your work, you can go wherever you want." Gushi understood Moore's idea at a glance. He is stationed in Een City, and he usually runs around. There is no reason not to let Moore stay in Dragon City. Right? As long as Gushi knows Moore's location, he can transfer him back when he needs him, then everything will be fine. Listening to Gushi's words, Moore also said excitedly, "My lord, I will be back soon." After Moore flew away, Gushi also shook his head and drove the evil coffin towards the front line. This time, there was no need to wait for Moore to catch up, and Gushi's evil coffin naturally reached the maximum speed. Under the full charge of the evil coffin, it took Gushi less than an hour to rush to the front line. At this time, Gushi Command Hall was parked at the rear of the front line. In addition to the command hall, there are many temporary camps here. There are also a large number of ordinary undead near the camp, busy dealing with something there. Seeing the camp in front, Gushi was obviously relieved. It seems that Princess Anna's command ability is still sufficient. The battle situation in front of him is obviously still under Gushi control. This situation made Gushi feel relieved. At this time, Gushi didn't think much, and quickly jumped off the evil coffin and flew towards the command center. As soon as he flew to the vicinity of the command center, Gushi found that this command center was obviously different from the one he had just transported into the city of Aridov. At this time, there were some undead standing under all the mirrors, And above all the mirrors, there were many crows standing. This situation surprised Gushi a little. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw a lord under Princess Anna waving at Gushi. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi was obviously stunned. There are 8 lords in the Grand Princess Council of Grand Princess Anna, 4 of whom were created by Gushi himself. And Gushi has had some contact with the remaining 4. Gushi has never seen such a person. But if you say she is not a member of the Grand Princess Council, her dress is very similar to the way she looked when Gushi first met Grand Princess Anna. Her appearance is clearly a one-to-one replica. At the same time, Gushi also noticed that in her hand, she was holding the orange outfit that Gushi gave to Grand Princess Anna. Because in the past 3 years, the orange equipment offered by Een City was handled by Gushi himself. So Gushi was quite familiar with the orange equipment, styles and attributes given to Luna, Shea and Princess Anna. Gushi could tell at a glance that the weapon like a scimitar held in the hand of the lord in front of him was the Blade of Stars that Gushi gave to Princess Anna. This Blade of Stars was an orange equipment that was half combat and half command. The most important thing was that in terms of command, it could strengthen a large number of combat troops. It can be said that this is a good equipment for commanding and fighting, and for melee self-defense. As the main weapon of the Necromancer and the Death Knight, this thing is quite good. Gushi considered that Princess Anna's main task was to command the battle, and Princess Anna's combat ability was also good. So he gave this Blade of Stars to Princess Anna. Later facts prove that Princess Anna did not disappoint Gushi. In terms of commanding the battle, Princess Anna did a good job. The most important thing is that after Princess Anna got the Blade of Stars, she did not keep it in her hand, but seriously thought about how to make better use of this equipment. It was not like Gushi Fox Eye Ring at the beginning, which was almost never seen in the later period. It can be said that Gushi felt at that time that it was not a loss to give this thing to Princess Anna. But now this Blade of Stars was handed over to the lord in front of him, which means that the other party has been recognized by Princess Anna. Although I don't know what's going on here, one thing is certain: Princess Anna will not do something random. So Gushi fell directly from the sky and landed in front of the lord. When seeing Gushi falling from the sky, the lord was also a little surprised. But she immediately stepped forward to greet him and said, "Lord Magic Mirror greets you." "Lord Magic Mirror? I haven't heard of you. Are you a member of the Grand Princess Council?" "Yes, I am the 9th person in the Grand Princess Council," Lord Magic Mirror said with certainty. "But I remember that I no longer have the body of Princess Anna. How did you appear?" "I was helped by Princess Anna through the mirror array in front of me, and the Blade of Stars to perform a magic ritual, and with the help of Lady Luna, I walk out of the mirror. I have all the skills and knowledge of Princess Anna, and I also have all the effects of the Blade of Stars. Most importantly, I was born in the command hall in front of me. I have 100% control over the command hall in front of me, and the strange field of the 3 Lifestone Mirror. I am a real commanding lord who can go to the battlefield." Gushi understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. Princess Anna actually used Gushi Command Hall as a platform for a magic ritual. Together with Luna, who mastered a lot of mirror magic, she directly concentrated the spirituality in the 3 Lifestone Mirror and took out a being that was exactly the same as herself from the 3 Lifestone Mirror. This became the 9th Lord of Princess Anna, Lord Magic Mirror. Looking at Lord Magic Mirror's face, Gushi was silent for a moment. If Lord Magic Mirror had not explained her origin in detail, Gushi really would not have realized that she was a mirror image of Princess Anna. The clothes and dress on her body were exactly the opposite of Princess Anna. Even the position of holding the Blade of Stars was exactly the opposite. Before, Gushi was startled by the appearance of the 9th Lord, and did not pay special attention. Now after a careful look, Gushi found that this was really the case. He really didn't expect that the 9th Lord, who he couldn't figure out, was not a ghost, but a weird mirror image caused by various reasons. Chapter 2022 Disrupted Defense Line. Looking at the 9th Lord of the Grand Princess Council, Gushi's eyes were somewhat blurred. Gushi was now a little unsure whether he had really escaped the fate of being killed on the Creation Bridge. The 9th Lord who he thought would not appear appeared. And now the progress of the Creation Bridge is obviously delayed. Recently, Gushi discovered information about the octopus head. All of this, meaning that Gushi's fate is not far from the catastrophe. On the contrary, because of Gushi's struggle, the catastrophe in front of him seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Before, Gushi only needed to fight the octopus-headed undead army head-on, in the third battle of the Creation Bridge. But now Gushi has 2 red equipment in his hands. If he still has this goal, wouldn't Gushi red equipment be obtained in vain? Gushi felt that behind this, there must be something he didn't know. It's a pity that things deep in the game can't be said casually. Otherwise, he would bring Principal Lu, Teacher Gong, and ask Teacher Jun if they want to join him. He could just go to Octopus Head's hometown and burn down the clan land. By then, Gushi would have eliminated the great calamity behind him, and everyone could have taken some red clothes back to share. This would be such a pleasant thing. But things ended up like this. This made Gushi extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Gushi wanted to just turn around and go deep into the game. Isn't it just a player race? It's not like he can't beat them. Gushi had fought them several times before. Besides, now that he has the orange guard Ninetail in hand, Gushi doesn't have to worry about the opponent's mind spells. What can't he beat? But just when Gushi wanted to lead his troops to rush deeper into the game, Gushi movements suddenly paused. Strange, why do I always want to run deeper into the game recently? There's no reason for this. I've already escaped the catastrophe. Why am I running back? I don't believe it. I am still the key figure of the Creation Bridge. If I don't go back, the Creation Bridge can't be built? Gushi shook his head and turned his attention to the Lord of Magic Mirror again. Okay, I already know your name, but whether you can give my approval depends on your ability. By the way, how is the current war situation? Lord of Magic Mirror looked at Gushi with some surprise. She clearly saw that Gushi wanted to go somewhere, but why did he suppress this idea again when he turned around? No wonder Gushi could become an adult. It seems that his character is much beyond that of normal people. Although he was thinking about it in his heart, Lord Magic Mirror still explained the current situation. Because the source of the void was bombed, the king was already directly red hot. He had no intention of hiding it anymore. And he didn't care about the apple forest and the throne of the king behind the source of the void. He directly dragged out all the main forces under his command and rushed to the original location of the source of the void. At the same time, influenced by the Great Lord, the vassal armies, miscellaneous troops, and wild monsters that did not belong to the Great Lord's troops nearby also rushed over from all directions like crazy. Now the pressure on the front line has increased a lot. The main reason is that the storm generated by the source of the void before swept away the layered space generated near the source of the void, and most of the original arrangements at the source of the void. It can be said that the location of the source of the void now, except for a large pit that was blown up, is almost defenseless. In addition, the enemy came from all directions, and the pressure on the front line was naturally much greater. The current front line, the pressure is already quite high, Lord Magic Mirror said, while showing Gushi the current situation through maps and sand tables. Gushi found that Lord Magic Mirror was right in some aspects. She was born and raised in this command hall, and she played the command hall in front of her most smoothly. Isn't this method of turning illusion into sand table the technology in Gushi command hall? Looking at the sand table in front of him, Gushi quickly stretched out his hand and swiped it, and the sand table enlarged and shrunk according to Gushi movements. When it was enlarged, Gushi could see the situation of everyone on the battlefield. When it was shrunk, Gushi could see the situation of the entire battle from a high altitude. Very useful. Do you usually do this? No. I just need to be in the command hall, and everything is in my mind. No need to do this specifically. Gushi understood it after hearing what he said. Illusions are for people to see. They are to put some pictures in people's brains, or some pictures from other places in front of others, so that people can observe everything in front of them more intuitively. However, it depends on who is observing it. If the user already has a detailed picture in his mind, why would he bother to use illusions to change it? So the illusion sand table in front of him is specially for Gushi to see. Through the illusion sand table, Gushi clearly saw the battle situation outside. Just as Lord Magic Mirror said, the situation was not very good, because the enemy came from all directions, and Princess Anna led the troops to charge too fast. The battle situation in front of him was obviously a bit inconsistent. The whole situation became a bit of a fight for each other. Princess Anna's first line of defense was located at the original source of the void. This unit should be the normal first line of defense plus the original attacking force. And now all of them are shrinking in this position. It can be said that they successfully blocked the frontal attack of the Great Prince's troops. But they did not block the flank at all. The most speechless thing is that because they rushed too fast, they were obviously out of touch with the second line of defense. The second line of defense was too scattered. Originally, the second line of defense should not be like this. But the first line of defense withdrew its troops, leaving many empty spaces, which brought some trouble to the second line of defense. Some vassal troops and miscellaneous troops bypassed the first line of defense and entered the attack area of the second line of defense. This cut off the defense network of the second line of defense, letting the troops of the second line of defense and the dump trucks 30,000 to 50,000 people form a battlefield, where they attracted the enemy's attention. As a result, the second line of defense became more and more scattered. Some enemies were even ready to attack the third line of defense in front of them. Why did it become like this? Seeing that the troops were about to hit him, Gushi couldn't help but mutter. Because of the training and the resurrection of the troops. Lord Magic Mirror also said at this time. Gushi turned his head and looked at Lord Magic Mirror. I can understand the training, but what about the resurrection of the troops? Chapter 2023 The Role of Double Red Suits on the Battlefield. Sir, there is no infinite resurrection for our soldiers who died in this battle. Lord Magic Mirror glanced at Gushi and said a fact somewhat helplessly. In the absence of infinite resurrection, if Gushi soldiers died in battle, they would have to go to the altar of eternal slavery to be resurrected. On the contrary, if the enemy's troops died in battle, they would enjoy double or triple treatment. The battle belonged to Gushi, so there would naturally be double death in the battle. If there are still ghost flowers nearby, then there will be Night Blood Road. In addition to the soul summoning technique of the soul summoning tower, for each enemy killed, at least 3 new comrades will appear. Of course, there must be problems here. The fixed location for Double Death Refresh is in Aladovi City. Night Blood Road has always been with Gushi, and only counts when Gushi releases it. As for the undead summoned by the Soul Summoning Tower, their level and equipment are sufficient, but they are not organized, and need to be set back for reorganization. Therefore, these new undead soldiers exist in the data, but it is more troublesome to put them into battle. At least many troops cannot be added to the battlefield in the first time. The undead heroes and leaders on the front line naturally discover the abnormal situation. They now need to replenish troops, and they need to mobilize troops from the rear. If the loss is large, the entire army may have to withdraw from the battle sequence. For this reason, all the undead heroes woke up by themselves, and they changed from their original rough attack methods to what they are now. Using the dump truck as a camp, attract the enemy to the side, and then kill them. It can be said that for a while, several bait heroes such as Nidenica became the most eye-catching guys on the battlefield. And for defense, the dump truck naturally had to shrink. So the second line of defense was broken into several pieces, looking like it was besieged by the enemy, and the defense line was happily destroyed. After understanding what was going on, Gushi was also a little speechless. Okay, it's my fault, where's the body? The bodies of the dead in each battle will be handled specially. The bodies of our soldiers have always been placed at the location of the previous camp. Every time the bodies are handled and piled together. When our camp moves forward, the bodies will be left in place. Ah? Gushi looked back at the situation behind him. It feels that this matter is somewhat troublesome. Luckily, Lord Magic Mirror said again at this time, by the way, my lord, near all the bodies, there are a lot of ghost flowers. Moreover, along the way, we have used the Nether Spirit Flower to convert all the land we occupied. Do you have the Nether Spirit Flower? That would make it much easier. Gushi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard it. It would not be a good thing to run back. Moreover, the war was so tense. Gushi could not go back. Give me the command. Gushi stood up decisively. Now is not the time to train troops. The war situation needs to be adjusted first. Lord Magic Mirror immediately stood up and took Gushi to the meeting place in the command hall. Gushi sat down and looked around. The command hall now had obvious changes compared to when he first got it. This command hall was already full of the style of the Lord of Magic Mirror. Gushi sat on the throne and could see the illusion sand table in the illusion garden behind him through the mirror. At the same time, all of Gushi commands could be easily issued by moving on the illusion sand table. But when Gushi sat down, this was not the priority. Instead, he pointed at the illusion sand table in front of him. Then Gushi pointed to the sky. At this time, in Gushi eyes, others can see the situation of the entire battlefield through the illusion sand table in front of them. And this is exactly what Gushi wants to see, the situation of the entire battlefield. At this time, Lord Magic Mirror also looked at Gushi, not sure what Gushi wanted to do. But Gushi ignored all this at this time. At this time, he was holding up his right hand and said calmly, "Infinite resurrection." under the effect of the ghost flower. The effect of the red suit was activated on the spot. Not only did the undead troops fighting on the front line feel the effect of infinite resurrection, but even the corpses that Gu-Shi had not dealt with all the time also crawled up at this time. After they recovered from the dead state, they first looked at each other, and then they heard an order. Automatically return to the team. The fallen heroes will be reorganized, and all move to the front line. This was Gu-Shi's new order issued to the outside world through the command hall. Then Gu-Shi did not stop there. After giving orders to the resurrected undead troops, Gu-Shi raised his hand to the sky again. Griffin Black Throne, start. With Gu-Shi order, prompts quickly rang in the ears of Gu-Shi and his undead. You are temporarily affected by the Griffin Black Throne. You will automatically master the unlimited counterattack ability. All enemies who attack you will be counterattacked by you. You are temporarily affected by the Griffin Black Throne. Your attack will have a curse effect. All enemies attacked by you will be randomly cursed accordingly. You are temporarily affected by the Griffin Black Throne. You will be protected by the air system effect. You will automatically bless an air system defense or air system gain spell every minute. You are temporarily affected by the Griffin Black Throne. One by one, the prompts inform the undead on the battlefield what kind of enhancement you have received. At the same time, he also notified Gu-Shi to arrive, and the red suit to appear. Although the two red suits, the Ghost Flower and the Griffin Black Throne, could not directly dominate the battlefield, they were enough to deal with enemies without red suits. With the various blessings added, Gu-Shi felt that his spirit was empty. However, the undead on the battlefield became excited. Let's not talk about the troops fighting head-on with the troops under the Grand Lord at the front line. It was the undead on the second line of defense. Finally, they didn't have to fight a city defense battle anymore. They can be resurrected infinitely. So in facing the vassal army, miscellaneous troops, and wild monsters, whose levels have not reached 20 or above, they don't need to drag it out any longer. At this time, they must kill as much as they can. So all the undead troops jumped out from behind the dump truck and rushed into the enemy team. And the enemies who were besieging the dump truck hadn't reacted to what was going on before they were dispersed by these undead troops. At the same time, they also discovered a terrible fact. That is, all the undead troops seemed to have become much stronger. Their reaction speed increased by at least twice. And when they moved, it seemed that there was wind behind them pushing them. The most important thing was how to attack them. And they could counterattack before your attack landed on them. Anyway, just like that, the situation of the battle changed fundamentally. Chapter 2020 for the crazy counterattack of the undead army. Originally, the Grand Lord's men were suppressing Gu-Shi troops. Now Gu-Shi troops are suppressing the Grand Lord's troops. The Grand Lord's main force has not yet reacted. But their vassal army, actually, has been completely suppressed. At the same level, the Grand Lord's vassal army can't compare with Gu-Shi undead army one-on-one. They can't keep up with the speed of the undead army in terms of basic speed, even if they use long-range attacks. It's useless. A circle of defensive arrows will appear around the undead army, or a layer of air wall will appear directly, and the long-range attack will be blocked on the spot. There is no way to hurt these undead at all, and it will be even more outrageous in close combat. Before the close combat attack hits the undead will notice you. Their reaction speed and attack speed are faster. They will directly hit back with a knife, regardless of whether the knife is useful or not. The counterattack effect will definitely be achieved. The troops under the Grand Lord thought, when we were suppressing the undead before, it didn't seem so difficult. Why did the undead suddenly seem to have taken medicine and become difficult to fight? They hadn't figured out what was going on yet. The undead troops became smarter. Not only did they attack with their powerful combat power, but when they attacked, they could easily find the weaknesses of the troops under the Grand Lord. For example, they had already rushed to the front, but they insisted on turning around and attacking from the right rear side. Later facts prove that their choice to attack from the right rear side was quite correct. Attacking from this position, it happened that the opponent had no way to defend. The undead under Gu-Shi command directly killed the opponent's hero, and they didn't react, allowing the undead under Gu-Shi command to easily steal the home and kill the leading hero. After the hero died, the vassal army collapsed on the spot. They ran away without morale. But their running was exactly what the undead army wanted. The undead army chased after them with their weapons raised. These vassal soldiers couldn't run fast, but were blessed with spells such as Swift Walk and Wind, which significantly increased their speed. As they rushed forward, the vassal army couldn't even run away. As for the cannon fodder troops, The miscellaneous troops and the wild monsters were even worse. Some of them don't even have a hero, they just fight with the leader. Usually, they can follow the hero's troops to gain popularity or something. It's different now, they can't even gain popularity. The undead see them like a hound seeing a rabbit, and they just pounce on them. These troops want to fight back. But do they really need to fight back? Can they keep up with the speed of the undead troops' infinite counterattack? During the fight, they had only slashed once when the counterattack of the undead army arrived. Even if they ignored their own situation and slashed again, the counterattack of the undead army came again. After 3 or 2 strikes, the undead would slash several more times than the enemy army. Moreover, the undead were not afraid of death. They would stand up again and fight again after death. It was okay once or twice, but after too many times, everyone knew there was something wrong. The cannon fodder and miscellaneous soldiers under the Great King all had brains. They are fanatics, not fools. They know they are afraid of death. So these troops are like chickens being chased, without looking at the direction, and running around. When they run, they will rush into the battle formation of their comrades, and sometimes even clash with their own people. For a while, the battle near the second line of defense became out of shape. However, Gushi did not rush to the front like before, but easily commanded the troops to divide and surround everything in the second line of defense. It felt like holding chopsticks and counting the number of rice grains on the table. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was not difficult. Sometimes it felt interesting to count. Lord Magic Mirror had been following behind Gushi, watching Gushi command of the front line. She sometimes saw some problems, but she did not point them out. Lord Magic Mirror also knew that. She was just a tool placed here by Princess Anna to command the troops. She was in the command hall, although she could command the entire battle situation. But above her, there are Gushi and Princess Anna, who can easily take away the command of the battlefield. At this time, what she should do is to shut up and observe Gushi handling of the battlefield. To think about why Gushi did this. What are the benefits of doing this? At the same time, she was also thinking, why did Gushi dare to do this? Afterwards, Lord Magic Mirror found out that the reason why Gushi dared to do this was because he really mastered the core power. In the battle, Infinite Resurrection and Infinite Counterattack are the best match. With these 2 skills, even if a rabbit comes, it can kill a tiger. Not to mention that the undead under Gushi are not rabbits. They have extremely strong combat power. Now it's just that Gushi has brought out all their abilities. So now the undead are getting smoother and more fierce. Many undead troops even chase the cannon fodder and miscellaneous troops under the Grand Lord, rushing towards the first line of defense. At this time, the core main force of the Grand Lord also found that something was wrong. When they attacked the first line of defense before, it was going quite smoothly. But now it was obviously not going well. As they fought, they found themselves surrounded. This made all the leaders of those troops laugh. This was clearly a joke. They had so many troops, and all of them were the main forces above level 20. They came to fight some undeads that were obviously not even level 20. This was already a loss of face. In the end, not only did they fail to take down the first line of defense, they were also surrounded. This clearly showed that they looked down on their main force. So the 2 leaders with the worst tempers rushed out with their troops. They had only one idea in mind, that is to kill all the undead. Only by making soup with the bones of the undead could they wash away the insults of the undead. But they did not notice that, after Gushi took over the battle, some troops of the undead army that had not been sent to the front line also appeared on the battlefield. These undead troops are the key to the entire battle. For example, the undead dragon troops and flying troops in the sky, and the disaster army on the ground. These are what Gushi has never deployed. Now, the main forces of the enemy have all come out. Why should Gushi hide them? Of course, he should take out everything he can. Chapter 2025, Expansion of the War and Epic Enemies. When he regained control of the battle situation, Gushi saw it. His current methods are no problem for dealing with ordinary troops of level 20 or less. But as long as the enemy's level is over 20, it will not be so easy to fight. Not to mention that the higher the level, the stronger the attack, defense and vitality of those soldiers. Gushi men often need to lose 8 to 10 soldiers to fight off an enemy. This is not a good sign. Gushi needs to send more troops to participate in the battle, and use saturated firepower to deal with the enemy. As for Gushi demigod soldiers, the ancient undead did not participate in the battle this time. At this time, They were mixed with surely evil demon skeleton soldiers, taking advantage of the opportunity that Gu Shi troops were holding back the Grand Lord's main forces, heading towards the Grand Lord's throne. They had only one goal: to directly attack the Grand Lord's lair. In order to ensure the success of the surprise attack, Gu Shi also released Wei Hu, who had been suppressed. Let them act freely. Wei Hu had no objection to being released at the last minute. In his eyes, it was good to have a fight. If there was no fight, then just go drink. There was no need to get angry over such a small matter. Now that Gu Shi had released him, he was given freedom. So he was quite happy, and did not ask about his mission. He only confirmed where the enemy was, and ran out by himself. Gu Shi was not worried about Wei Hu's behavior. In Gu Shi's eyes, Wei Hu was a leader who was more capable of unexpected events than fighting. When the situation could not be resolved, he could always create some vacancies by letting Wei Hu take over. Gu Shi was still very confident about Wei Hu and Shirley. After sending them out, Gu Shi just watched the situation over there through the command hall. He still focused the rest of his attention on the front line, along with a large number of undead dragons. The Disaster Legion troops appeared on the battlefield. The main force under the Grand Lord was also a little overwhelmed. The Void Demon Heart Force and 2 Tentacle Forces originally stationed here were destroyed. It brought a devastating blow to the Grand Lord's troops. He had to dispatch the remaining main force. But the Grand Lord's men were all targeted. The Tentacle Force was fine. The Eye and Heart Forces were both targeted. Especially the Heart Force, which was a defensive force stationed in different positions. The Poison Apple Heart Force transferred from the Apple Forest, and the Throne Trick Heart Force transferred from the Grand Lord's throne. Both required corresponding defensive buildings. The Poison Apple Heart unit is better at fighting in the woods, while the Throne Trickster unit is better at fighting in cities and chaotic places. After they were all mobilized, the situation they faced was not suitable for their fighting environment. Especially the Poison Apple Heart unit. They were dragged out of the woods directly, and the guerrilla warfare in the woods turned into a field battle. The most speechless thing is that they have to face attacks from all directions, from the sky to the ground. Such attacks make them very uncomfortable. They had to fight and retreat at the same time, hoping to create a vacant space, so as to drag Gu Shi undead army to their own field. However, Gu Shi was already fighting like crazy at this time. Except for maintaining the characteristics of the red suit, all his attention was focused on the battlefield. And Lord Magic Mirror was also slowly familiar with Gu Shi fighting style in battle after battle. At the same time, he also understood the reason and confidence of Gu Shi operation. Lord Magic Mirror also knew how to use some of Gu Shi's subordinates, which subordinates could be used as elite troops, which subordinates were cannon fodder troops, etc. How to make good use of Gu Shi 2 red suits when Gu Shi was around, and how to deal with and arrange the undead troops to fight when Gu Shi was not around. As the battle strategy was slowly mastered, Gu Shi also began to hand over some small battles to Lord Magic Mirror. After all, the battle situation was getting bigger and bigger, and the information was changing rapidly. Gu Shi could not guarantee that he could keep an eye on all the positions. On the contrary, Lord Magic Mirror can do this. She can even easily see the changes in every detail of the entire battle situation. Gu Shi understood that this was because she herself came out of the more than 10,000 3 Lifestone mirrors. She has the characteristics of the 3 Lifestone mirror. So when she couldn't take care of it herself, Gu Shi began to hand over part of the battlefield command to Lord Magic Mirror. After doing so, Gu Shi found that with the help of Lord Magic Mirror, the entire battle situation has undergone a qualitative change. Lord Magic Mirror can handle very detailed matters, and can even command individuals. Gu Shi only needs to set the overall situation, and Lord Magic Mirror can handle the rest. Gu Shi does not need to command to the leader level. He only needs to say, transfer some people to the enemy at this location. Or he can see if there are any stronger troops nearby, and transfer them to deal with these enemies. It can be said that this one move freed Gu Shi from the details. Let him have the energy to focus all his attention on analyzing the enemy's situation. With the cooperation of Lord Magic Mirror, the battle situation in front of him became clearer and clearer. It was only a matter of time for Gu Shi to take down the Great Lord. And at this moment, Gu Shi suddenly found that something was not right. At a certain location, Gu Shi undead soldiers were dying in large numbers, although they were resurrected and fought again immediately. But the frequency of death was very similar to the frequency of death when Gu Shi fought the Dragon 2 soldiers. Something is not right here. Could it be that the Great Lord has demigod-level soldiers under his command? If so, then there will be a fight. Gushi immediately switched his sight to the location where he found the problem. Through the Sansheng stone mirror and the transformation of the illusion sand table. Even though he was far away from the enemy, Gushi saw the appearance of these enemies at the first time. Gushi discovered that the person who appeared on the battlefield was not a demigod-level soldier, but a leader who looked very fierce. No! The leader will not fight like this. He should be stronger than the leader. Epic level. Gushi made a judgment in his mind at the first time. The one in front of him is an epic level under the Great Lord. Because the epic level has command and combat capabilities, it is considered a relatively powerful existence. There are many leaders under Gushi, but there are only 1 or 2 epic and quasi-epic levels, such as Ingui, Weihu Shirley, etc. Each one is like a treasure in Gushi hands. Gushi knows very well that the epic levels have their own characteristics. The epic level in front of him is the kind of existence with extremely strong combat power and the ability to train soldiers. Even though there are less than 300 people following him, he kills with the momentum of thousands of troops. Chapter 2026 Night Blood Road of Remote Deployment. An interesting epic. After confirming the enemy's situation, Gushi had an idea in his mind. He looked up at the illusion sand table, and then stood up. Go, the ghost flower opens the way. Bring all their souls to me. Gushi said calmly, and the ghost flower in his hand also flashed. At this time, Gushi was conducting a small experiment. He wanted to see if his Night Blood Road could be opened to other locations with the help of the ghost flower. After all, the Black Blood Knights in the Night Blood Road are also undead. They can only follow Gushi all the time, which is really a waste. Now Gushi has been thinking about an idea. Enemies who died near the ghost flower can enter the Night Blood Road. So can the Night Blood Road appear in every place where there is a ghost flower? If this is really possible, then his Black Blood Knight will be useful. Gushi is doing an experiment in front of him. He himself was not at the forefront of the battlefield, but he could see through the illusion sand table where he had placed the ghost flower. He was going to use the ghost flower to release the Black Blood Knights and undead servants in the Knight's blood path. Would it succeed? Gushi stared at the illusion sand table. At this time, at a considerable distance from Gushi, the epic boss under the Grand Lord was leading his troops to frantically kill Gushi undead troops. The situation of this epic is somewhat similar to Shirley. He is more like a template for Shirley growth after entering the epic level. He will participate in the battle himself, and can also lead his subordinates to fight. The most important thing is that, because his subordinates have experienced too many battles with him, not only their levels have been improved, but also their combat experience, coordination, equipment, etc. have been improved in all aspects. It can be said that as long as the epic does not die, his subordinates will continue to improve. As his subordinates continue to improve, the epic level will become stronger and stronger. The two sides can be said to complement each other. Judging from the current situation, let's not talk about the epic level. The 300 soldiers under his command, when they work together, are somewhat equivalent to the weakened Dragon 2 soldiers, quasi-demigod level. At this time, this epic level is still leading his subordinates to kill all kinds of undead frantically. They can jump at least more than 30 meters in one step. When they fall heavily, they will stun the nearby undead. When the undead are ready to counterattack, they will quickly change their positions. It can be seen that the epic undead have already seen the weakness of the infinite counterattack. This infinite counterattack cannot deal with large-scale attacks. As long as the target is not aimed at them, the infinite counterattack on them will not be activated. Only when they are hit, the infinite counterattack will take effect. For example, jumping shock, whirlwind slash, thunder strike and other ground hitting, or their own random group attack methods, are quite useful at this time, because such an attack not only has a large attack range, but also has strong enough power. It can sweep in all nearby undead. It will not allow them to fight back. After trying this once, and finding it useful, this epic level warrior led his men to charge forward like this. Every time they jumped, at least 30 undead would die on the spot, although the undead would get up from the ground as soon as possible. This epic level warrior had already led his troops to charge several hundred meters. These undeads couldn't catch up even if they wanted to, and the siege couldn't stop this epic. So on the battlefield, they were just like Shirley in the past. They didn't even look at the surrounding environment, they just rushed around, and kept destroying everything on the battlefield. For such people, Gushi usually called them meat grinders. How much fun Gushi had with Shirley in the past, how much damage this guy brought to Gushi troops now. All the undead troops nearby couldn't stop him. Instead, The battle formation was thrown into chaos by them. If the battle continued like this, the front line would be out of control. At this moment, Gushi Night Blood Road long-range delivery finally succeeded. When this epic-level warrior crushed a ghost flower, a petal flew out of the ghost flower that he crushed. Then the petal changed from the original blue and white to blood color, and then a large number of petals flew out from all directions, and fell to the ground, and turned into a road composed of petals and blood. Night Blood Road. The epic boss immediately felt that something was wrong. He was about to give an order, when a group of heavy cavalrymen on white horses rushed out nearby. When these heavy cavalrymen charged, a large amount of black blood flowed out of their bodies, and they automatically turned their white horses black. These heavy cavalrymen were the Black Blood Knights under Gushi. Beside each Black Blood Knight, there were also 6 undead servants. Some of them were as high as level 60, and some were powerful demigods. It can be said that these powerful undead servants are the main force of the Black Blood Knight. As soon as they rushed out, they rushed towards the troops of the epic boss. It is impossible to siege. As heavy cavalry, they only have one way to fight: frontal charge. As for the other party wanting to escape, that is impossible. The Black Blood Knight, who has just mastered the new ability, is not only behind Gushi now. As long as there is a place where the Nether Spirit Flower is, the Night's Blood Road can be paved outward. They can appear in different places at any time through the Night Blood Road. It can be said that as long as the Ghost Flower is there, they can appear directly. So no matter how fast the enemy runs, can they be faster than teleportation? If they can't do this, then I'm sorry. Think about how to die. Facing the epic boss, the Black Blood Knight can be said to have used all his strength. As soon as he appeared, there was a wave of charge in the front. This charge was quite sudden. From the time the Black Blood Knight appeared on the Ghost Flower to the time they rushed into the epic boss's army, it took only 3 seconds. The epic boss wanted to rescue his men, but it was too late. The Black Blood Knight and the Undead Servant were never defensive counterattack troops. They only had one way of attacking, which was to charge head-on, rush to the enemy, use the Knight's impact to knock everything away, and crush everything. Wait! That was never the Black Blood Knight's idea. Charging was. The Black Blood Knight charged, and crashed into the enemy team. Under the impact, half of the soldiers under the epic boss were killed on the spot. Most of the remaining half were seriously injured, and only less than 30 people were left. This made the epic boss very angry. He raised his weapon, rushed towards the Black Blood Knight, and shouted loudly, "Kill!" Chapter 2027 Epic Class Self-Contained Equipment. Epic Class is outstanding in terms of command and force. Facing the sudden attack, the first reaction of the Epic Class boss was to charge head-on. He raised his weapon, killed more than 30 undead servants and 5 Black Blood Knights on the spot, and rushed to Rhine head-on. Rhine was quite happy about the Epic Class rushing over. Epic Class? Gushi didn't have many subordinates. Killing him, is this considered a great achievement? If it is considered, then he deserves this achievement. Looking at the epic level rushing over, Rhine immediately faced it head-on. Although Rhine is famous for commanding battles among the Black Blood Knights under Gushi, his own combat power is still good. The most important thing is that in the Night Blood Road, Rhine and other old Black Blood Knights eat well, sleep well, and train well. In addition to the occasional supplies, it is difficult for them not to grow. Facing the epic level, Rhine did not dodge, but took the initiative to meet it. As he rushed forward, a gust of evil wind blew up around Rhine. This evil wind had a strong fishy smell and a strange breath, and there was something like iron filings mixed in the wind. The epic level rushed head-on, and before he could hit Rhine, he was blown down by the evil wind. He was about to attack Rhine, and the evil wind blew into his eyes. Then the epic level felt as if he had entered another world. The whole person turned black and white. All sounds were inaudible, as if the whole world had been forgotten. Although this feeling only lasted for a few minutes. But for a master, 1 or 2 seconds is enough to change everything. Not to mention a few minutes, when Epic reacted again, everything was already settled. Epic was knocked away by Rhine and a large number of Black Blood Knights, and the White Horse trampled on Epic 3 times. As the White Horse trampled past, his hands never stopped. Whenever he passed by, he would swing his knife at least once. He had to give this Epic a blow anyway. Facing such a bad wind, the subordinates of the Epic had no choice but to come over and snatch the Epic away. But they rushed forward a few steps before they were stopped by the undead servants under Rhine. Since becoming the boss of the Black Blood Knight, Rhine has given him the best of everything. Although some things could not be retrieved, he had a demigod level and a level 60 undead servant around him. The rest were the elite among the elite, and they were equipped with the best equipment. They fought very bravely, especially the demigod level undead servant, who directly suppressed the subordinates of the epic boss and fought with them. They had no way to come to rescue them. Then the Black Blood Knight trampled back and forth again and again. Every time he stepped on it, it would cause great damage to this epic. The epic also showed a strong vitality at this time. At the same time, in his hand, there should be an orange equipment that can be used to save his life. After being beaten like this, he was not dead yet, but just fell to the ground, trying to recover his life. He even wanted to turn the tables. At this time, there was a whoosh in the sky. A black feather arrow fell from the sky. This epic level player didn't expect Gushi to be so unethical. He used him to experiment with long-range Night Blood Path, and also used him to experiment with black feather arrow positioning. With this arrow, the epic level player really had no chance. Gushi had experimented with black feather arrows. He could kill players around level 40 instantly, and players around level 60 could be killed instantly depending on the situation. So Gushi was so confident that he would come to trouble the Great Lord. Wasn't it because he had mastered the ultimate weapon? An epic level player. Gushi just didn't have time to care about him at first. If he really attacks, it will be an instant kill. As the black feather arrow hit the epic's head, a prompt sound came to Gushi's ears. You kill the King's Remnant Soul, epic twisted creature. You get 13,328 experience points. And the summoned creatures participating in the attack get 1213 experience points. The King's Remnant Soul? Looking at the information that popped up in front of him, Gushi took another look at the illusion sand table. At this time, the illusion sand table was enlarged again and again under Gushi operation. And it was enlarged to the point where he could see the King's Remnant Soul that was about to be trampled into meat paste. Gushi was puzzled by the bloody flesh on the ground. This is called a residual soul? Do you really think Gushi is an ordinary person who has never seen a ghost? He is a necromancer. Although he was a little speechless about the name. The man in front of him was epic. Even if he was a twisted creature, he had his own abilities. Gushi complained in his heart and made a move. A large number of ghost flowers paved a bloody road in front of him. An undead servant holding a hammer and a shield walked out of the knight's bloody road. When this undead servant walked out, Gushi could clearly see that the bones on his body were made up of various bones, which gave him a rather strange aura. How should I put it? You said that the bones on this undead were well chosen, because the bones came from different things. Some were long, some were short, some were thick, some were thin, and some were broken and nailed back together with iron nails. Anyway, it made people feel uncomfortable just looking at it. But if you say that these bones are not good, that's not the case. These bones were obviously carefully selected. Each one was of high quality. Even each bone could tell its origin. Apart from other things, Gushi saw that every bone in his skull had a royal signature. Well, no wonder such a weird undead could become an epic. This was clearly an epic piece together with the lives of royal family members. When the undead servant walked in front of Gushi, Gushi first looked at him and was about to ask something, but found that there was an obvious problem with the hammer he was holding. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he saw that there was blood on the hammer. Originally, Gushi wanted to ask if he was still epic. Could epic power affect the Black Blood Knight? As soon as he saw the blood, Gushi couldn't help but ask, "Is this dragon blood?" "Yes, this is real dragon blood. The freshest. Would you like to try some?" Gushi took another look at the hammer in the hands of the undead servant. Then he asked again, "Is the hammer in your hand an orange one?" "No, this is not an orange one. This is a fragment of red ammunition. I picked it up." Chapter 2028 Red Bullet Fragments and Treasures. Wait. Tell me in detail. Gushi found a suitable place to sit down, and handed over the command of the battle outside to Lord Magic Mirror, and directly dragged the undead servant in front of him to ask in detail. Although the undead servant was an undead transformed through the Knight's Blood Road, it had no direct relationship with the corpse outside that had turned into meat paste. But there are some things that are different. For example, the undead can bring some memories. Another example is equipment of orange quality or higher. After all, equipment has been bound since orange. After death, will it be unbound, or will it go with the soul and finally become a ghost? This has always been controversial. Gushi could understand that the ghost servant in front of him would take out such a thing. But Gushi never thought that this would be the fragments of the red ammunition. What kind of weapon is this red suit? Where did it come from? And what is its function? As for the hammer in the hands of the undead servant, Gushi had no intention of taking it down. On the one hand, this undead servant was epic, and no matter whether he had soldiers to command in the Knight's Blood Road, his status could not be changed. For Gushi, he could not equip all the leaders and heroes with an orange suit, which was not good enough. If he wanted to grab the epic equipment, it would be a bit unreasonable. On the other hand, this thing was not a fragment of red suit, but a fragment of red suit bullet. This is too far from the red suit. Even if Gushi took it back, it would be useless. He still had several red suits that he hadn't finished yet. Using a bullet fragment to deduce the appearance of a gun was the most unscientific thing. So Gushi didn't ask the undead servant to hand over the equipment, but asked him to explain in detail where this thing came from. For Gushi's request, the undead servant didn't refuse. He quickly told Gushi about the hammer in his hand. Just as the undead servant said, the hammer in his hand, which was still stained with dragon blood, was a bullet fragment of a red suit. This red suit was a targeted red suit, used to deal with the dragon clan. The name of the red suit was David's Sling. This thing was directly a red suit, and all 4 routes were aimed at the dragon clan. On the surface, this David's Sling was just a leather bag for putting stones in it. But in fact, it had many powerful characteristics and routes. One of the routes is the ammunition in the slingshot. When it hits the dragon, it will cause various negative effects on the dragon. The most basic one is a bleeding and blood-sucking state. The iron hammer in the hands of the undead servant was originally the ammunition of the slingshot. It broke when hitting the dragon. Afterwards, no one took back the fragments. It was picked up by the Lord's men. After installing a handle, it became a big iron hammer. Although it is just a fragment of ammunition, but the ammunition used by the red suit, and it has hit the dragon. How can it be garbage? Just like that, the iron hammer reached the level of orange equipment, and the dragon blood on it was always fresh. And the effect of the red equipment for beating dragons was still there. It can be regarded as a good orange equipment. After hearing this, Gushi asked in a panic, "From what you said, if the ammunition was not broken, would it be taken back?" The undead servant thought about it, and finally shook his head. "I don't know. I just remember that the prince participated in a battle at the beginning, and then he picked up this thing. Used the exclusive red outfit for dragon slayers. It seems that this war is a battle against the dragon clan. How did you get this thing when you were alive?" "It was directly distributed to me by the Great Lord, because I reached the epic level." "Then, after you reached the epic level when you were alive, what did the Great Lord arrange for you to do?" "I see that the Great Lord has only one epic level person under him. Guarding the Great Lord's treasure, it is under the apple forest. Of course, it is called a treasure, but in fact it is just an apple warehouse, which stores the apples collected during this period and not yet offered." "Apple?" Gushi was silent for a moment and asked, "Is it a golden apple? How is it possible? All the apple trees here are from who knows how many generations ago. It is already quite remarkable to have a little attribute. The most they produce is a little sweeter. I don't know where the prince got this method from. It is said that a secret ceremony was performed. Each tree is arranged. As long as everyone picks only one apple from each tree when picking apples, the apples picked will be the sweetest and most likely to have alienated attributes. For this secret ritual, every year when the apples are ripe, the Grand Lord will count the apples on the trees, and then decide how many cultists to recruit that year." Hearing this, Gushi rolled his eyes. "People in Victoria City. Did you hear that? The number of cultists in your city each year is determined by the number of apples on the trees, so that people can run from Victoria to the Mirror Underground Palace to pick apples." "Wait!" Gushi was secretly laughing at the cultists in Victoria City, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. "I'm at a loss." Gushi remembered something. He was at the golden apple tree in the kingdom of Winter Mirror. He had promised the Black Queen that he would leave her a golden apple. In the end, he only picked a perfect golden apple and pretended not to see the others. He didn't think much about it at the time. Now he thought that this was a secret ceremony arranged by the damned king. Anyone in this mirror palace would have the same thought. I will only pick apples from each tree once. And only pick one apple at a time. What a ghost. Gushi thought bitterly. I will kill the prince and take all his things. But even if I take everything, it can't make up for his loss. He found so many golden apples on the tree. Even if I don't eat them, I can take them back to plant. But now they are all gone. You? Gushi pointed at the undead servant, and was about to speak, but found that he didn't seem to know the name of the undead servant in front of him. The undead servant is not like the Black Blood Knight, who can still remember his name before his death. The demigod-level soldier died in battle, and he is just an undead servant. Even if the one in front of him is epic, it is useless. Gushi was silent for a while. Forget it. Now all the treasures you guarded before are mine. By the way, you are still epic now. An epic undead servant? Then can you still command the battle? I can't command. The Black Blood Knight won't listen to me. And the undead servant can only be assigned to the Black Blood Knight's subordinates. At most, I can command the undead laborers. But what's the use of commanding that? Why is it useless? It's you. Now go and find all the treasures of the Grand Lord for me. The loss this time. All the responsibility will be put on the Grand Lord's head. Chapter 2029, the battle was interrupted again. With a trace of anger and unwillingness, Gushi arranged for this epic-level undead servant to go out. Gushi could tell from the communication with him just now that the epic level here in the Night Blood Road was out of the question. Now let's see if the double death conversion to the epic level in the city of Aridov can be used. If it can be used, then Gushi will have another subordinate to send out. If it can't be used, then forget it. Gushi sighed, turned his head, and turned his attention back to the battlefield. At this moment, Gushi's eyes suddenly became blurry. He saw Lingxi appear in front of him. As soon as he saw Lingxi, Gushi knew that he had entered a dream again. So Gushi asked, Lingxi, it doesn't seem to be time for dinner now, what happened? Sir, I just received a message that Teacher June is looking for you. Teacher June? Where did the message come from? Gushi became serious when he heard this. Ever since Gushi got the orange-clad guard undead origin, he had no intention of going to Mr. June. After all, most of Mr. June's research was on the origin of the undead. And when it comes to understanding the origin of the undead, who can compare with the orange-clad guard undead origin? With the orange-clad guard undead origin, Gushi can learn anytime and anywhere. At most, what he learns is not very spiritual, but for Gushi now, this is enough. Therefore, apart from the necessary work and showing up at the 3 festivals and 5 birthday celebrations, Gushi rarely appears with Teacher June. However, Teacher June sometimes calls Gushi. In his eyes, Gushi is still a relatively useful tool. Of course, Teacher June does not call Gushi for nothing. He always gives Gushi benefits according to the standard of a regular red-clad boss. Because Gushi level is not high, every time Teacher June gives him benefits, there are things that Gushi can use now. And the quantity is always large. For example, ordinary corpses of around level 30 are given in tens of thousands. In the words of Mr. June, 10,000 corpses of level 30 are not as good as one corpse of level 60. Although Gushi is now laying the foundation, corpses of around level 30 are enough for Gushi. But he can't do such a tasteless thing. Gushi needs these corpses of around level 30 more, so he has to make up the difference in price with quantity. He can't let Gushi suffer a loss. Even for this reason, every time he asked Gushi to do something, he would give him 10% more. This is also why Gushi was not very willing to go to Teacher June. But he would still do it happily if there was work. Teacher June shook Gushi in front of him, which must mean that he wanted Gushi to do something. Gushi thought about it, and then turned to Lingxi and said, I will go. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, his eyes blurred, and he returned to the command hall again. Gushi looked up at Lord Magic Mirror. I have to go out for a while. I leave the command here to you. Also, mobilize a new epic hero from Aridov City. Take a look at his quality. If he is capable, then give him some troops, and let him go out to fight. If he is really not capable, then let him stay nearby and wait for me to come back. Gushi didn't think that. This time, the mission on Mr. June's side would be delayed for too long. Gushi knew very well that In City usually had no problems. If something really happened in In City, he would not have asked Lingxi to inform him, but would have used some special means to let Gushi go there immediately. Lord Magic Mirror didn't know what to say about the fact that Gushi had to leave soon after arriving. In her eyes, Gushi was not doing his job properly. But for Gushi, he hadn't fought against the Great Lord yet. He didn't need to keep an eye on the battle in front of him. After instructing Lord Magic Mirror, Gushi quickly jumped onto the evil coffin and headed for the fireplace on the other side of the defense shield. While Gushi was on his way, he also informed Princess Anna of the situation through Lingxi. Even if Lord Magic Mirror was unreliable, Princess Anna was always reliable. Even if there was no way to fight in front of the Grand Lord, Princess Anna could still delay the battle. After conveying all the orders, Gushi almost arrived near the fireplace of the hearthstone. Gushi sorted out his equipment, turned his head, and looked at the battlefield behind him. Finally, he notified Lord Magic Mirror. Let her prepare for the battle. After all, Gushi was not in the Mirror Palace. The blessing effect of the two red clothes would disappear. At that time, the combat effectiveness of Gushi troops would have a significant drop. When Gushi left, he had already made this clear to Lord Magic Mirror. Lord Magic Mirror also made preparations in advance when Gushi left. As soon as he got the news about Gushi, Lord Magic Mirror immediately issued a new order and adjusted the fighting style and method. After all, having red suit and not having red suit are two completely different fighting methods. Lord Magic Mirror can't let Gushi leave the red suit behind. Then he naturally has to consider other aspects. How to ensure that the undead troops under Gushi will not cause a counterattack from the Grand Lord's men due to a large number of deaths. And for Lord Magic Mirror to deal with this situation, the best way is to have strong microcontrol. Lord Magic Mirror had no way to allow Gushi undead troops to revive infinitely. So he had to find a way to drag the seriously injured undead troops down to rest before they died in battle. After the undead troops recovered their combat effectiveness, they would be sent out. Gushi left early, so he didn't know all this. He really didn't expect that Lord Magic Mirror could actually improve the strength of Gushi healing troops by at least 3 levels by himself. Now Gushi appeared directly in Teacher Jun's underground palace. At this time, Gushi realized that something was wrong, because Teacher Jun was a little anxious. Normally, after Gushi came out of his own death city through the Hearthstone, he should at least go to the fixed teleportation point arranged by Teacher Jun. But this time, the situation was different. Gushi had just left his private house, and before he could reach the nearest teleportation point nearby, he was dragged down. After arriving here, after a closer look, Gushi could find that all the red-clad bosses in Een City, all the level 60 bosses had arrived. Although from their expressions, it could be seen that they knew nothing. But with such strength and performance, Gushi always felt that now it was like Een City was going out to fight collectively. What was this for? Chapter 2030, Teacher Jun's Red Dress Mission. As the players arrived in groups of 3 or 2, the seemingly harmless Teacher Jun also walked out from the deepest part of the underground palace. He glanced at the players on the scene, then stretched out his hand and pressed down. After that, a chair made of mud appeared behind the players. Gushi immediately felt the red aura on the chair, which was the effect of the way of the earth. But Gushi didn't quite understand what was Teacher Jun planning to do. Gushi, who was somewhat puzzled, finally sat on the chair. When everyone sat down, the chairs moved by themselves, and the players were re-ranked according to their respective levels and strengths. The level 60 players were placed in a pile, and several players who mastered red equipment gathered together. After all the positions were adjusted, Teacher Jun slowly walked forward. This time I invited everyone here. There is something I want to discuss with you. Although Mr. Jun was discussing, his tone did not indicate that he wanted to discuss with everyone. It was clear that he had already made a decision, and he would inform everyone at the end. My earthly way has reached its limit, and I now need a second red suit. Over the years, I have been in Een City, using the power of Een City to cultivate red suits. I hope that one day, I can upgrade and cultivate a red suit myself. Don't look at me like that. I am not afraid to tell you that I have a quasi-red suit that I am cultivating. This is my mission reward. Xinhua has agreed to it. I think all of you have such a mission, but they are all stuck at a certain position. Gushi also nodded to what Mr. Jun said. Let's not talk about other things. He has the red equipment mission of the magic wand in his hand. If the magic wand is successful, Xinhua will also agree that Gushi has 2 red equipment. But when Mr. Jun said this, he was just pointing out the situation. It was obvious that this time, Teacher Jun called everyone over. Not because the quasi-red suit he was nurturing was about to be upgraded to red suit, but because of something else. And this matter was related to Teacher Jun's quasi-red suit. At this time, Teacher Jun also spoke. This time, I got a message that someone was eyeing the red suit I was about to nurture. They were planning to come and grab the red suit. So I planned to ask everyone to help me and keep all the guys who wanted to grab the red suit. Grab the red dress? For an uncertain news, come to grab the quasi-red dress that is being nurtured. The most important thing is that this news has been spread. The situation in front of me is not right. The other side is so stupid. How did they survive until now? Gushi looked unconvinced. He turned his head to look at Gong Lingyu beside him, but found that Gong Lingyu was serious at this time, as if what Mr. Jun said was true. Gushi tilted his head, wanted to ask Gong Lingyu in a low voice what was going on. But he found that because of the chair, there was a certain distance between him and other players. There was no problem with normal conversation, but it was difficult to whisper. Even if Gushi kept stretching his head out, he couldn't get close to Gong Lingyu. Looking at Gushi's expression, Gong Lingyu couldn't help but shake his head. Don't talk. Listen to it. Mr. Jun is one of the earliest human players, and he never does things without a purpose. Hearing Gong Lingyu's words, Gushi retreated again. At this time, Gushi noticed that all the level 60 players were very serious, as if there would be some benefit this time. As expected, Teacher Jun said, among the enemies coming this time, I am sure there are 3 red-clad masters. I hope that Principal Liu and Mr. Feng can deal with these 3. As long as you block the attacks of these 3, I am willing to pay each person 100 years of nurturing time. If one of them is killed, each person will get an additional 200 years of nurturing time. Of course, the one who kills the enemy can get the priority distribution right of the other party's red suit, or even the priority binding right. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. And then he looked up at Teacher Jun. Don't worry. The other party is not human. If you can really kill them, you can pay a small price and bypass the ban on expansion. Teacher Jun seemed to see the doubts of Gushi and the others, so he briefly explained the situation. But Gushi and the others were even more confused. The enemy is not human. Are they 2 higher-ranking player races? Perhaps he didn't want people to speculate, so Mr. Jun explained the situation clearly. The enemy we are facing this time is from the dead. They are real undead. After all, the things I am nurturing are of great benefit to them. So you don't have to worry about facing humans or more powerful players. The dead part? Gushi felt that his brain was not enough. At this time, Mr. Jun did not explain anything to Gushi and the others, but turned to look at the level 60 players. Just help me block the ordinary soldiers. After the matter is done, the red suits that Yinzida nurtured, you will have the priority to bind. When these players heard this, they looked at each other. Yinzida nurtured at least 10 quasi-red suits. This is something all high-level players know. Over the years, they have been saying that they will succeed in nurturing, and they will succeed in nurturing. In the end, only the Nether Spirit Flower was produced. The rest are still waiting for the opportunity to be born. In order to grab the binding rights of the Nether Spirit Flower, the high-level players of Yin City spent a lot of effort. Now Mr. Jun actually took out the binding rights directly as a reward. It seems that he attaches great importance to this task, although he is not sure where he can rank after adding the binding rights this time. But it's better to have it than not. Besides, the price of binding rights is really high. These players don't think their choice will be a disadvantage, so they agreed immediately. As for facing the red-equipped enemy head-on, they themselves have never thought about it. After all, red equipment has a crushing effect on orange equipment. If you are not careful, you may be killed in seconds. They don't want to lose their lives because of a momentary impulse, instead of getting any benefits. So after Teacher Jun distributed the tasks, everyone stood up and quickly made preparations for the battle. Only Gushi thought about it, and finally came to Gong Lingyu's side. Teacher Gong, how are we going to fight later? My troops are being held up by a big battle recently. I'm afraid I can't mobilize them in a short time. Gong Lingyu glanced at Gushi and said with a smile, to fight the red suit? Of course you have to use the red suit. Chapter 2031 Concept Land, Death. Okay, we are 5 against 3, which is actually an advantage for us. However, we will not separate, but unite to attack them. It should be difficult to kill all of them with 5 against 3, but killing one should not be a problem. We will kill the enemies first, and after that, we will consider dividing the red suit. Mr. Feng proposed at this time. It is a rare opportunity to grab the red suit, and no one present wants to miss this opportunity because of the lack of cooperation. So Mr. Feng immediately proposed his idea. Although Mr. Jun's goal is to help him block the 3 enemies with red equipment. But who doesn't want to get the second red equipment in advance? And according to what Mr. Jun just said, the enemy this time is the undead. So is the red equipment also available to the undead? As a necromancer or a player in the undead profession, there is no need to modify the properties of the red equipment. Not to mention Mr. Feng, even Gong Lingyu, who just got the red equipment not long ago, would have such an idea. But at this moment, Mr. June's voice rang out. Are you ready? If you are, we will begin. Mr. Feng wanted to say something, but Mr. June did not give him a chance to speak. Several red teleportation lights flashed under the feet of all the players. One by one, the players were sent away from the underground palace. The earthen throne that the players had just sat on was also sent away. When Gushi reacted, he found that he was already standing in a black space. Except for the earthen throne behind him. There was nothing around him. No matter which direction Gushi looked from, he felt that it was infinitely long, infinitely high, and infinitely thick. Damn it. It's death. Gushi had seen the wall of size. He understood the situation in front of him. This was clearly the concept of encountering death. No wonder Mr. June gave everyone a chair at the beginning. It seemed that he also knew the situation inside. If he didn't give them a position to anchor, he would die if he came in. But Gushi was also worried at this time. In such a place where death is, could he still deploy his men? Gushi mind moved. And the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, and the incarnation of death, the god of death, appeared beside Gushi. As Gushi incarnation of death, they were actually dead beings themselves. In such a place, they moved quite flexibly. However, Gushi noticed that the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, flew more flexibly here, while the incarnation of death, the god of death, was like swimming in the water, and his movements were a bit stiff. With the protection of the incarnation of death, Gushi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as all the skills were useful, there would be no problem. Especially when Gushi raised his hand, the petals of the nether spirit flower would float up. This was a great move that Gushi could use. Without the nether spirit flower, at least half of Gushi's moves would be wasted. Now it was okay. With a red suit, Gushi's safety could be guaranteed. Then Gushi contacted the Griffin Black Throne again. Just as he thought, the effect of the Griffin Black Throne was still there. At most, there will be some delay, but it will not affect Gushi's use of the Griffin Black Throne's attack power. That's it. It's alright. After safety was guaranteed, Gushi looked around. Although the surroundings were all black like fog, Gushi was a necromancer after all, and he could always find something different. Although he was in death at this time, it was not impossible to see through. With his understanding of death, Gushi finally saw a ray of light in a certain direction. Just when Gushi wanted to see more clearly, he found that the earth throne he was sitting on suddenly moved. The throne was taking Gushi in that direction. Gushi understood that in addition to giving Gushi an anchor point, the earth throne also had the ability to move in death. It seems that Mr. June's Earthway, as he said, has reached a very high level. If there is no new red equipment upgrade, Mr. June may not be able to break through. In the end, maybe he will become the earth of all mankind, or the guide of death for all mankind. Just like Shinhua. No matter which route Mr. June was unwilling to take. From the beginning, he had only one goal: to bypass the restrictions of the expansion ban, to cultivate his second red suit, and to take a new step from another angle. With this step, Mr. June was betting his future destiny. At this time, Mr. June showed his strongest strength. While Gushi was thinking about this, the Earth Throne had already sent Gushi to the location where the light appeared. Light and death? When the Earth Throne stopped, Gushi had already seen everything clearly. This was not the light and death, it was clearly a dark world of someone unknown. Gushi was a little curious about the dark world in front of him, and wanted to control the Earth Throne to fly in and take a look. But the Earth Throne was not under Gushi control at this time, and directly took Gushi around the dark world in front of him, and flew in another direction. Gushi wanted the Earth Throne to stop, but he could not stop the Earth Throne from flying farther and farther. Finally, Gushi could only see that this huge underworld turned into a little starlight, disappearing in the endless death. He didn't know how long he flew. Gushi suddenly felt that the Earth Throne seemed to be flying upwards. He seemed to see something. What was it? A black seed like metal. Although Gushi didn't know what kind of seed was that was so far away from him, but Gushi could definitely feel that it was the second red dress that Teacher June was nurturing. As for why he knew, it was because Gushi saw Mr. June standing under the black seed. As the Earth Throne stopped, Gushi noticed that Gonglingyu and the others flashed by from time to time in a relatively far distance from him. Judging from the positions where these red-clad bosses appeared, the 5 of them could just form a pentagram, protecting Mr. June and the seed in the middle. Judging from the position where Gushi died, the 5-on-3 coordination that Mr. Feng wanted was unlikely. Even if they can use the Earth Throne, it will take an hour or two, and they can't fly to the other red suit boss. This is a singles game. At this moment, Teacher June's voice rang in Gushi ears. It will take me about 3 days for this red suit to mature. During that time, I have to do my best to control the growth of the red suit. And the enemy will appear in these 3 days, so I hope you can help me hold on for 3 days. Chapter 2032 Death. Okay, Gushi looked up at Mr. June's position, and understood in his heart. When Mr. June began to deal with the final steps of the red suit, he understood that the battle had begun. At this time, Gushi shook his hand, and a large number of nether spirit flowers began to fall out. These nether spirit flowers floated around Gushi, not up or down, not far or near, and it felt as if they had been integrated into death. In fact, it was not just Gushi, the other people present also activated their own red suits at the first time. However, among them, only the 2 red equipments, Heart of the Netherworld and Eye of the Curse, are related to the undead, and can be integrated into death like Gushi did. Principal Lu's gem gloves and Gongling Yu's demon sword are not so lucky, although they have also been deployed. The area occupied is obviously much smaller. First, use the red equipment to protect yourself, and then everyone will focus on the surrounding area, because the opportunity of 5 against 3 was lost. Everyone understood that if they did not encounter the enemy at this time, there would be no enemy. But if they really encountered it, it would be a big battle. So everyone was keeping a close eye on everything around them, trying to take the initiative. At least they couldn't be attacked by surprise. After Gushi released the ghost flower, he immediately contacted the Griffin Black Throne. Although the Griffin Black Throne did not belong to the undead direction, Gushi had no intention of releasing the Griffin Black Throne completely. He just called on the Griffin Black Throne's infinite counterattack ability to ensure that he would not be targeted by others. As for the Black Feather Arrow and the Sky King's ability, Gushi just contacted them, and has not used them yet. After all, Gushi will stay here for 3 days, and he can't guarantee when he will encounter something wrong. It's better to save some mental energy now. At the same time, Gushi also checked his level. His biggest advantage over Mr. Phone is that Gushi level is relatively low. These few battles have allowed Gushi to accumulate a lot of experience. Judging from the current experience, if he encounters something, it is not a problem to force himself to level 18. The most important thing is to improve yourself in death. A normal necromancer probably doesn't have such an opportunity. While comforting himself, Gushi carefully observed the situation around him. Even if he felt tired, he didn't relax. At the same time, Gushi also released 3 orange-clad guards. As beings who crawled out of the mountain of corpses, they adapted well to the environment of death. Even if they couldn't fly freely like the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, they didn't swim like the incarnation of death, the god of death. Among them, the origin of the undead and Nine-Tailed reached out and placed their hands on the Earth Throne, using the Earth Throne to stay beside Gushi. Especially the Orange Guardian origin of the undead, after appearing, has been observing the environment of death, and conducted a live teaching for Gushi. The main purpose is to let Gushi understand death, and master death. In the words of the Orange Guardian origin of the undead, this is a rare opportunity. Not everyone can enter the depths of death. Seize the opportunity in front of you. It would be best if you can level up in the depths of death. This will be good for Gushi future growth. As for the orange-clad guard Ninetail, he helps Gushi observe every change around him through the mind, and sometimes he can even contact the floating spirit IK in the command hall to know the current battle situation in the Mirror Underground Palace. This is also the only fun for Gushi when he is bored. After all, Gushi was dragged here temporarily during the war, although he had explained everything when he came. But the situation on the battlefield is always changing rapidly. Gushi didn't know when the Great Lord would jump out. It would be embarrassing if he disrupted the situation. Gushi was too far away from the battlefield now. He couldn't even rush back to rescue. No, it shouldn't be impossible. The ghost flower was still blooming on the battlefield. Gushi could at least open a bloody path for the knights. Fortunately, both Princess Anna and Lord Magic Mirror gave good news. The battles in the Mirror Underground Palace were one after another. At the same time, because of the epic guide who had just double transformed, they fought very smoothly all the way. The undead troops under Gushi successfully fought to the vicinity of the Apple Forest, and settled there, and began to transform the land. Because Gushi had discovered the connection between the ghost flowers before, this made Gushi pay more attention to the planting of ghost flowers. When he left, he issued an order that, as long as the land was occupied, the ghost flowers must be planted. After destroying the main force of the Grand Lord, Princess Anna did not take the initiative to rush forward, but returned to her original fighting style of occupying one place after another, and is now slowing down. The Grand Lord did not take the initiative to appear on the battlefield at this time. This made Princess Anna and her men feel much more relaxed, and they finally had time to transport all the undead bodies on the battlefield to the rear, and transferred the newly converted and organized troops from the city of Aridov to the front line. This not only replenished the frontline troops, but also freed up enough time to occupy the land that had not been occupied before. However, Princess Anna also received some not-so-good news. That is, after many battles, some of the dump trucks had problems. In addition, the production in the city of Aridov was seriously insufficient. There were many key locations along the way that needed dump trucks to be stationed and guarded. The dump trucks that Gushi had obtained in the past 3 years were divided like this, and the number became seriously insufficient. Now many troops have no dump trucks available. Luna has no way to deal with this situation. After all, the current production of Aridov City has reached its limit. If it continues to operate at full capacity, it will affect the development of Aridov City. So in the current situation, even Luna has no way to deal with it. According to Princess Anna's calculations, if this continues, after the main defense line passes the apple forest, the defense lines that can be deployed may be reduced from 3 to 2. By then, there will be no depth on the defense line. If we really encounter a strong attacking force, we may be able to break through the defense line with one attack. For such a situation, Gushi couldn't help but press his forehead. If he was still in the Mirror Underground Palace, there would be no need to worry about such things. If the defense line was broken, the most he could do was to revive the dead troops on the spot and fight again. But he is not here now, so he can only think of another way. It may be too late to build a large number of dump trucks. So what if we don't use dump trucks? Before there were no dump trucks, he could also fight. Just when Gushi was thinking about this, the orange guard nine-tailed fox gently moved Gushi. The enemy is coming. Chapter 2033, the last step of the red-suited nurturing. In fact, Gushi's reaction was faster than that of the orange-suited guard nine-tailed. When the orange-suited guard nine-tailed reminded Gushi, Gushi raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction. In death, there is no distinction between up, down, left, right, front, and back, but Gushi is here. The direction he points to determines the direction. This time, there was no sound of whooshing. A black feather arrow flew out along the position pointed by Gushi. This black feather arrow did not fly as fast as Gushi's previous experiment. When it flew out, Gushi could even see the shadow of the black feather arrow flying out slowly and steadily. When this arrow was shot out, Gushi knew that, in this death, besides the concept of space, there was no concept of time. Otherwise, this situation would not have occurred. At this time, the Orange Guard, the third sacrifice, pounced forward, and just disappeared in the endless death. At this time, Gushi stood up on the earth throne, and controlled the Nether Spirit Flower to push in the direction of the problem. Where the Nether Spirit Flower floated, 3 blood paths formed by the petals of the Nether Spirit Flower appeared. The Black Blood Knight rushed forward on the blood path at the first time. As Gushi took action, Mr. Feng, Gong Lingyu and others also noticed the situation here. They didn't expect that Gushi would be the first to encounter the enemy, so their attention was focused on Gushi. They also wanted to see what kind of enemy the dead enemy was. When everyone's attention turned to him, Gushi also saw a figure flashing by in the endless death. The figure that flashed by was a figure of normal size, but Gushi couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman. He could only see that he was not wearing any clothes, but only a thick layer of butter. Because of this layer of butter, and the other party's speed of movement was quite fast, Gushi really couldn't see the other party's face clearly. The only thing that can be seen is that his black feather arrow is not as slow as imagined. The opponent was obviously flashing in the endless death, but the black feather arrow was flying slowly. However, this time, the black feather arrow actually pierced the figure. But was this attack effective? Gushi was somewhat unsure. When the Black Blood Knight released by Gushi caught up, the figure had already disappeared in the death. At the same time, there was no ground here, and there was no distinction between up, down, left, and right. Gushi Black Blood Knights all ran around there, and found nothing, and finally had to retreat back to the Knight's Blood Road. Because of this sudden situation, Gushi had no intention of contacting the front line of the Mirror Underground Palace. He held the weapon tightly in his hand, and turned on the infinite counterattack mode, and stared at the surroundings. And Gong Lingyu and the others also retracted their gazes and began to pay attention to the situation around them. After all, there were enemies around Gushi, which meant that the enemies were close to him, and they might be attacked by the enemies. Now is not the time to be distracted. And at this moment, Teacher Jun, who had been moving around the seed, also took action. He did not do anything, and suddenly tens of thousands of things like portals opened around him, and a large amount of gray mist was drawn out of these doors, like flowing water. When these doors opened, Gushi and the others also heard bursts of roars coming from behind the doors. At first, Gushi thought it was a ghost door. But after a closer look, Gushi found that something was wrong. The breath in this door is not the breath of the ghost gate. This is... Gushi slapped his head and realized it. This is the breath when Gushi opened the passage back to the living world from the Wall of Sighs, when he went to bind the ghost flower. These tens of thousands of doors represent tens of thousands of underworlds, and tens of thousands of passages to resurrection. Even if no one has come out from behind this door, the breath inside makes people understand what Mr. Jun is doing. His final idea of this red dress is to make a life and death transition in the land of death. If the conversion is successful, then the red suit is successfully nurtured. If the conversion fails, the red suit will be gone. At the same time, Gushi also understood why Teacher Jun was so sure that when he finished the red suit, dead enemies would appear to deal with him. He did this in death, which was clearly a provocation to death. Only 3 dead enemies with red suits appeared, which was considered a great honor for Teacher Jun. If Gushi did such a thing, I am afraid that the whole death would be his enemy. What? Only 3 dead people in red appeared. That's impossible. At this moment, some changes happened to Teacher Jun. He drew a little vitality from the tens of thousands of doors, and introduced it all into the seeds in front of him. As the vitality was injected into the seeds in front of Teacher Jun also slowly began to change. The seeds took root and sprouted quickly, and went deep into death. Teacher Jun didn't have the mind to think so much at this time. He has been staring at everything in front of him. It can be seen that Mr. Jun is maintaining a balance at this time. On the one hand, he must ensure that there is a glimmer of life in his seed. On the other hand, he must ensure that the original power of death cannot be lost in the seed. The most important thing is whether this red dress can achieve his desired goal. Borrowing death to live, borrowing power to let Mr. Jun go further. After all, at Mr. Jun's level, such age, such strength, he actually has nothing to pursue. Improving himself is his only hope. He wants to break through himself by getting the red suit, instead of getting a new red suit, becoming the first person in the human race to master 2 red suits. For Mr. Jun, there is no need to improve his reputation. He has no idea about money. At this point in his life, isn't it just the pursuit of the last goal? For Mr. Jun, not being able to grow is the most fatal thing. Only by taking this step, can he open up a piece of sky. So looking at the seed that began to take root in death, Teacher Jun stepped his feet in death, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on the seed. Then Teacher Jun's body was like a rusted mechanical body, and a dark red rust began to spread outward from the corner of Teacher Jun's mouth. After a while, Teacher Jun, who originally looked ordinary, was like a rusted statue, standing in front of the seed. The roots that grew from the seeds were unwilling to touch Teacher Jun even for a moment. This situation made Gushi and the others terrified. If it weren't for the fact that when Teacher Jun changed, they heard Teacher Jun's voice asking them to stay for another 3 days, they might have thought that Teacher Jun was gone. Chapter 2034 3 days and 3 days. There are still 3 days left. This is 3 days and 3 days. When will it end? Gushi muttered to himself, and regained his spirits. At this time, Gushi discovered a problem, sitting on this earthen throne for an unknown period of time, but Gushi did not feel sleepy or hungry. He seemed to have maintained the same state as when he just entered here. Could it be that the dead do not need to eat and rest? Did he feel the living state of the undead in advance? Gushi's mind kept flashing various thoughts. There was no way to live in a place without spatial direction and time. If he didn't find something to do, Gushi would be bored to death. Die! As a figure flashed behind Gushi, who had the infinite counterattack aura, immediately shot an arrow behind him. When the black feather arrow was shot, Gushi took the initiative to enchant it with a small magic. Corpse explosion? Gushi himself didn't know what he was thinking. He had clearly intended to add a lightning arrow and wind blade to the black feather arrow at first. As a result, he raised his hand and cast the corpse explosion directly. And it was cast quite naturally. After the corpse explosion was cast, Gushi realized what he had done. He looked at everything in front of him in silence. An idea flashed through his mind. Casting undead spells such as corpse explosion and death seems to be smoother. Boom! There was an explosion in death. Did it really work? When he heard the explosion, Gushi immediately understood what was going on. His black feather arrow hit someone. But in death, there are no undead, only dead creatures. Everything is a corpse. So corpse explosion is quite useful in this situation. Because as long as you see, all are corpses, you can use corpse explosion on all of them. Gushi unintentional small action, instead opened up ideas for Gongling Yu and the others. No matter what career path they started with, as masters of the undead system, they have been playing with corpses for who knows how many years. Especially Mr. Feng, he was born to play with corpses. When he saw such a good thing, he immediately used all his methods for dealing with corpses. He didn't care about the effect of his own red suit. But facts have proved that those who can move freely in death are not simple people. After suffering a loss from the corpse explosion, they immediately realized that although they could not change the nature of the corpse, they could still dodge the corpse explosion or find a way to deal with it. After all, Gushi and the others knew how to play the corpse explosion. And these corpses could actually play it too. If they knew how to play it, they would naturally know how to reverse such damage. The reason they suffered losses before was simply because they had no brains and did not expect someone to play it this way. After reacting, it was different. They really had a way to solve some problems. As the noises in the death became smaller and smaller, Gushi's eyes became more and more solemn. At this time, Gushi could already feel that there was a vague gaze staring at him. The two attacks just now had made Gushi understand that there must be a dead person wearing red clothes who had set his sights on this side. It's just that he is in the dark now, and Gushi is in the light. Except for an infinite counterattack aura, Gushi has no way to preempt the opponent in advance. This made Gushi feel very uncomfortable. After all, knowing that the enemy is nearby, but being unable to see this feeling makes people feel very uncomfortable. Ninetail, do you have any way? No, the dead have no mental fluctuations. Although I don't know the status of these dead, they are definitely not alive. The Orange Guard Ninetail said immediately. At this time, Gushi had to look at the Orange Guard the origin of the undead. The Orange Guard the origin of the undead shook his head, indicating that he had not yet studied the death in front of him clearly. He had no way to find a dead being among the dead. After all, for the dead, death is their greatest protective color. It seems that he can only hold on to the counterattack aura to defend against the enemy. I hope that next time the enemy appears, he can react faster, at least to determine where the enemy's shadow is. Gushi thought, while forcing himself to stay alert and stare at the surroundings. He held on for nearly half a day. After half a day, Gushi's attention shifted to the battle in the Mirror Underground Palace. After all, it is impossible for humans to concentrate for a long time. Not to mention in this place where you can't see, hear, or have no concept of time or space, Gushi initially had to force himself to stay focused. Gushi is not a ghost. If he doesn't have some entertainment for a long time, Gushi might go crazy. So Gushi really didn't mean to slack off in this environment. He really couldn't stand it anymore. At this time, Mr. Feng had obviously started fighting with someone. Hearing the sound of fighting coming from the other side, Gushi tried to look over there with his eyes wide open. Although it was far away, in this place without the concept of space, Gushi could see the fighting situation over there. The dead over there had been beaten to their original form. The dead person was different from the figure that Gushi had beaten before, who was naked and covered with butter, and could not tell whether he was a man or a woman. This dead person was completely wearing a black robe, and there was something like a lantern under the robe. That lantern seemed to be red equipment, which could directly use the power of fire, which made Mr. Feng very angry. The Orange Guard, Jiawei, looked at the red equipment, and his eyes showed a look of desire. Do you recognize that thing? No. But it can be seen that it has a strong blessing effect on fire spells. With that lantern, the level of fire magic can at least reach the level of a Grandmaster. Grandmaster? Isn't the upper limit of magic only up to Grandmaster? How is it possible? Magic has 7 levels in total. Grandmaster is only the 5th level. It's still early, but this equipment is really good. It has reached my strongest level in my lifetime in an instant. I have to admit that red equipment is incomparable to other equipment. The Orange Guard Ninetail muttered. It was because of his distraction that Gushi suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned his head directly, but saw the butter figure that Gushi had seen before appearing behind the Orange Guard Ninetail. In his hand was a forked dagger that looked like the tip of a snake's tongue. and he stabbed it heavily into the back of the orange-clad guard. Nine-tailed. Gushi then realized that this person was the dead man in the red suit. After he suffered 2 losses, he realized that Gushi must have some kind of automatic counterattack ability. So he did not attack Gushi again, but instead targeted the guards around Gushi. This attack killed the orange-clad guard. Nine-tailed. Chapter 2035 Orange Guard, Destroy. After being stabbed in the back by the dagger, Orange Guard Ninetail's movements paused for a moment. Gushi's reaction was also very fast. He stretched out his hand and struck the man who assassinated Orange Guard Ninetail with a flash of lightning. But the man loosened his hand, his body fell backwards, and the whole person disappeared into death again. At the same time, the dagger that stabbed into the vest of Orange Guard Ninetail disappeared without a trace. After repelling the enemy, Gushi quickly looked at the Orange Guard Ninetail. He always felt that something was wrong with the Orange Guard Ninetail at this time. As a result, he turned his head, and the body of the Orange Guard Ninetail slowly turned into a ghost. And at the same time, a strange expression appeared on his face, as if he had discovered something incredible. Then his body automatically dispersed, turned into countless starlight, and dispersed in all directions. Gushi reacted quickly, but he only grabbed the Ninetail whip and the fox eye ring. All the other equipment and supplies that Gushi had given to the Orange Guard Ninetailed fox were gone. When he received the Ninetailed whip and fox eye ring, Gushi seemed to hear the voice of the Orange Guard Ninetailed fox. "Sir, the enemy is very strong. Even the virtual life generated by the power of the mind is useless. The opponent is directly targeting the origin. Please be careful." "Sir." Gushi quickly activated the power of the Nether Spirit Flower, wanting to perform infinite resurrection. However, the infinite resurrection that was originally invincible did not play any role here, no matter how Gushi looked for the soul of the Orange Guard Ninetailed fox. He found that there was no such person in the end. It was obvious that the dagger just now was a red suit used to assassinate the enemy. It was the exact opposite of Gushi Ghost Flower. The Ghost Flower had the ability to revive infinitely, but this dagger had the ability to kill people without being able to revive. If it was normal, when 2 red suits met, the competition would be about the energy and quality of the red suits. But the current place was wrong. In death, this dagger is more powerful. And Gushi Infinite Resurrection, although the resurrected souls are the undead, no one can change the idea of competing with death. So in death, this dagger will get some help. Gushi Infinite Resurrection is directly useless. Gushi, who understood this, was also nervous. Encountering such a red dress, Gushi also became nervous, because he understood that this dagger, in addition to being opposed to his Ghost Flower, is also the nemesis of all undead mages, especially those necromancers who have embarked on the path of Lich, not to mention that they have life boxes or something. Even if they hide their souls somewhere in the underworld, facing this dagger, it's just a matter of one cut. Can't let this guy run around. Even if you don't steal his red clothes, you have to kill this guy. When he understood the situation of the enemy he encountered, Gushi quickly made a judgment in his heart. He has offended people, so he has to do it more straightforwardly. Get rid of the person. Otherwise, Gushi will definitely be the one who suffers in the end. So Gushi shook his hand, and the Nether Flower, which originally wanted to revive the orange-clad guard Ninetail but failed, floated out a distance further. At the same time, Gushi silently launched a move, Yin-Yang Transformation. As the Nether Flower changed, the atmosphere nearby changed slightly. This change was just caught by Gushi easily. At this time, the orange-clad guard origin of the undead turned to look at Gushi. Why didn't I think of that? It turned out that Gushi successfully changed the attributes of the area in front of him from the underworld to the attributes of the living world. This situation was something that the orange-clad guard, the origin of the undead, did not dare to think of at the beginning. Gushi glanced at Teacher June. The reason why he did this was that Teacher June released a ray of life and death. This thing only attracted the siege of the 3 red-clad dead. What's wrong with Gushi arranging some things from the living world in death? Besides, death actually has no yin and yang. Death is opposite to life, not to yang. It is precisely because of this understanding that Gushi will use the ability of yin and yang conversion at the first time. Gushi does not want to turn this place into the yang world, but wants to turn the area in front of him into his own territory. Only in this way, Gushi can know the location of the enemy. Gushi believes that, no matter what the situation of the red dagger in his hand is, this enemy will definitely not be resurrected infinitely. As long as he is killed once, he will be dead. But killing him is the most troublesome thing. After all, The opponent has merged with death perfectly. And Gushi can't find him. Now there is a breath of the living world in death. This is Gushi chance. After completing the transformation of yin and yang, Gushi's eyes became solemn. He stared at all the movements around him. As long as he found a problem, Gushi's attack would be launched immediately. If Gushi couldn't find the enemy again, he would use the power of fate to let the enemy come out by himself. However, Gushi was also considering whether there would be any problems if he used the power of fate while the influence of fate was still there. So he was always hesitant. He was always looking for flaws, instead of using the ability of fate selection in advance. Fortunately, this time, good luck stood by Gushi. When Gushi turned his head, he happened to see a slight fluctuation nearby. There was no such fluctuation before, and the guy covered with butter was as slippery as hot butter. He can move easily in death. But now there is some breath of the living world in death. The smell of death on this guy is quite obvious. It would be fine if he didn't move and lurked in death. Gushi found him as soon as he moved. Just when Gushi was about to shoot another arrow at the enemy, the Orange Guard 3 Sacrifices suddenly jumped out from behind him. The Orange Guard 3 Sacrifices had been lurking in death from the beginning, and there was no movement. Gushi thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to be waiting here. And he actually waited for a chance. Orange Guardian 3 sacrifices this attack. That was to activate all the effects of the alien Dryfoot Thorn. Seal and Stab, Unified Stab, Tear. All three moves were put together. The power was really strong enough. Even if the man in front of him was covered with oil, there was no way to completely resist the attack effect of these three moves combined. After the spikes of the alien Dryfoot Thorn pierced the man's back, it pierced out from the front of his chest. Then the Orange Guard 3 sacrifices stretched out their 8 legs, and were about to tear the figure in front of them apart. Gushi was not idle either. He knew that this figure had died once before, and it was definitely not that easy to deal with. So when the Orange Guard 3 sacrifices pinned the enemy down, Gushi fired 5 black feather arrows at that side. There was no whistling sound, and the 5 black feather arrows just flew from all directions to the top of the head and limbs of the figure. Chapter 2036 The Enemy's Red Suit. Tut! 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 This time, all 5 black feather arrows pierced the enemy. But Gushi felt something was wrong. Because after the 5 arrows were pierced, the sound sounded like piercing rotten wood and broken leather. The orange-clad guard, the third sacrifice, also launched the final tearing effect, tearing the enemy in front of him into 8 pieces. At this time, Gushi did not relax his vigilance because he killed the enemy. Gushi pointed at the back of the orange-clad guard, the third sacrifice. A force field wall appeared on the back of the orange-clad guard 3 sacrifices, and at the same time, a strong wind blew the petals of the ghost flower toward the back of the orange-clad guard 3 sacrifices. At this moment, a voice sounded in Gushi's heart. You have good eyesight, but your movements are too big. The flames of the 6-path lamp of flaming light were activated immediately, helping Gushi to be immune to all mental effects. At the same time, the infinite counterattack was launched in advance, and Gushi found the enemy's location immediately. Gushi moved to hit the back of the orange-clad guard 3 sacrifices just now was useless. The ghost flower did not hit anyone. However, the orange-clad guard 3 sacrifices took this opportunity to sneak into death. It was considered an escape. After all, when the ghost flower was thrown just now, Gushi had already seen a figure appear on the back of the orange-clad guard 3 sacrifices, and the dagger in his hand was ready to stab. As a result, when Gushi ghost flower was about to hit him, he dodged the attack directly. And the ambush by the orange guard 3 sacrifices before, it was obviously quite sudden. Gushi thought that the orange guard 3 sacrifices hit directly. It turned out to be a fake. Now he can still use his mental ability, trying to influence Gushi's judgment. No way. Gushi's spirit was lifted up all of a sudden. This is the ability that the Red Dead should have. If Gushi is not mistaken, the red dagger in his hand has another ability besides the functions of one-hit kill, no immunity, no substitution, no resurrection after death. After killing the enemy, you can get or borrow the enemy's power. This is why he can use the power of the mind to influence Gushi. Of course, this is just Gushi's guess. After all, it is better to believe that this is the characteristic of the red suit than to let Gushi believe that a dead person can master the power of the mind. In addition, the other party's ability to blend into death. Gushi estimated that it was also the ability of the red dagger in the past. However, Gushi was a little unsure whether the other party could only blend into death, or could it blend into other environments. According to Gushi's current judgment, it is more likely to blend into death. After all, the person just now was discovered by the Orange Guard 3 sacrifices, because the environment was not purely a death environment. So he did not hide for a while. This also proves Gushi's guess that the enemy can only hide in death. Red equipment generally has 4 routes, and one can be confirmed at present. And it is very likely that there are 2. So Gushi is now planning to find the 4th route of the enemy. Gushi felt that this was the key to killing the enemy in front of him. Just as Gushi stared at his surroundings, and his mind kept flashing through the situations he could guess, he suddenly discovered a situation. His own nether spirit flower seemed to be out of control. The nether spirit flower petals released by Gushi were the medium he used to attack. Gushi could release them through gloves, or he could release new nether spirit flowers through other means. But at this time, most of the nether spirit flowers seemed to have lost their vitality. It felt as if the nether spirit flowers had withered and died. At this time, Gushi was not angry, but a smile flashed in his eyes. I caught him. Although the petals of the nether spirit flower are inconspicuous, the effect of the red equipment is still there. Although the nether spirit flower cannot resist the breath of death here, it slowly lost its vitality. But it allowed Gushi to catch the enemy's trajectory. This time, Gushi still used the black feather arrow. Although the opponent just complained that Gushi's action was too big, a normal person could see it at a glance. But what Gushi was thinking was, the opponent had just been injured twice by the black feather arrow. There was no reason why Gushi could find it before, and hit him, but couldn't hit him now. It was just a matter of movement size. He just added too many things to it, and forgot the original appearance of the black feather arrow. Gushi's right leg touched the earth throne at this time. 2 halos appeared under Gushi's feet. One of them was naturally the infinite counterattack halo of the black throne of the griffin. The other was the infinite resurrection halo of the ghost flower. The infinite counterattack aura was put on Gushi, which allowed Gushi to launch a counterattack immediately after being attacked, and the counterattack time was beyond the imagination of normal people. This was the only way for Gushi to deal with the enemy. After all, Gushi himself was not a shooter, and his reaction speed could not match the enemy lurking in death. Gushi used the infinite resurrection aura in another way. Didn't the petals of the ghost flower released by Gushi wither? That was also considered dead. In this case, the ghost flower is also considered within the scope of resurrection. Gushi had never thought of such a thing before. After all, he could release as many ghost flower petals as he wanted by just raising his hand. But now it was different. If the enemy had not tampered with the ghost flower petals, Gushi would not have thought of this at all, and would not have thought that the withered ghost flower could be resurrected. Once the infinite resurrection effect was activated, the ghost flower petals were still the same, but Gushi's connection with the ghost flower was back. Feeling the nether spirit flower again, Gushi immediately performed micromanipulation. He used the nether spirit flower to perform a very small range of yin and yang conversion. Gushi did not want much, just to leave some connections between each petal. The purpose was to lay a large net. When the large net was laid, Gushi really felt the enemy sneaking towards him. Although the enemy was invisible, he still touched the large net laid by the nether spirit flower when he moved forward. It can be said that at this time, every move of the enemy was within Gushi's perception. At this time, Gushi used the nether spirit flower to do something big. That is the combined effect of the 2 red outfits. Before, Gushi was like the wind of the Sky King of the Griffin Black Throne, blowing the petals of the nether spirit flower a distance away. But that was just Gushi's most superficial use of the 2 red outfits. This time it was different. The nether spirit flower and the Griffin Black Throne would cooperate at a deeper level this time. Each petal of the ghost flower will be used as a launching point for the Griffin Black Throne's black feather arrow. That is to say, once successful, the black feather arrow will not fall from the sky and hit the enemy with a whoosh. At that time, each petal of the ghost flower can shoot a black feather arrow, and each black feather arrow can shoot close to the enemy's body, no matter where he hides. Chapter 2037 Infinite Resurrection in Death. Gushi arrangement, the enemy hidden in death was not clear. In order to prevent Gushi from discovering the direction of his sneaking, the enemy did not stare at Gushi, and did not mess with the dead nether spirit flower. He locked his target on the orange guard beside Gushi, the origin of the undead. At the same time, he was going to use a larger range of tactics. While attacking the orange guard, the origin of the undead, he would also attack Gushi beside him. Of course, this idea cannot be thought of now. This person was also secretly complaining. He had never seen a counterattack with advanced time. Imagine that the attacking ideas would be counterattacked. I don't know which person in the world of hiding came up with such a method. This is simply shameless written on his face. Next time he encounters such an enemy he must. Before this person finished thinking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The feeling when he was stared at by the black feather arrow before appeared in his mind again. At this moment, he immediately gave up the plan to attack the orange-clad guard, the origin of the undead, and prepared to leave a fake body like before. But at this moment, he suddenly found that all the ghost flowers around him had a hint of killing intent. Could it be that the ghost flowers still wanted to surround and kill him? But even if the ghost flowers surrounded and killed him, they had to be able to lock him. He didn't believe it. He merged into death, and there was still someone who could lock him. Just as he was about to escape and return to the depths of death, a large number of black feather arrows were shot out from the ghost flowers. Because the black feather arrows were shot out quite suddenly this time, and they were shot almost close to the enemy, and there were many of them, the figure covered with butter had no chance to dodge. Under this wave of attacks, he was hit by 18 arrows, each of which tore his body apart. And this was the result of him dodging constantly, and the butter on his body sliding away many arrows. If he hadn't tried hard to dodge, and the butter on his body hadn't slid, his body might have turned into a hornet's nest long ago. Even though he dodged many arrows, these 18 arrows still caused great damage to him. Although he had died once, he was in a corpse state. But the damage caused by the black feather arrows still existed. The most important thing was that the black feather arrows really knocked him out of stealth mode. Looking at the enemy less than 30 meters away from him, Gu's eyes also condensed. If he hadn't found a way to deal with this guy this time, if he really let the other party sneak up to him, he wouldn't know how to fight this battle. Thinking about the ending of the Orange Guard, Nine-Tailed Fox, Gu understood the danger of the red dagger. Gu would never allow this guy to get within 10 meters of him. The enemy had been beaten out. Gu would naturally not let go of the opportunity in front of him. Seize the opportunity to kill this guy. This is what Gu has to do now. The black feather arrow has been nailed to this guy. Then this guy can't run away next. Gu turned his hand, and a large number of nether spirit petals flew towards the enemy. After these ghost petals fell on the enemy, they quickly attached to the guy's body, either acting as a coordinate point for locking the target, or directly causing certain damage to the guy's body. If there was really no other way, they could also suck away the butter on the guy's body, revealing his true face. As the butter on the guy's body was sucked away, Gu slowly discovered that the feeling of being integrated with death was gone. Although he was not like Gu at this time, who was obviously incompatible with the death environment, the feeling of not being able to see the human figure before was gone now. At this moment, he could be locked. This discovery made Gu realize that the butter on his body was the key to the opponent's stealth. Take root. Sprout. Gu immediately gave the order. The petals of the nether spirit flower that fell on the enemy turned into seeds of the nether spirit flower on the spot, borrowing the butter on this guy's body, and began to take root and sprout rapidly, absorbing the butter and growing up. This guy naturally discovered the intention of the nether spirit flower seeds at the first time. He kept pulling out the nether spirit flowers on his body with his left hand. But there were too many ghost flowers. After pulling out 1, 7 or 8 new ghost flowers would grow on his body immediately. The most important thing was that the ghost flowers he pulled out were still active, and seemed to want to absorb the butter on his hand. It was okay for 1 or 2 times, but after too many times, he felt that it was not going to work. So he waved the dagger in his hand, and cut off all the ghost flowers on his body. His dagger naturally had a super strong effect. As long as it touched, it would be a death sentence, no matter what the dagger was. So the ghost flower growing on this person was quickly cut open, and there was no life left. After finding that this was still possible, this person was also quite happy. He quickly cut open the ghost flowers on other parts of his body, and even wanted to cut off the black feather arrows on his body. But how could Gu let this person escape from his control? When the other party was dealing with the ghost flowers on his body, and wanted to escape to the depths of death, Gu released a large number of new ghost flowers on this guy. At the same time, a thought flashed through Gu's mind. This guy is considered dead. I guess so. If he is dead, then can he be resurrected? He is just holding a dagger that cannot be resurrected. It does not mean that he was stabbed by this dagger. If he is resurrected, can he still move freely back and forth in death? Gu did it as he thought. When the petals of the ghost spirit fell on this person again, Gu immediately activated the effect of infinite resurrection. As soon as this effect was activated, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He had always been able to blend into death, but he actually felt that he had difficulty breathing. He was already dead. Why did he need to breathe? No. Why did he have so many thoughts? He became a living person. After being resurrected, he reacted immediately. But as a living person, full of vitality, he seemed so out of place in death. Not only could he not breathe, he couldn't even move. It can be said that the most important means of this person in death are now gone. Even if he holds a dagger, he can't cause any harm to Gushi. Good opportunity. Gushi seized this opportunity and launched another wave of black feather arrows at the enemy, who had become a living person. In this wave of attack, all Gushi targets were on the opponent's hands. Other things are not important. The important thing is to break his hand holding the dagger. As long as you lose your hand, I see how you use this dagger. As for you, you will be resurrected infinitely in death. Chapter 2038 from Death Itself. After discovering the enemy's situation, Gushi immediately chose a good way for him to die. No, a good way to live. The black feather arrow accurately pierced the enemy's arm. The powerful black feather arrow easily cut off the opponent's arm. But the problem is that Gushi noticed that the dagger would actually jump to the other arm of this guy. Both arms were cut off, and it would jump to the feet. This made Gushi almost laugh speechlessly. So Gushi simply cut off all the limbs of this guy, and blocked his mouth that could be used to bite the dagger. Then Gushi planted a portion of the nether spirit flower on this guy. Gushi even took out a year's worth of red clothing to nourish the power, and injected it into this nether spirit flower, so that the nether spirit flower would always maintain its proper characteristics. Under the effect of this nether spirit flower, the enemy would always remain alive. And it was this state of surviving in death without limbs, and with its mouth blocked. Originally, when this guy had all his limbs intact, he couldn't move freely in death. Now that all his limbs are gone and his mouth is blocked, he can't move in death. This guy can only stare at Gushi with his eyes, as if he wants to stare Gushi to death. But Gushi doesn't care about that. As soon as the flower of the nether spirit floats, the black blood knight drags back the broken arm that is holding the dagger tightly. This broken arm is still full of vitality under the effect of the nether spirit flower. No matter how hard Gushi tries, he holds the dagger tightly and refuses to let go. When he touched the arm, Gushi heard a reminder in his ear. Snake venom dagger red. Death equipment. Binder Gablewrath has special equipment made by imitating a part of the effect of the death artifact. One of the death weapons. Only the dead can prepare it. And the holder will have the opportunity to communicate with death. Note, death equipment can only be equipped and used in death. And because of this, the power of this equipment is greater than that of normal red equipment. Looking at the information of the snake venom dagger in front of him, Gushi was also confused. Red equipment that can only be equipped and used in death. What does this mean? Is this telling you directly, this thing is useless if you take it out? Gushi looked unhappy. He had prepared the blood sacrifice secret ritual stripping, planning to snatch the red equipment and send it directly to the outside world for stripping. As a result, this thing can only be used in death, and cannot be brought to the real world. Then the role of this red equipment will be much smaller. After all, Gushi can't stay in death forever. He was not like Mr. June, who needed to prepare a second red equipment in death to allow himself to take another step. As for the land of death, Gushi felt that he would not come here again for a long time. Even if he came again, he had 2 red equipment to protect himself. And he did not need to add another red equipment that could only be used in death. Holding the broken arm in his hand, many thoughts flashed through Gushi's mind. However, Gushi always had a feeling that when he thought about something, he would always avoid some things. But Gushi couldn't remember what he had avoided for the time being. When he tried to recall it seriously, the thought might have flashed through his mind. Holding the arm, Gushi hesitated for a long time before letting it go. Send it to Aridavi city, and prepare for the blood sacrifice ritual peeling. The Black Blood Knight, who stepped on the nether spirit flower, was about to approach the severed hand, when an arm suddenly stretched out from the void and pressed on the Black Blood Knight's body. The Black Blood Knight, who was originally quite powerful, couldn't move at all. Who is it? Gushi raised the weapon in his hand, and a large number of ghost flowers flew towards the position where his arm was stretched out. Don't be so nervous. I have no ill intentions. A voice sounded faintly in Gushi's ears. At this moment, Gushi suddenly felt a chill behind him. He looked back and was surprised to find that the earth throne he had been sitting on had turned into obsidian. Then a strange man walked out of the void. This man had 6 arms, but each arm was different. Some were the hands of living people, Some were only bones. Some were dry like mummies. Some were covered with blood. And some were simply in a virtual ghost state. I don't know how he can control so many different powers at the same time. When he took the broken arm from the Black Blood Knight, the snake venom dagger that had not been untied disappeared in his hand. Gushi wanted to say, "That was my trophy." But before he opened his mouth, he felt a pressure coming. Gushi had a feeling that, if he asked to keep the snake venom dagger at this time, he would be left in death forever. "Who are you?" "Death," the visitor said calmly. Hearing this answer, Gushi wanted to say, "I don't believe it." But seeing the darkness in the man's eyes, feeling the pressure coming, Gushi shut his mouth honestly. At this time, the man's dry arm turned, and the snake venom dagger that had just disappeared appeared in his hand. He stretched out a hand and scratched the top of the snake venom dagger, and a drop of blood like a ruby flowed out. As he watched the blood drip, the man said, "Snake venom is one of the 6 artifacts I use to suppress death. I'm afraid I can't give it to you. But your fighting spirit pleases me. I will take out something to exchange with you. I think this is what you want." As he spoke, the drop of blood that looked like a ruby flew towards Gushi. Before Gushi could react, the drop of blood hit him. Gushi felt his whole body burning, as if he was immersed in a furnace, and his bones were about to break. When Gushi reacted, he found that the man who had stood in front of him had disappeared. At the same time, the throne he was sitting on changed from an obsidian throne to a mud throne. Looking around, Gushi found that the guy whose hands and feet he had cut off was still floating nearby. At this time, the bleeding of his limbs had stopped, and his mouth was sewn shut by something unknown. At the same time, there was a strange text written on his face. Although Gushi had never seen it before, he only took a glance and realized that it was the text of death. There is a word written on this guy's face. Waste. It seems that what happened just now was not a dream. Just as the man just said, he is death itself. Patting his face, Gushi tried hard to wake himself up. Then he looked down and checked what death gave him. Chapter 2039 Rewards from Death. Gushi looked down and realized that he had made a big profit this time. First, it was that drop of blood. This blood had already merged into Gushi's body. Just this drop of blood directly raised Gushi's physical level. Not to mention other things, Gushi's physique and perception attributes were increased by 20 on the spot. In addition, Gushi's understanding of death and the undead was also strengthened. To put it in a fashionable way, before, Gushi could only be regarded as an ordinary physique of a necromancer, which was considered to have spiritual roots. Now, Gushi is regarded as a top-level physique of a necromancer, which is almost at the level of a heavenly spiritual root. It is uncertain whether Gushi's level will increase quickly in the future, but he will have a great improvement by learning various necromancers and using various necromancers. Gushi now feels like a death affinity body. In addition, Gushi also got the opportunity to enter death. He can return to death at any time, and death will not drive him out as an alien invader. At least Gushi can now move freely away from the earthen throne he sits on. No need to be dragged by the earth throne anymore. In addition, Gushi can also send his own death city and underworld to death, so that the power of death can nourish his own death city and underworld. When Gushi is at the end of his rope, there will be one last place for him to retreat. In addition to this drop of blood representing death and identity, there are 3 things wrapped in this blood. These 3 things are what death gave to Gushi. In the eyes of death, these 3 things are not much different in value from a red dress. The first one was given to Gushi. This is a book. The second half of the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai. The orange quality book and the first half of the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai together will become a new book of red quality. The Manual of the Lord of Fengdu. It will record the future path of the Lord of Mount Tai, the relationship between the Lord of Fengdu and death, and the production methods of 2 exclusive red outfits for the Lord of Fengdu. Of course, it is specially noted that the Lord of Fengdu is the god who dominates the underworld, not the god who dominates death. So the second half of the book was just obtained by death accidentally. It is not a real route to death. If Gushi wants to see the secrets of death from this book, that is not possible. Of course, if Gushi does not want to become the Emperor of Fengdu, there are 3 other red cultivation books of the same quality. Gushi can take the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu to death for exchange. However, it is also explained in detail here. Death is easy to talk about, and you can exchange anything you want. But there is only one route for players to change their jobs. If you want to change it back after changing it, it will be extremely difficult. For this reason, Death gave Gu Shi the second half of the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai instead of picking another book for Gu Shi. As soon as Gu Shi saw this thing, he understood Death's idea. It can be said that this time, Gu Shi said everything worth it. The Red Quality Handbook of the Lord of Fengdu. Isn't it just a red equipment exchange? This is nothing at all. If possible, it would be no problem to exchange it for 2 red equipment. The next 2 items are similar to the second half of the secret records of Taishan Lord. They are both orange in quality, but with a slight change. They have the effect of red quality. Just like the thin hair in Gu Shi hand. This hair is pure black, 5 meters long, and full of the breath of death. Death hair, orange hair with the power of death, which can be refined through various methods of sacrifice, blended with the blood of different beasts, and upgraded to red quality death mane. Under this pure black hair, there is also a method of how to find the appropriate blood of the beast and perform the sacrifice. Death is a very good person. One of the main features is all-round protection. For fear that Gu Shi would not know how to deal with it, or could not find the right materials, it can be said that everything was written in detail. Even the materials that can be used as substitutes were written down. Gu Shi estimated that in the past, if he searched with all his strength, it would only take about 3 to 5 years to find the right materials. At that time, he only needed to start the ritual, and he could upgrade this death hair into the red mane of death. But when Gu Shi looked at the situation of death mane, he felt that death seemed to have misjudged him. This death mane was actually a red outfit used by archers, which increased the shooting range and shooting power. But Gu Shi was a serious necromancer. Just because he killed the enemy with a black feather arrow, he couldn't be regarded as an archer. Gu Shi couldn't help but wail in his heart. He wanted to ask Death if he could change this thing. But before he opened his mouth, he was attracted by the third thing. Unlike the second piece of death hair, the third piece is an orange piece of equipment related to the 3 divine skills of death. When he first saw it, Gu Shi was a little confused. Why would Death take this thing out? But after thinking about it, the 3 divine skills of death definitely have a different connection with death. Maybe the 3 divine skills of death were released by Death. There are orange equipment or even red equipment for the 3 divine skills of death. This is not impossible. So after thinking it through, Gu Shi looked at the equipment in front of him. From the equipment in front of him, Gu Shi could understand Death's positioning of himself. It's another system. I won't play with you. Of course, Death also has this confidence. No matter how other systems play, they will eventually return to Death. So Death opened a system of his own and released some magic skills. These are all basic operations. If Death is more ruthless, he can even make all systems a Death version. For Gu Shi, this equipment at the moment is an orange equipment for Death's 3 magic skills. And it may even become a red equipment for 3 magic skills. But for Death, this might just be a small toy he made casually. It does not occupy the player's equipment position, nor does it affect the player's other attributes. It is just to strengthen the 3 divine skills of Death. Looking at the palm-like thing in front of him, Gu Shi sighed in his heart. Death's hand. This is the name of this thing. This is not equipment, but the size of a normal palm. It can be integrated into Gu Shi's body, and according to the situation of the 3 divine skills of Death, it can be divided into 3 different versions and functions. If it is really equipped, it may give people the same feeling as the Death that Gu Shi saw before. There are 6 arms in total, and each arm has a different appearance. Of course, like the hair of Death, there are also ways to improve the quality and the way of sacrifice in this hand of Death. A thoughtful main feature. Chapter 2040 Thoughtful Red Equipment Upgrade Ideas. After reading the details of the Death Hand's upgrade to red equipment, and even the subsequent routes, Gu Shi understood that Death really brought out the good stuff about the 3 skills of Death. You can imagine that the Death Hand in front of you is just a starting point. The ultimate goal is to give Gu Shi 3 more pairs of different arms. These 3 pairs of arms can allow Gu Shi to hold 3 more weapons, and 3 more offhand items, and wear 6 more rings, and 3 pairs of wrist guards. This is nothing. The important thing is that there is a fairly standard promotion route here. As long as Gu Shi integrates the Hand of Death into his body, he will get an orange equipment. When Gu Shi starts to produce his own Hand of Death, for every pair produced, the quality of the Hand of Death will be +1. When all 3 pairs of Hands of Death appear, and when they start to take up weapons and equipment, the quality of the Hand of Death will automatically turn red. At the same time, unlike normal red equipment, after the Hand of Death turns red, it is not counted in the red equipment. It is a special type of red equipment. Since it started from orange, Gucci has been spending a lot of effort to refine it, so it doesn't need to be bound in the end. After upgrading to red, it can be bound to Gucci immediately, and it will be useless even if others want to snatch it. It can be said that this is an alternative among red equipment. At the same time, this one is different from the previous one. The Hair of Death. This Hand of Death has already clearly indicated the route of red equipment before it reaches red equipment. When the Hand of Death reaches the red equipment, it will provide multiple routes for the user to choose according to the user's sacrifices and offerings. There are many different ideas, such as the enhanced version of the 3 death skills, the route of combining the 3 death skills in pairs, and the route of mutation of the 3 death skills. In short, what can be obtained from the 4 routes depends on the player's own ideas on the one hand. And on the other hand, it also depends on what the player invests in the sacrifice. Anyway, the better the investment, the more inclined to one side, the route will be inclined to that side. It can be said that this is really a red suit prepared for a certain player. Gucci obviously got 2 red suits, but neither of them is as solid as the death hand in front of him. The difference here is really too big. However, with so many good things at once, Gucci also understood the difference in levels between red suits. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. Purple suits and orange suits have good and bad grades, and it is impossible for all red suits to have the same quality. It's just that the difference in the quality of purple suits is reflected in the negative effects. Some purple equipment with particularly large negative effects, no matter how powerful they are, cannot compare to purple equipment with small negative effects. The difference between good and bad orange equipment is reflected in the role of the equipment. When Gucci first got 2 orange equipment, the Flame Light 6-path lamp ranked higher than the Fox Eye ring in his mind. After all, the Flame Light 6-path lamp can drag 6, while the Fox Eye ring does not play a big role, and it can't even protect Gucci from the influence of mental power. After the red equipment, the division is more detailed. This can be subdivided into pseudo-red equipment, ordinary red equipment, combination red equipment, powerful red equipment, promotion red equipment, exclusive red equipment, etc. For example, the ghost flower that Gucci got is an ordinary red equipment. The reason why this kind of red equipment is ordinary is because this kind of red equipment has no fixed characteristics. After binding, the boss wants to change it, and the red equipment will shift in that direction. Gucci Ghost Flower, originally used by the Death Knight. But after Gucci got it, the Ghost Flower has changed towards the direction of the Undead Mage. Gongling used Demon Sword. Principal Lu's Jeweled Gloves are also of this type. The combined red suit does not refer to the Griffin Black Throne. According to the classification, the Griffin Black Throne can only be regarded as a pseudo-red suit. Pseudo-red suit refers to the existence of a red suit that accidentally becomes a red suit due to some coincidences. This pseudo-red suit itself does not have the opportunity to become a red suit, because it reaches the red suit due to a temporary opportunity. But the upward route is basically the same. Although there are more than a few other items that have grown up here, the number is relatively small, and it is actually more reasonable to call it a pseudo-red outfit. As for the combination red outfit, it should refer to the Nine-Tailed Divine Power, or the combination equipment such as the Way of Earth that has a combination standard. The Way of Earth and the Throne of the Dead plus an unknown red equipment will eventually form a red version of the Ghost King's cloak. You can imagine how powerful the final equipment will be when the 9 orange outfits of Nine-Tailed God are combined into one. The final power will exceed the level of normal red outfits. This point shows the characteristics of combined red outfits. As for powerful red outfits and advanced red outfits, they are almost the best among red outfits. The main feature of powerful red outfits is their great power and wide range. Advanced red outfits are the secondary upgrade of red outfits, which Gucci has never seen before. As for exclusive red outfits, there are also many kinds of them. Gucci has seen one of them before, such as the Snake Venom Dagger before. However, this thing can only be used in death, which is considered to be the exclusive red outfit of death. No one can use it after death. If the Hand of Death in front of him can be used well, it will be Gucci exclusive red suit. Except for Gucci, no one else can use it. In addition to the above, there are some other categories in the red suit. However, those have nothing to do with Gucci. Gucci only knows that among the 3 things given to him by death, one is a red practice book, which is related to Gucci future. One is that after upgrading to red, it may be part of the combination red suit, and the other will be Gucci exclusive red suit. Don't think that these 2 pieces are only orange equipment for the time being. But as long as they are strengthened according to the idea, they will become the main part of the red equipment in Gu Shi's hand. It can be said that this transaction of death directly touched Gu Shi's heart. No matter how picky Gu Shi is, he will not think that he has suffered a loss. So after looking at these three things, Gu Shi immediately took out the first half of his secret records of Taishan Mansion Lord. As soon as this book was taken out, it automatically decomposed and automatically combined with the second half of secret records of Taishan Mansion Lord. Gu Shi sat on the earthen throne and waited. Gu Shi had already seen that he was not the first player to come into contact with death. Teacher Jun must have also come into contact with death, and even Teacher Jun's second red suit might have been provided by death. 3 red-suited dead people would jump out to trouble Teacher Jun, which might be a test for Teacher Jun. Gu Shi dealt with 1 red-suited dead person, which meant that his side had been settled. In the next few days, Gu Shi could do his own things with peace of mind. Chapter 2041 The Choice of the Hand of Death. When the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu was being reorganized, Gu Shi also picked up the Hand of Death. Among the 3 items, the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu can turn red immediately. The Hand of Death needs to be quickly placed in the body. Only the hair of death cannot be used for the time being. Anyway, Gu Shi can't go anywhere now. The handbook of the Lord of Fengdu is being reorganized again. Gu Shi, who has free time, simply deals with the Hand of Death. Because the Hand of Death was directly sent into Gu Shi's body by death, with that drop of blood, Gu Shi could only feel it, but did not take it out. So it was easier for Gu Shi to deal with it. He just thought about it, and the Hand of Death melted in Gu Shi's body on the spot. At the same time, Gu Shi saw 3 things like light balls appear. Please make a choice for the arm of death. When Gu Shi stared at the 3 light balls, a voice came to his ears. Gu Shi took a closer look, and he understood that this was to let Gu Shi choose one of the 3 skills of Death City, Death Incarnation and Death Lord as the first move. Although it is clearly stated here that Gu Shi's choice will not have any impact on the subsequent growth of the Hand of Death. But Gu Shi understood at a glance that there is definitely a difference between which one comes first and which comes later. The first hand will definitely get more resources. Moreover, the growth after death is also quite strict. After the first pair of arms grows up, it must reach a certain level before the second pair of arms can be selected. Moreover, the investment required for each route of growth is also different. For example, if he chooses the Death City, then Gu Shi must choose 2 Death Cities to serve as the bones of his arms. If he chooses the Death Incarnation, Gu Shi must give up 2 Death Incarnations, and use these 2 Death Incarnations as his arms. Gu Shi seriously thought about his own means and situation. There is definitely no Death City. Gu Shi has 5 Death Cities under his command, but except Shunsheng, the other Death Cities have corresponding functions. Even if Gu Shi wants to take this route, he does not have a suitable Death City. Therefore, the idea of giving priority to the Death City was directly blocked by Gu Shi. If Gu Shi wanted to give priority to the Death City, then he had to build another Death City, develop it to the highest level of Shun City, and then integrate it with Shun City into the Hand of Death. In Gu Shi's opinion, instead of doing this, he might as well take advantage of the Hand of Death to rebuild 2 Death Cities, specifically build them in a targeted manner, and adjust the properties of the Death City. So originally Gu Shi's best and most core skill was the Death City. But in the selection of the Hand of Death, the first one to be excluded was also the Death City. Next, the one to be abandoned was the Death Incarnation. Apart from the attack methods of the 2 red suits, the most powerful attack method of Gu Shi was the nuclear bomb machine gun of the Death Incarnation. The Bone Dragon, the God of Death, and the Titan in the Death Incarnation cooperated very well. Gu Shi could not integrate them into his arm. As for the town incarnations in several cities, after their identities were changed, their identities were locked, and they could no longer be used as Death Incarnation. Gu Shi can understand this. For this reason, if Gu Shi turns the 2 of the Bone Dragon, the Death God and the Titan into death at this time, then the combination of Death Incarnation skills that he has researched before will be directly useless by 2/3. The power of the remaining part will also be much smaller. This is also a troublesome thing for Gu Shi. In that case, Gu Shi might as well check the ideas in the Death Mask, and see if he can find a more suitable Death Incarnation, so as to transform it into the Hand of Death. So after studying for a long time, Gu Shi decided to put aside the Death Incarnation for the time being. He chose something else first. In the case of choosing 1 out of 3, he ruled out the Death City and the Death Incarnation. And Gu Shi could only choose the skill of the Death Lord. Unlike the transformation of the Death City, which requires 2 Death Cities to be put into the arm, The transformation of the Death Incarnation requires 2 Death Incarnations to be integrated into the arm. The idea of the transformation of the Death Lord is obviously different. The Death City and the Death Incarnation are both relatively real, so the things that need to be suppressed are also real. The Death Lord's skill is relatively virtual, and the things that can be suppressed are also relatively virtual. The requirement here is to put 2 undead summoned by the Death Lord in. The strength of these 2 undead may not be strong, but they must sincerely join Gushi team and have the potential for growth. For such a requirement, the first thing that Gushi thought of was not the undead who joined his team because of the Death Lord's skill. Instead, it was the 4 undead that Gushi had conquered after completing the task regarding the Lord of Death. Among them, Xavier the blacksmith and Ripper Ricard. One worked in the blacksmith shop in Aridity City, and the other worked in the farmland in Aridity City. These 2 were obviously logistical undead, and they were of no use. On the contrary, the giant skeleton at the beginning, after killing the Bone Dragon, became a Bone Titan, and has been growing among the Death Titans over the years, maintaining the diversity of the Undead Titan army. It can be said that he really witnessed the growth of Gushi Death Lord's skill. The same is true for the Ghost Dragon. At the beginning, he was the strongest undead dragon under Gushi. But with the appearance of the 2-headed skull dragon, and then the appearance of more in the later period, his status fell again and again. Now he is considered a marginal figure of the undead dragon. These 2 have a close relationship with Gushi Death Lord's skill, and their strength and potential are also pretty good. They are exactly the targets that Gushi needs. So Gushi made a choice immediately. At the same time, he raised his left hand, ready to contact Luna through the special mirror, asking her to send the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon. But when Gushi raised his left hand, he found that no matter what he did, he could not contact Luna. It seems that in this death, other powers cannot be used for a long time. Gushi thought about it, and the quality of the special mirror was a bit poor. It is normal that he cannot contact people, but it is impossible to cut off Gushi connection with the city of Eladovi. Gushi raised his hand, and the Nether Spirit Flower floated outward, forming a Night Blood Road in front of Gushi. The Black Blood Knight stepped on the Night Blood Road and appeared in front of Gushi. You go and inform Luna, and tell her that I need the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon, and let Luna prepare. Just say that, and she will know which 2 I am referring to. After saying that, Gushi waved his hand, and borrowed the power of the Nether Spirit Flower to send them out. At this time, the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu had also been reorganized, and appeared in Gushi's hand in a red light.